Cool. All right, awesome. So just some upcoming events that I want you guys to go ahead and jot down is training day 2, and I freaking messed up the dates, but training day 2 will be tomorrow, November 10th. I changed every single date except for that one. So this will be tomorrow, but you guys should already have that in your guys' notes. So it'll be tomorrow, November 11th. It'll be 11/11 from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. But you guys should already have that in your guys' notes. So just make sure you guys are fully ready and fully prepared for that. And then we'll have Advanced Training 1. This will be on Tuesday, November 14th from 5 to 7. And what Advanced Training 1 and 2 are, they're the why behind what we do. So training day 1 and training day 2 is what we do and how we do it. Advanced training is why do we do it this way? Why do we say this? Why do we go like whatever. So we like to break up advanced trainings a little bit. They're a lot shorter than actual training. So we'll have Advanced Training 1, 5 to 7. We'll have Advanced Training 2 on Wednesday, back-to-back days from 5 to 6. And then we'll have team meeting on Wednesday, November 15th from 6 to 8. So advanced training and team meeting are kind of back-to-back events. So if you go to Advanced Training 2, you automatically get to go to team meeting. So I really, really like the way that I really like this. And I love team meeting. Team meeting is where we get to go over personal growth, professional growth. It's where you guys will get to meet all the other people on our team. You'll also get to meet a lot of people during Advanced Training 1 as well. So yeah, team meeting is my favorite event of the week. It is a must go to event. You definitely don't want to miss an advanced training or a team meeting. So that's on schedules. Any questions, comments, concerns on schedules? Cool. So next thing I want to go ahead and talk about is I want to talk a little bit more about me, and I want to give you guys my Cutco story and how I really started here. So in the interview, I just kind of said, hi, my name's Trey. I'm going to be running your interview and your training. Here's the job. It was a lot more of me getting to know you guys versus you guys getting to know me. So I just want to share a little bit more about me and who this guy is and why I'm leading your trainings and why I'm leading your guys' interviews. And I just want to kind of let you guys get to know me because I feel like I know you guys really well, but you guys don't really know me that well. So I started this job in March of 2019. I started when I was a senior in high school. So show of hands, who just graduated high school is maybe in their first year of college? Anyone? No? All right, cool. Well, that's when I first started. I started right out of high school. My mom came up to me and she was like, Trey, you need to get a job. You need to help pay your way through school. And I was like, Mom, like, we're good financially. Like, you don't need me to get a job, right? And she's like, no, go get a job. And I was like, shoot. So I was trying to find a job. And one of my buddies was actually doing this job. And he's like, yeah, dude, it's super easy. He's like, talk to people's moms and sell knives. And then you make like a lot of money. And I was like, cool, let's do that. And this job was honestly supposed to be like my cop out of getting like a real job. It was my cop out. I was like, oh, I'm not going to work a real job. I'm just going to sell Cutco. My mom will be happy. And then I don't have to worry about college anymore because I got a job and my mom will just pay for it anyway. So I walked into my interview and I was like, is this the place where you guys sell knives? They're like, yep. And I was like, this is the way, like, can I pay my way through school doing this job? And they're like, yep. And I'm like, cool. How do I start? And that's how I heard about the job. And that's kind of my Cutco story. So in my first 4 weeks on the job, I ended up selling $10,000 worth of product. And I ended up hitting that dirty 30 mark. Do you guys remember in the interview when I put a big emphasis on getting to 30% and getting to dirty 30? Yeah, so I did that in my first 4 weeks on the job. And after I hit dirty 30, I actually got promoted to become an assistant manager. So this picture down here in the bottom left-hand corner, this is a high school Trey. I used to have a big blonde poofy afro. Yeah, that's still the same person. I know it wasn't a phase. It was who I am, Mom. Come on, don't judge me. Anyway, so this is me in high school. This is me getting my dirty 30 hat, my dirty 30 promotion and getting promoted to an assistant manager. This was my district manager. His name was Kevin. You're going to hear me talk about him a lot. So yeah, that's when I got promoted to become an assistant manager. And then I ended up selling an additional $25,000 worth of product to finish off the summer campaign. And I was the #1 representative in our Colorado Springs office for that summer campaign, which was pretty awesome and pretty fire. And from there, I got promoted to become a branch manager. So I was going into my freshman year of school, my freshman year of college. In college, I was very involved. I was a collegiate basketball player. Show of hands, is anyone here in college currently or like taking online college classes or anything like that? No? All right, cool. I guess this doesn't hit home for you guys. But I was going to school. I was like a freshman in college. I was really busy. I was doing this job around being a college athlete. So I played college basketball. And then I was also an RA, a part of the campus activity board, and also part of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council. So I was very busy and very involved in school. And my manager, Kevin, said, "Hey, Trey, I have this internship opportunity. Do you want to do it?" And I was like, sure, why not? Let's get a crack at it. So I ended up being a part of our branch manager internship program. And that's actually the next thing that I want you guys to go ahead and write down for me is branch manager internship. Branch manager internship. Now, what our branch manager internship is, our branch manager internship is a 100-day internship. It's a 100-day long paid internship. It is a paid internship where you guys basically do everything that I do. So you know how I ran your guys' interview and I'm doing your guys' training right now? Yeah, that's what you guys would be doing. You'd be basically doing everything that I do for 100 days throughout the summertime. So between my freshman and sophomore year of college, I became a branch manager and I was a part of that internship program. It's basically the best way I can explain it, it's basically like getting your master's in business administration, your MBA. It's pretty much like getting that in 100 days. Everything, every aspect of business between finance, marketing, people management, sales, social media marketing, pretty much everything that business encompasses, you learn it and do it in 100 days. It is awesome. And my first month as a branch manager, I actually broke the May branch sales record. So we sold $65,485,000 worth of product in 1 month. And that record actually still stands to this day, which is pretty cool. So I broke that all the way back in 2020. And I was the #1 branch in the Rocky Mountain division and ended up being number 49 branch in the entire company, which was pretty cool. And I ended up finishing at $57,892 in personal sales. And branch managers make 50%. So you can take that number, cut it in half. That's how much money I made just off my personal sales between my freshman and sophomore year of college. So then I went back to college and I had enough credits to actually graduate with my associates because I'm a studious student, an academic weapon. And I was thinking like, hey, I have two paths I could take. I could either go district manager and go career opportunity with the company and start making a lot of money, or I could go back to school and be taught the things that I already know. What do you think I ended up choosing to do? I ended up going career with the company. So I went career with the company and I got promoted to become a district manager. So I graduated school on a Friday. I drove back home on Saturday and I opened my district office on Sunday and graduated college with a guaranteed job like that. So when I first graduated, I was the district manager of East Denver. This is my East Denver crew, my East Denver squad. So all these people were on my team. This is an event that we do in the summertime called Cutco Olympics. It's a team bonding, and we just do like a bunch of like, I don't know, like egg toss, like water balloon catch, stuff like that. So this is our Cutco Olympics day. I was the #1 new district manager in the Rocky Mountain division, and I was number 12 in the entire company. So you can see here, I'm a big numbers, I'm a big facts and figures person, and I don't want to like lie to you guys about stuff. I want to give you guys the numbers, the hard, cold facts. So I was number 12 in the entire company. I was in East Denver. We sold $139,000 worth of product that year, which was pretty awesome and pretty incredible. So number 12. And then at the end of that year, I actually had the opportunity to come back down to Colorado Springs where I did my 2022 year. So last year, we did $198,000 or $198,315 in sales that year and was number 8 in the entire company. So we went from 49 to 12 to 8, and we're kind of climbing that ladder a little bit. And you like maybe asking like, Trey, like climbing the ladder, like what does the #1 person in the company get? That's a great question, and I'm glad you asked. The #1 person in our company, they win a national title and they get something called a silver cup. They get something called a silver cup. Now, what a silver cup is, I want you guys to go ahead and write this down. A silver cup is pretty much like the Stanley Cup of hockey, but for Cutco. So you get this giant trophy when you're the number one office in your category for the year. And our Rocky Mountain division, we have won more silver cups than any other division in company history. So we've won over 30 of these national titles as a Rocky Mountain division squad. And you guys can see from this photo that we're going to need a new trophy case here soon because we just keep winning. So our number one goal this year is to become a Silver Cup winning championship office and to be the number one office in the company this year. That's our goal. So right now, currently we're 21, number 21 in the company. So we're $15,000 behind number 20. So hey, we got like 6 weeks left, 7 weeks. We got 7 weeks to make a big jump and a big leap. And the reason why I really hired you guys is because we want to go for championships. I want to have winners on our team that can sell a lot of freaking knives. So everything that I'm going to be teaching you guys today will directly lead to your guys' sales success because your guys' success is my success. So I want to make sure that we are winning. So with that being said, that's what we're going after. That's my goal. Another thing that I want to go ahead and talk to you guys about is a little bit more about our district team mission statement. So this is my why. This is my cause. This is my belief. This is why I do what I do. This is why I sell knives. This is why I do the crazy knife thing. And I've been doing it for the past 5 years. And this is why I've turned this into a career. And this is what I believe. So in our Colorado Springs office, we believe in bringing out the best in people by teaching everyone the skills that they need for life. We invest into our people because they are our greatest assets. We develop, train, and mentor every person that walks through our doors to become the best version of themselves. We are not here to take over. We are not here to take part. We are here to take over and leave a lasting impression that will outlast the test of time. We are here to leave a legacy. And that right there is my cause and my belief. I want to leave a legacy. I want to have our names etched on a silver cup at the end of the year. That's legacy. So that's why I do what I do. That's why I get so hyped. And that's why I get so energized by this experience, is because of all of those things. Now, with that being said, a couple other things I want to go ahead and talk about before we really just dive into content for today is I want to talk about our branch manager class of 2024. So our branch manager class of 24, it's 9 people. It's Savannah Franzoy, Miguel Ortiz, Emma Snyder, Michaela Gale, Cindy DiGiulio, Zoe Cantrell, Pax Upstead, Divinity Trevor, and Tommy Smart. So these 9 individuals right here, they're going to be running their own branch offices next summertime. Do you guys remember when I was talking in our interview and I said our Colorado Springs office is the #1 developer of people? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I like to get people the chance and the opportunity to advance through the ranks. I like to give people the chance and opportunity to become the best version of themselves. And I like giving people responsibilities. So all 9 of these guys, they're going to be out running their own offices next year, which is pretty fun, pretty exciting. So the advancement opportunity is very real. With that being said, I am looking for more assistant managers. These assistant managers, pretty much every single person that is on our branch manager staff currently, pretty much every single one of them are going to go out and run their own office. So what I'm really looking for is I'm looking for people that want to be assistant managers. All my assistant managers end up becoming branch managers. So I'm looking for my branch manager class of 2025. And I'm also looking for more assistant managers to help me, because when the summer of 24 comes and all my branch managers leave to run their own offices, I'm not going to have anyone to help me. So I am looking for more assistant managers. I'm looking to promote some people. So I want you guys to write down these 3 things. These are the 3 things that I look for when I promote someone to a leadership role or position. Here are the 3 things that I look for. So 1, I look for effort. Effort is 100% controlled by you. I'm a big effort guy. Anyone here a sports-minded person? Did anyone here play sports? Okay, awesome. So effort to me is, are you guys going to run that extra mile? Are you guys going to dive on the floor to get that loose ball? Are you going to give it your 110%? Not just give it your all, but your all and some. That's what I look for. I want people who care. I want people who try. And in this job, when you try hard, it's cool because when you try hard, you make a lot of money here, right? This isn't the type of job where you're like, oh, I'm too cool to do this. No, that's not the type of job. That's not the type of culture we got here. The type of culture we got is like, hey, the cool people are the ones that go all out. So I'm looking for effort. Second thing I'm looking for, positive attitude. I want to deal with positive people. I don't want to deal with no negative Nellies or negative Nancys. I don't like being around people who nag and complain all the time. Show of hands, do you guys know someone like that in your life who just complains and nags all the time? You're like, dude, shut up. Like, nobody cares. Yeah, that's not the type of culture that I want in my office. I want positive people, and I want positive people around me. And then the third thing that I look for is consistency. Consistency is key. I value consistency more than anything else in this world. So are you consistently doing the things that you're supposed to do? Are you showing up to meetings, showing up to events? Are you checking in? Are you consistently having appointments scheduled and booked ahead of you? Are you consistently in good contact with me? So that's what I'm really looking for. Effort, positive attitude, and consistency. So those are the three things that I look for. Those are the three things that I look for in advancement opportunities. So with that being said, I want you guys to go ahead and take your guys' notebooks for me. So today, it's going to be broken up into 3 parts and 3 sections. Today's going to be broken up into 3 parts into 3 sections. So in the first part, it's mainly going to be me talking. We're going to go over some keys and tips for success. And then I'm going to play some videos to kind of help me and help me through that process. And then in the second part, we're mainly going to be watching videos done by someone named Drew Frank. I want you guys to go ahead and write that guy's name down, is Drew Frank. Drew Frank, he is our Rocky Mountain Division Manager. So AKA, he's my boss. Drew is my boss. So he made some videos that really help us. And then in the third part, it's going to be mainly me again. And we're just going to be going over pretty much how to do all the soft skills. So we'll be talking time management, communication, building a schedule, networking, marketing skills, and kind of that aspect of things. So it's going to be broken down into 3 parts today. So with that being said, I want you guys to go ahead and title this in your notes. The 3 keys for success. The 3 keys for success. I got 3 keys for success for you guys today. So, key number 1 is going to be trust the process and follow the program. Trust the process and follow the program. Guys, who remembers when Cutco started? When did we become a company? Who remembers? Any guesses?
Was it 1946 or 49?
49, 1949. That's perfect. I love it. Thank you, Anthony. So 1949. So we've been a company for 74 years. We're older than some of your grandparents are. Think about that. Guys, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Right? So the script that we have, this script that you guys are going to be using, this script is 74 years of trial, error, blood, sweat, tears, case studies. And yes, you heard me right, blood, because you will cut yourself on one of these knives because they are very sharp. So this is 75 years of experience. Anything that you guys could think about saying or think about trying, we've done it, we've tried it, we know what works, we know what doesn't work. As long as you guys read this script word for word, you guys will have success. So when I talk about trusting the process, I'm talking about trusting the script. When I talk about following the program, I mean, you follow your script. I mean, shoot, even right now, you guys probably didn't know this, but even right now, like, look, I'm reading a script. These are my opening comments for training. This is my script. I'm reading a script. Would you guys have ever guessed that I'm reading a script? No, because the script is awesome. It sounds great. So if I'm reading a script, do you think that you guys should read a script? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So read your script. It works. It's there for a reason. So key number 2 for today. Key number 2 is be coachable. Key number 2 is be coachable. I'm not your guys' boss. I'm your guys' coach. And it's my job to coach the shit out of you guys. And I'm going to do it too. My job is to make sure that you guys have success. And I will set you up for success. As I said earlier, your guys' success is my success. Every sale you make counts towards that silver cup race. So I'm going to be teaching you guys how to make sales. I'm going to be teaching you guys how to make sales. Because the more sales you guys make, the closer and closer we get to being a championship winning team. Pretty cool, right? So with that being said, I lost my place on my script. Cool. If I see you doing something that will not lead to success, it's going to be a slight course correction in the right direction. So pretty much the example that I always like to give is like if you're going from LA to New York and you're flying in a plane, like and one of those planes is off by like even 1 degree, one plane will end up in New York and the other plane will end up in like West Virginia, right? You may not notice it right away, but over a great distance and over a great time, the gap becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So I'm a very big believer in slight course adjustments. I'll set you guys up for the right way. And everything I say, I want you guys to do kind of what I'm saying and what I'm teaching you guys. But if I see you guys doing something that won't lead to success, it's just that slight nudge in the right direction. So I want you guys to go ahead and write these 3 things down for me. I want you guys to write these things down for me. When I give you guys a course correction, it's never an attack on your character. It's never an attack on your character. It's not an attack on who you are as a person. So it's not an attack on your character, not an attack on who you are as a person. And it's also not an attack, or it's also not just because I don't like you, right? If I didn't like you, I wouldn't have hired you. Right? It's all coming from a place of wanting to see you win and succeed. Now, with that being said, I will give you guys slight course adjustments throughout the day, but I'm also the type of manager too, where I'm not going to pick out the small things. I'm not going to like just pick on you and pick on you and pick on you and just give you course adjustments and not say anything that you're doing well. I'm very big into appreciation and recognition for your guys' hard work. So like earlier, Anthony answered one of my questions. He got the right answer. And I was like, bro, thanks, Anthony. Thanks for participating. Right? So I give that appreciation where appreciation is due. I see a lot of you guys taking notes right now, like high five, like you guys are doing great. You guys are doing awesome. So make sure that you guys are, I will also make sure that you guys are appreciated for the hard work that you guys are doing as well. So can I get a thumbs up if all that makes sense? Cool. And then my favorite part of training today, and this is going to be key number 3. This is going to be key number 3 to your guys' success. Oh, no. Okay. Hold on here. I got too many tabs open. I can't see y'all. Perfect. Okay. This is going to be key number 3 for y'all for today. And key number 3 is going to be MAC customers. So MAC customers, MAC customers. And I want you guys to skip a couple lines between each one of these letters in your guys' notes. And we're gonna kind of fill this out together. We're gonna fill this out together. So the M in MAC customers, these are the people who buy Cutco. So what does the M in MAC customer stands for? Who remembers from our interview? This is also like art class, there's no wrong answers. The M in MAC customers, our target market. This is who buys Cutco. Desiree, give it your best guess.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'm trying to think the M and Mac customers. I'm not sure, to be honest.
All right, perfect. So the M in MAC customers stands for married. We want to show married couples together. Now, why do we want to show married couples together? Ooh, hold on up here. Why do we want to show married couples together? We want to show married couples together. One, because Cutco is a family product. And what do families do? Families cook together and families eat together. I spelled that wrong. Here we go. Families cook together, families eat together. With that being said, don't show Cutco to single people. So with that being said, don't show Cutco to the crazy cat lady down the street who lives alone with 30 cats. She doesn't buy Cutco. Don't show your really cool 26-year-old cousin that lives in California and works for a tech startup and makes so much money. And he will buy everything. No, he's not. Don't show him. Cutco's a family product. Show families. Families cook together, families eat together. Now, something I want you guys to understand is that sales is simple. Sales is simple. Here's the definition of sales. Sales is putting the product in front of the customer and showing the value in that product. Sales is putting the product in front of the customer and showing the value in that product. That is what sales is. That is what sales is. So, this part, I'm going to be asking for a lot of interaction. So, I have a TV commercial. We're going to play a little game of hypotheticals, all right? So, get in the mind space to play hypotheticals and be ready to unmute. So, I have a TV commercial, and I'm selling mud tires, all right? Mud tires for ATVs. Think about it. You guys see mud tires in your mind for ATVs? Okay, perfect. So, we're selling those, and my number one goal is to make sales. My number one goal is to make sales, all right? Would I put this TV commercial on Nickelodeon, Disney Channel, Cartoon Network?
No.
Awesome. Anthony, you said no. Why?
Because those are like children. Like the children are not going to be driving around ATVs.
Why?
Well, they're too small for all that. It wouldn't really grab their attention. Like,
So they're too small for ATVs, so they're not going to buy mud tires? Is that going to be the number one factor? Is they're going to look at it and be like, I'm too small?
just you're targeting the wrong audience, I believe.
Why is it the wrong audience? Why aren't kids buying mud tires for ATVs?
I don't know. I just don't see children on ATVs buying mud tires.
Who can help her out? I'm looking for something specific, by the way.
They can't afford it. They don't work.
They can't afford it, right?
Yeah.
They can't afford it. They're little kids. Do little kids have jobs?
Most of the time, no.
No. Right. No, they don't have, little kids don't have jobs. They don't have money. They can't afford it. What do little kids care about? They care about like picking their nose and like watching like cartoons, right? That's the only thing that they do. So do you think if my number one goal is to sell mud tires and make money to make a profit, do you think I should show little kids that are on Disney Channel, Cartoon Network, and all those other channels I just named? No, they're not buying that. All right, cool. What if we switch it up? Let's switch it up. What if we put that TV commercial, I don't know, like on like TLC or like the House Network or like the Oprah Winfrey Network where all the single moms are? Do you think we're gonna make some sales then?
No, you won't.
No.
Awesome. Janetta, you said no first. Why are they not buying mud tires?
Because your audience is being target. Well, the target audience that you want is more of a male persona that you want to like sell to, or people who are interested in buying actual tires. So trying to promote on TLC or like a housing network, it's not going to work because those are more so people for a housing market versus a tire market.
Yeah, they're for the housing market, the cooking market, and they don't have interest in mud tires for ATVs. We're not going to make sales there. All right, let's switch it up one last time. What if we put it on like the hunting channel, the outdoor network, and like the Discovery and History channel where all the dads are? Think we're going to make some sales then?
Yeah.
Awesome. Spencer, you said something first. Why?
It's because that's what they're interested in. That's their hobby. That's what they're looking for. They might not need mud tires, but at least they have a reference to fall back on and look at.
Yeah, that's the target market, right? The hunting network and the outdoor network. What do you mainly use ATVs for? Like going outside for the outdoors, for hunting, right? That's what you mainly use mud tires for, ATVs. So what I want us to get and what I want us to understand from this is that, did anyone say anything about the price of our tires? Did anyone say anything about the quality of our commercial? No, and I asked you guys why plenty of times. I'm recording. We can go back and we can see how many times I asked why. Or I said why. Not one of you guys said the price. Not one of you guys said the quality of our mud tires. Not anyone said anything about the quality of our commercial. I could have filmed it on like a Nokia flip phone, and I can be like, our mud tires are $1 million. But that wasn't a factor. What was the biggest factor? The biggest factor was who we were showing. So same thing when it comes to Cutco. The presentation is perfect. The price is perfect. It's who we show. It's who we show that is going to be the biggest factor into your guys' success or not. I don't want you guys to forget that. So I want you guys to go ahead and write that down. The biggest factor into your guys' sales success is who you show. That is going to be the biggest factor into your guys' success. Cool. Let's take it back to the whiteboard here. Okay. So next reason why we want to show married couples together is because of dual income. Now, why is dual income so important? Dual income is so important because, believe it or not, Cutco is expensive. Oh no, he said the E word. He said our product is expensive. How am I ever gonna make sales if my product I'm selling is expensive? You know what? I'm done. I'm quitting. Bye guys. We're done with training. No, right? Cutco is one of the best products in the world. It is one of the best products in the world. Last year, does anyone want to take a guess on how much Cutco we sold last year as a company? $300 million in 2022. 300 million. The year before, 310 in 2021. In 2020, 340 million. During COVID, during the pandemic, people were just spending their stimmy checks on us. It was awesome. But, guys, over the last 3 years, we've sold probably over $1 billion worth of Cutco. And that's a B, Billy, over the past 3 years. Is Cutco expensive? Yes, absolutely. But is it worth it? Yes, absolutely. That's why in the past 3 years, we've sold over $1 billion worth of the stuff. So we want to show married couples together because of dual income. Next thing I want to put under here is, who's ever heard the phrase of good things are not cheap and cheap things are not good? Who's ever heard that phrase before? Good things are not cheap and cheap things are not good. Awesome. So who here has ever bought something and as soon as you used it, wore it, felt it, touched it, it ripped, broke, didn't work, or you had to like buy multiple of them because they kept on breaking? You're like, man, this is like really adding up. This is getting really expensive. Show of hands. Yeah, almost everyone here, right? Who here has saved up a lot of money and bought something that was super expensive, but then every time you used it, wore it, felt it, touched it, you're like, oh, this is the best ever. Like, I love this. Like, I feel so fancy. Show of hands. Awesome. Which one do you still have? The really cheap one or the really expensive one? The really expensive one. Which one was worth it over time? The really cheap one or the really expensive one? The really expensive one.
Expensive.
Right, the expensive one. So that's our idea, and that's our philosophy with Cutco. We would rather explain the price once than apologize over and over and over again for poor quality. Simple as that. Cool. Next, we need to get a move on. You guys got me talking too much. Next is the A. Next is the A. What do you guys think the A in Mac customers stand for? So we have married couples.
Age.
A.
Audience.
Age is right. Who said age? Was
Hey, that was me.
Awesome, Spencer. Great job, my man. So we want to show people between the ages of 30 and 60 years old. So next thing I want to go ahead and talk about is why we typically, I'm going to put this in all caps, typically, I'm not sure if I spelled that right, but it's there. Why we typically don't show people over 60. So why do we not typically show people over the age of 60? Well, the reason why we typically don't show people over the age of 60 is because they don't care. They don't care. And here's why they don't care. They don't care because they're at the point in their life where they don't need the fancy new set of knives. They don't. They don't care about having the biggest and the best and the fanciest of everything. What do people over the age of 60 normally, typically really value? They value time. They value relationship. This is why your grandma gets mad when you don't call her every week, right? This is why your grandma calls you and talks to you for an hour. Like, you know, like your grandma calls you, set the phone down, leave, come back in an hour, and she's still talking, right? She values that time. She values relationship. She doesn't value having the biggest and best of everything. And here's the best example of this. So my grandparents, they used to live in downtown Colorado Springs, and they used to live in like a borderline mansion. It was like a seven bedroom house. And all my aunts and all my uncles grew up in there. And like, they would always invite us over for Christmas, holidays, like all my aunts, all my uncles, and all my cousins. And they invited us to their house about 3 years ago. And they said, we're moving and we want to get rid of everything. And we're selling the house and we need your guys' help. So literally me and all my cousins, it took all of us a week to go through all my grandma and grandpa's stuff. And they were like, get rid of everything. I like pulled up like this like machine, whatever. I don't even know what it was. I was like, Grandma, what is this? She's like, I don't know. I bought it in the 70s. Just throw it away. I was like, okay. Right. She's like, they didn't need any of that stuff. They got rid of everything and they moved to a small 2-bedroom house in Missouri. They don't need a 7-bedroom house. They don't need the biggest and the best of everything. They don't care. Right. So the reason why I say typically is because typically people over the age of 60 don't need that. Now, are there some people who cook all day, every day that are over the age of 60 that would love a set of Cutco? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Right. So this weekend, I don't recommend that you show people over the age of 60 that are not grandma and grandpa. Grandma and grandpa are like the only people that are like legally obligated to buy something from you. So show grandma and grandpa this weekend. All right. But outside of grandma and outside of grandpa, I typically, keyword typically, don't recommend it. Cool. So here, so let's talk about, so that's over 60. Next thing is why we don't show people under 30. Because people under the age of 30, guess what? They also don't care. But they don't care for the opposite reasons. People under the age of 30 don't care about kitchen knives for the opposite reasons. Now, 18-year-old Trey cared about 3 things and 3 things only. That was basketball, hanging out with the boys, and playing Xbox. And if you were not one of those 3 things, 18-year-old Trey did not care about it. Didn't care about it. So if you think someone came up to 18-year-old Trey and was like, hey, Trey, do you want to spend thousands upon thousands of dollars on kitchen knives? What do you think 18-year-old Trey would have said? He would have said, have you lost your mind? Because I'll help you find it, right? So people under the age of 30, they don't care. 18-year-old Trey didn't care. I had breakfast, lunch, and dinner served to me 365 from mom. Shout out to Miss McCullough. Shout out to Kendra. She's a G. She cooked for me all the time. It was awesome. So you're probably thinking, Trey, yeah, that's 18-year-olds. They can't afford it and they don't care. But what about people who like recently just graduated? So like, what about people that are like 25, 26, 27, like late 20s, early 30s? Well, 30, cool. Anyone over the age of 30, show them. But 25 to 30, don't show them. And here's why. One of my buddies, he just graduated from CU Boulder. He graduated last May. And he got a double degree in business management and like international business. He got those 2 degrees. He is over $75,000 in student loan debt. And he can't find a job right now. Do you know what his job is? He works at the local bar down the street from Boulder. Now, he does live in his own apartment. He does have a job. He does cook. But do you think that my buddy wants to spend all of his money on a set of Cutco? Or do you think he's more worried about finding a better paying job so that he can pay off his student loan debt? He wants to pay off his student loan debt. Do you think getting a set of kitchen knives is his number one priority right now? No, not at all. So people are always like, Trey, they can afford it though, because they're like married, but they're between the ages of like 25 and like 26. And like, they really could. Don't show them. Don't. Wait till they're 30. Cool? So let's talk about that sweet spot. Let's talk about that sweet spot. Let's talk about 30, between 30 and 60. So why do we show these types of people? Because they no longer have a job. They have a career. Or however the fuck you spell it. How do you spell career? C-A-R-R-E-E?
Yeah, you're right. C-A-R-E-E-R.
There's only one R.
Only one R.
Oh.
R-E-E-R.
There you go.
Gorgeous. Thank you. If you guys haven't noticed, I sell knives for a living. I'm not a lit teacher. So thank you guys for that. It's my favorite excuse for everything. I just sell knives for a living, bro. I don't know what you want from me. Anyway, so they no longer have a job. They have a career. And they're no longer hourly. They are salary. They are salary. They're no longer hourly. Now, what does salary mean? Salary means that they get the same paycheck every single week, 365 or 52 weeks in a row. Doesn't matter if they have sick days, if they're on vacation, if they're not performing well, if they're not getting the hours that they need. Salary means that they are getting those paychecks every single week. We want people who have careers, who are on salary. They're no longer hourly, they are salary. And then when you're between the ages of 30, 60 and you're married, you now have a significant other. So you're not only cooking for yourself, but you're also what? Cooking for the fam. You're also cooking for the family. And also, when you get that between that age of 30 and 60, that stuff becomes cool. That stuff becomes cool. Now, I'm going to tell you guys something. It's pretty embarrassing. 18-year-old Trey would be shaking his head right now. But show of hands, who here has a toaster oven at home? Anyone have a toaster oven? Oh my God, if you guys don't have a toaster oven, get a toaster oven. It'll change your life, bro. I put everything in there. I don't even use my microwave anymore. I put like Hot Pockets, pizza rolls. I heat stuff up in there. I broil stuff now. I don't even know what broiling is, but I do it. Why? Because it's cool. Because it's cool, right? Now, if 18-year-old Trey heard me say that sentence, I would be like, we have fallen so far. What happened to the boys' basketball and playing Xbox, right? But when you get to a certain age, things for the house start becoming cool. That's when you have that interest. That's when cooking at home and cooking with the crock pot and like cooking dinner for your family, that becomes like the number one priority. That becomes what your number one interest is. That's why your mom loves cooking so much, because that's what interests her at the moment. That's what interests her at the time. So when you show people between the ages of 30 and 60, they like this kind of stuff. They think it's cool. One of my friends, she lives down in Phoenix. She actually used to work with Cutco, but now she's a realtor. She just like refurnished her apartment. She's like, sure, I went to IKEA. Look at this like ottoman that I got. And I was like, damn, that's a nice ottoman. I got jealous of an ottoman. I got jealous of furniture. I was like, never in my entire life would I ever think I got jealous of somebody else's ottoman. But I'm at that point in my life where that stuff starts to interest me a little bit. That stuff is like, dang, that's pretty cool, actually. That's really nice. So that's why we show people between the ages of 30 and 60. And then the last one, this one's kind of a trick question. Who here took Spanish 1? Who took Spanish 1? What does casa mean?
House.
House.
A house. Yeah, casa means house, or what I like to call it, a crib. I like to call it a crib. You guys ever seen like the TV show? It's like the MTV My Crib. Like, come take a look at my crib. And they do like the little shitty speedy walkthrough of somebody's house. Yeah, you guys remember that? Flash in the past. But anyway, I like to call it a crib. I like to call it a crib. Now, why is having a crib so important? Why is having a house so important? Having a house is so important. Having a crib is so important because they're going to be there for the next 30 years because they're paying for something called a mortgage. They're paying for something called a mortgage. Who knows what a mortgage is? Awesome. For those of you who don't, a mortgage is a 30-year house loan. It is a 30-year house loan. So basically, you go up to the bank and you say, Mr. Bank, I want to buy a house. And the bank says, we will give you all the money you need to buy this house, but you need to pay us that money back and some. And you say, okay, and you got 30 years to pay back that loan. So when you're showing someone that's married between the ages of 30 and 60 and lives in a house, they're going to be there for the next 30 years. Do you think they want to renovate their house a little bit? Absolutely. Absolutely. So next thing I want to kind of go ahead and talk about, and this is something I want you guys to write down in your notes, and I'm going to put this in all caps so it's important. Things for the house don't cost hundreds. They cost thousands. Things for the house, they don't cost hundreds. They cost thousands. They cost thousands of dollars. All right, we're going to play a little guessing game here. How much does the average American, your average Joe Schmo, put down as a deposit on a house? So if I wanted to go buy a house and I walked up to Mr. Bank and I said, Mr. Bank, I want to get a mortgage. I want to pay for a house. They're not just going to give any of that money straight up. They want a little bit of the down payment. They want an investment to prove to them that I can pay them back in the next 30 years. So how much is the average Joe Schmo American putting down on a home?
At least 10,000.
10,000? Any other guesses?
Say too.
Jamal says 20,000.
30,000.
I was gonna say 10%.
10%. Spencer, what'd you say?
30,000.
30,000. Cool. Well, you guys are all technically right. It just depends on the house and it depends on how much you have to put down. So now typically you put down a percentage. You put down a percentage, not typically a dollar amount. So that percentage is typically 20%. 20% down on a house is pretty standard. Now, are there people that can get first-time house buyer loans or FHA loans or like special kind of loans where they only have to put like 1, 2, or even like 3% down? Yeah, absolutely. There's loans out there that exist like that. Are there people who have bought in multiple homes and are in the real estate game and they have to put down upwards of 50 to 60 to 80%? Or like companies that want to buy like an office building that have to put like upwards of 90% down starting up? Absolutely. But if you want to buy a house, your average Joe Schmo American is going to put down 20%. That's pretty standard. Can we all agree with that number and that metric? Cool. So 20%. So on a house that costs $100,000, 20% of $100,000 is how much?
$24,000.
That's $20,000. 20% on $100,000 home, that's 20%. That's $20,000. So before you can even imagine buying a house, you need to save $20,000 and go up to the bank and say, hey, Mr. Bank, here's $20,000. Give me the rest of the 80 and I'll pay you back the 80 later. But I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret here. There is not a single house in the state of Colorado that's $100,000. They are all in the 400, 500, 600, even $1 million ranges. And the reason why I know this is because I've been looking at buying my first house. So every single one of your customers, even your broke customers, they're living in a $500,000 home. Now, I'm not saying you're going to be showing your broke customers this weekend, but that's the reality, right? 20% of 500,000 is how much?
100,000.
That's $100,000. So if your broke customer wants to buy a standard average house, they have to put down $100,000. Think about that for a second. $100,000. Now, who do you guys know, or do you guys know anyone that lives in like one of those $1 million homes and may have like the granite countertops and maybe like the 2, 3, 4 car garages? Show of hands who knows someone that has like a pretty big house. You're like, dang. Yeah, that's $1 million home. On $1 million home, 20%, how much is that?
$200,000.
$200,000 for $1 million home. That's how much money you need to put down. So when we talk about things for the house and how things for the house cost thousands and not hundreds, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. They cost thousands of dollars, not hundreds. You don't put $200 down to buy a house. They'll laugh at you. You got to put $200,000 down. $200,000. So we're going to play another game here. It's called The Price is Right. Anyone ever heard of this game? Price is Right? Cool. So I'm going to throw out some common household items, some very common household items, and I want you guys to guess how much they cost in 2023. So first item that we got is a coffee table. How much does the average coffee table cost?
$200.
200,
350.
100.
100. Any other guesses?
275.
275. Cool. Coffee tables cost anywhere from $800 to $1,000 for a coffee table. Now, you guys are looking at me like, Trey, $800 to $1,000 for a coffee table, that's a lot of freaking money. What kind of coffee tables are you buying? Well, think about it. You guys are married between the ages of 30 and 60, and you just put $100,000 down on your home. Are you going to furnish that home with the Walmart, Facebook, Goodwill Marketplace collection? No, you get a coffee table off Facebook Marketplace. It's going to be wobbly. There's going to be like crayon and like marker scratches on it. There's going to be a piece of gum stuck to the bottom of it. No, right? So you can go broke and you can go budget on anything. Are there coffee tables that are way more expensive than $800 to $1,000? Yes, absolutely. Can we find one on Facebook Marketplace for like $1 or $5 that are really, really cheap? Yes, absolutely. Right? But we're going for the average. I said, how much does the average coffee table cost? So in the middle between the cheap and the most expensive. So for an average coffee table in 2023, you're paying anywhere from $800 to $1,000 for a new coffee table. Now, what about a bed? How much does a bed cost? How much does a mattress cost? I should
$3,000 to $4,000.
$3,000 to $4,000 for the mattress. Any other guesses? I like it.
It's like
1,500.
2,000 to 3,000.
2,000 to 3,000. Spencer, what did you say?
1,500.
1,500. Any other guesses?
Mine costs about $3,000.
3,000. Yeah, so that's about right. Anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 is how much the average bed costs. Now, I want you guys to think about this for a second. How many beds do you guys have in your house? Well, you have your bed, maybe mom and dad's bed, maybe a brother, maybe a sister, you maybe have a guest bedroom. Yeah, so you can take that number, put like a times 4, times 5, times 3, times 10, however many beds you have in your house. All right. Now, what about the refrigerator? A refrigerator has 2 doors. You put stuff in it, keep stuff cold.
$25,000.
That's a very expensive fridge.
Oh, yeah, I just bought one, so I know.
$25,000 for a fridge?
I think the average range I've seen is 15,000 to maybe 18,000.
You guys are right? There's I saw a TV commercial for one of the LG smart fridges where it had like a camera in the fridge, like on each level, and like you can like control the temperature on each level. Like it has like an iPad built into the screen too. It's nuts. Sends you like notification when your food's about to expire. Like you need more milk. I'm like, oh, cool. Thanks, fridge. So, with that being said, typically the average person will probably spend around $4,000 to $5,000 on the average refrigerator. $4,000 to $5,000. Now, they're the ones that are $25,000. Yes, those are the super expensive ones. You can also find super cheap ones, but the average person, $4,000 to $5,000 for the average refrigerator. Now, I want you guys to think for a second, who has a refrigerator in their house, and then who has one like maybe in the garage or like a deep freezer in the garage? Yeah, so you can put a ×2 next to that. Put a ×2 next to that. The last item I got for us is the dining room table. How much does the dining room table cost?
Between $12,000 and $15,000.
$12,000 to $15,000.
$5,000.
5,000. Dining room table, not the kitchen table. Dining room table.
Maybe between 4,000 to 5,000.
4 to 5. Any other guesses? Anthony?
Mine's been passed down, so I honestly have no idea. I've got a giant ass full wood Lazy Susan, and I can only imagine that cost a lot, or would cost a lot right now.
Yeah.
But I honestly have no idea. It's been with me like my whole life.
Awesome. So anywhere from 5 to Melanie, I totally ruined it. I totally didn't even ask you what you thought it was. Anyway, what do you think it is? How much do you think it is?
It's the same thing. Like we've had the same kitchen table my whole life, so
Yeah.
I have no idea how much it would be, but it's nice and glass, so
Hell yeah. Well, the dining room table on average is going to be anywhere from $5,000 to $6,000. $5,000 to $6,000. So my dad just bought a long 12-person dining room table set. He just bought a house down in San Antonio, Texas. So I always give this example because my dad just bought a house down there, and so I'm always like, oh my gosh, these are so expensive. But anyway, so he spent let's say $66,000 on this dining room table, just about $6,000 on this dining room table. I was like, Dad, one, I had to move it, and it was like a solid wood oak. Motherfucker was heavy. And I was like, Dad, why do we have a dining room table? You don't even have 12 friends. We don't even have 12 people in our family. Why do we need this giant dining room table? He goes, well, I bought my first house, and I have a dining room. I'm going to put a table in my dining room. Fair enough. Got me there. Right? And then he got a rug imported from Egypt because it was on a hardwood, and he didn't want the table to scratch the hardwood floors. So he got a rug. Paid $3,000 for that rug. After import tax, $3,500. So $3,500 for the rug. My stepmom, she's very big into crystals and energies and kind of stuff like that. So she bought a crystal chandelier. Crystal chandelier, $4,000. So between the chandelier, the table, and the rug, they could have paid for my college, but they made me get a job. Right? So that's why that room is like the room that you're not allowed to go in. Who has a room like that? Like the no touch room where like everything's vacuumed the same way. And your parents like, don't even look at that room. Don't even think about it. Turn around, go to the kitchen and eat. You're like, why? Like, why do we have this if we're not ever going to use it? It's because that room is worth more than your life. That's why. So when we talk about things for the house and how things cost thousands and not hundreds, after hearing everything and how much things for the house cost, Are your customers going to freak out, tuck and roll, and be like, oh my gosh, you're asking me to spend a couple $1,000s on a set of knives? Ah! No, they're going to say, okay, here you go. It's a normal, everyday expense for them. That's typical. It's to be expected. It's normal for them. So, with that being said, I want you guys to write this down in your notes. This weekend, and in your guys' first 10 days on the job, you are only allowed to show Mac customers. You are only allowed to show Mac customers. MAC, you're only allowed to show Mac customers. No if, no ands, no buts, no exceptions. Now, Mac customers are everywhere. If you're like, Trey, I don't know that many people that are married between the ages of 30 and 60 that live in a house. Dude, Mac customers are everywhere. Go stand outside a Costco and see how many married couples you see walking in and out of a Costco. Show of hands, who's been to Costco before? Awesome. It is impossible to go to Costco and spend less than like $700. It's impossible, right? And for you guys as moms, when you guys go to Costco with your mom, does your mom freak out and go, $700 for groceries? Let's go put everything back. We're putting everything back. We're not eating this week. No, she says, okay, swipes her card, and then you guys go to Sam's Club, King Soopers, Walmart, and do it all over again. And you guys do that on a weekly or a bi-weekly basis. Your parents are spending thousands upon thousands of dollars every month. Every month they're spending thousands upon thousands of dollars. So, Mac customers are everywhere. That's your target market. Your guys' job is to go find as many Mac customers as you guys can, because Cutco will do the rest, right? Sales putting the product in front of the customer, showing the value in that product. Cutco is a very valuable product. It's your guys' job to find the people to put it in front of. So, with that being said, you're probably like, Trey, I know some non-Mac customers that would totally buy Cutco from me. Like, I know like 5 people right now, and I guarantee you, I'll put down a bet right now that they're going to buy from me. Well, first of all, I'll take all your money because no, they're not. Second of all, you guys can show non-Mac customers. You guys can, but after your fast start, after your first 10 days, after you've hit a couple promotions, because my number one job is to make sure that I build confidence in you guys. And if you show a non-Mac customer and you ask them to buy, they're going to say, oh my gosh, this is so expensive. I can't believe you're asking me to buy this. This is so crazy. I can't believe anyone would ever buy this or use this or whatever. What is that going to do to your confidence? It's going to go down, right? It's going to shoot your confidence. You're going to be like, I don't know why I'm doing this job. You're going to start doubting yourself. You're going to start doubting me. And I don't want that. Now you show a Mac customer, Cutco, and then they say, oh my gosh, yes, absolutely, here you go. What's that going to do to your confidence? It's going to go up. It's going to go way up. So, with that being said, Mac customers only for your first 10 days on the job. Now, let's go ahead and let's move on to the next part of training. So, next part of training, I just want to go over the goals of training for today. So by the end of the day and by the end of training, you guys will have achieved these 3 goals. Here are my 3 goals for training for today. It's a really good segue. So my first goal is to build confidence. For you guys to have confidence in yourself, for you guys to have confidence in me as a trainer, and confidence in Cutco, the product. Confidence in you, confidence in me, and confidence in Cutco. Everything I do today will be to build up your confidence in those 3 things. To me, to you, and in the product. Second goal of training today is that we have a very clear understanding of who our customers are. Do you guys think we know who our customers are? Who are our customers? Mac customers. And then the third goal of training today is that each and every single one of you guys book 10 paid practice presentations. That each of you guys book 10 paid practice presentations. That each and every single one of you guys book 10 paid practice presentations. Because as you guys learned from our interview, how do we get paid? We get paid $25 per demo and we get paid off our sales. So I want to make sure that you guys have demos booked and that you guys make sales, because I want you guys to make a lot of money. So if you guys make a lot of money, then you're going to be happy. And then if you guys are selling a lot, I'm going to be happy because we're going to win championships. So it's a win-win. Cool? Cool. So next part of training is we are going to go ahead and you guys are going to hear a little bit from Drew Frank. So this is our Rocky Mountain Division Manager. And I want you guys to go ahead and write his name down, Drew Frank. Now, Drew Frank, he is the Rocky Mountain Division Manager. Drew Frank is the Rocky Mountain Division Manager. So he's my boss. And in parentheses, I want you to put the GOAT, the greatest of all time. He is the LeBron James, the Wayne Gretzky, the Michael Jordan, the Simone Biles, the Michael Phelps, the, I don't know, the Derek Jeter of Cutco. Whatever sports analogy, whatever sport you like. He's the best. He's the GOAT. So do you guys remember how I said that we have won a lot of national titles in our Rocky Mountain Division? Yeah, Drew Frank has helped spearfront every single one of them. So he's the man. He's the GOAT. And you guys get to learn from him. Now, his office is the South Denver office. He leads in the front on the South Denver office at our Rocky Mountain Division. And the entire company does what our Rocky Mountain Division does. So whatever we do, the entire company does. So these training videos that you guys are about to watch, the entire company uses these training videos. We have other division managers, other district managers, other people fly from across the country to come learn from people like me and from people like Drew. Because we are very good at what we do and we're very good at running our training. And you guys get this 100% for free. You guys get to start off with that. Pretty dope. Pretty cool. So definitely take advantage of this training. Take advantage of these videos. So with that being said, I'm going to be playing some videos today. I've watched these videos every single weekend, every single Friday and Saturday for the past 4 years. I don't need to watch these videos. I get it. I understand the videos. I know what these videos say. I've done my time. But you guys, make sure that you guys get the most out of these videos. Get the most out of this training. Because what you guys put into this training is exactly what you guys will get out of this training. So when Drew's talking, when the videos are rolling, I want you guys to be bringing the same energy that you guys are bringing when I'm speaking, when I'm talking. So make sure you guys are actively taking notes. Make sure you guys are actively engaged, because who knows? Drew Frank might actually hop onto our Zoom today and might say what's up and say hi to you guys. He might. I don't know. Sometimes he does that. So with that being said, let's go ahead and turn to a new page in your guys' notes and let's get rolling.
All right, welcome to training, everybody. My name is Drew Frank. I'm the division manager for the Rocky Mountain Division in Denver, Colorado. I started selling Cutco after graduating high school in 2003. At the time, both my older brothers, Wes and Lee, were selling Cutco, so I was kind of forced into it. My parents saw how great of an opportunity it was for them, and they wanted to see me get the same experience. I was a little bit nervous at first. Sounded weird, selling knives over the summertime. Also, I had never sold anything before, so I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to do. But I was excited about the flexibility, I was excited about the experience, and I was really excited about the money because I saw my brothers making some pretty nice paychecks. So I started right after high school. I only had about 6 weeks to sell Cutco my first summer because I was going off to college. I was going off to Penn State. I was also planning on playing club tennis, so I had a really short window. So I worked really hard. I knew I had to make the most out of it. I wasn't the top rep in the office. I never broke any records, but I was just good. I was consistent, and that worked. In my first 10 days, which is a contest we have called your Fast Start, I sold about $5,000. I just did a lot of appointments, 3 or 4 appointments a day, hit a couple of promotions, sold $5,000, and I made $800. Now, I was 18 years old. I had never seen that much money in my entire life, so I was excited, and I said, I'm going to keep on doing this. So I just kept on setting up appointments, kept on listening to my managers, and kept on following the program. As you go through training, you'll realize that the program is pretty simple, and as long as you just follow the steps, you're going to have success. That summer, I sold about $16,000 worth of Cutco. That correlated to $4,000 in income, which I was surprised and wasn't expecting that in only 6 weeks worth of work. So I was able to save up for college. I hit a bunch of promotions, so it meant that when I came back over winter break, I didn't have to work as hard to make the same amount of money. I would come back at that higher commission level. I want to share with you a couple of the reasons why I loved selling Cutco. First, the experience that I got. I really enjoyed the personal and professional development that I was feeling and that I was experiencing. Just even from my first couple demos, I could feel that I was more confident. I could feel that I was speaking more clearly. I could feel that I was standing straighter. And it gave me this unbelievable sense of confidence. And if I knew that even in just the first couple days in the first week, well, what could a summer of selling Cutco and sitting in front of customers do for me and my confidence, especially going into college for my freshman year? I love the professional growth that I got, the time management skills of being able to map out when I was making my calls and when I was doing my appointments and when I was hanging out with my friends and when I was practicing tennis. That was really important to me because it helped me become a great student. I ended up making the dean's list every semester that I was at Penn State, and I attribute that to the time management skills that I learned even in just my first summer selling Cutco. I loved how fun the job was. It's just a cool job. We sell knives to Mrs. Jones. We're watching videos of food being cut. We're hanging out with Mrs. Jones. We're giving high fives, and we're selling the #1 product in the history of the world. I mean, when we get a chance to look at Cutco, and you'll have a chance today, it will blow your mind. It's the sharpest knife in the world, a forever guarantee. You don't even have to try to sell it. You literally just read the manual. By the way, everything is word for word in the manual. You read this thing, you smile every once in a while, and by the end you say, do you want that? And they're like, yes. Right? It's that easy to sell Cutco. Everything is in the manual for you. How to get good at something is through repetition and passion. And the more you do it and the more you like doing it and fall in love with it, the better results you're going to get. And that's what I found with Cutco. So it was simple. I didn't overcomplicate anything. I just listened to my managers and my mentors and did a lot of appointments and had a lot of success. I loved the income. Most importantly, I loved that I was getting paid what I was worth. Has anybody here ever had a job where you worked harder than everybody else, but you got the same paycheck as everybody else? Well, that's a frustrating feeling. And I had experienced that in high school, and I wanted to make sure that I was getting paid for my value and not my time. What I love about Cutco is that we don't judge people based on their age, their gender, their race, where they're from, what their parents did for a living, where they went to high school or college, or what neighborhood they live in. If somebody has an incredible attitude and a great work ethic, they're going to succeed, and the sky is the limit. Let's take a few minutes and talk about why I think you'll love this job too. The first reason why I think you'll love this job is the people. I was so inspired and motivated by the type of people that Vector attracts. Highly motivated, inspired about their future, dedicated to their goals, and positive to a fault. And I love that atmosphere, I love that culture, and I really wanted to be a part of it. My assistant managers, my district manager, my division manager were so supportive as I hit my goal. And your managers are there to help you, not just with learning unbelievable skills in sales and selling more knives and making bigger paychecks, but also personal and professional development. What I realized right away is that in Vector, you work for yourself, but not by yourself. So whether it's learning incredible skills to get better at the job, or just personal motivation to go after your goals, there's always going to be people in Vector to help you. I would give you a piece of advice is let yourself be coached, let yourself be mentored, because everybody has such incredible capacity. Sometimes you just need to allow others to help you get there. I love the team culture. I loved that I was going after my individual goals, but I also loved that I was helping my team and I was part of something bigger than myself. I loved the advancement opportunity. At a young age, at 18 years old, I was given the opportunity to become an assistant manager where I could lead by example, I could teach skills, I could inspire others, and it was so important to me to be able to have that advancement and leadership opportunity while I was going through school. I felt like I was preparing myself for my future, whether I stayed with Cutco or not. I loved the competition. I played sports in high school, so everything to me was a competition. Whether it was video games with my brothers or backyard basketball or selling knives, I wanted to win. And I loved that Cutco gave me the opportunity to see my name on the standings, to see how well I could do compared to others, and more importantly, to see how well I could do compared to myself and continue to get better and better as time progressed. What I realized mostly is that this job was a reflection of me. It was a complete 100% mirror, and when I worked hard, I was rewarded for it. And when I took my foot off the gas pedal, I saw that too, and I felt that too. And I loved that what I put in, I got out. And I worked hard over my summer breaks to create an opportunity, not just in the moment, but create an opportunity for my future as well. I love the professional skills. I love that my resume was stacked. I even got a letter from the CEO called the President's Club letter saying that I learned all these incredible skills, time management and goal setting and persistence and determination. Each rep gets it once they hit $10,000 in sales. It's an incredible resume builder for future jobs, for grad school, and also that personal validation saying, I'm pretty good at what I do. Okay, let's.
Cool. So this is a President's Club letter. This is Terrelyn Thompson's, one of our top reps on our team. And this is what it looks like. It's a hand-signed letter of recommendation from the president of Cutco, Bruce Goodman. So you guys can put this on any job application, grad school, or attach it to any resume. Now, do you guys think that you guys could get almost any interview, any job that you guys wanted if you have a letter of recommendation from the president of a multi-million-dollar sales company? Yeah, absolutely. So $10,000 in sales and you get one of these. You're going to notice that getting to $10,000 is kind of the key in the goal here, right? Dirty 30, President's Club letter, a whole lot of other cool stuff comes at $10,000 in sales as well. So next part of training, what we're going to go ahead and do is Drew's going to do a pay breakdown for you guys. So pretty much everything that he's writing on this whiteboard, I want you guys to also write this, everything that's on this whiteboard, I want you guys to put it in your notes. He's going to go through section by section and explain each part of how the pay works and how to hit certain levels and how to hit certain things. So let's go ahead and let's tap in.
Let's talk about the third reason why I think that you'll love Cutco, and that is the income opportunity. As you probably remember from your interview, there are two sides of the pay, the guaranteed base pay and the incentive pay. You're guaranteed at the end of the week, whichever is the higher of the two, not both. So the number of appointments times your base pay or your total commissions for the week, you're always guaranteed the higher of the two. Now, let's talk about how to hit promotions, because where do you think most of our reps make the most money on, the base pay or the incentive pay? The incentive pay, of course. Otherwise, we'd offer a lower amount on the base side. So most reps make more on the commission. So let's talk about how to make more. Now, to hit your first promotion, which is $1,000 in sales, we need to first understand just the basic breakdown, and those are the averages. The company averages over $300 for the average order size, but we're going to use $250 just to be safe and just to be conservative. Now, most people end up ordering at least something. Some people buy a big set, some people buy just a piece or a gadget, but most people buy at least something, between 60 and 70%. We're going to use 60% just to be safe. So what that means is it takes the average rep between 6 and 7 appointments to hit their first promotion, to hit $1,000 in sales. So every time somebody hits a promotion, that commission level never goes backwards, it only goes forward. So what I loved was when I went away to Penn State, I came back for my winter break and I got to pick up at 30% because that's the level I got to when I had finished the summer. So $1,000 in sales bumped up to 15%. Now, as you hit certain promotion levels, the one that most people or all of our reps get really excited for is the $10,000 level. I want you to jot this down. This is called Dirty 30. Now, no matter what, if you are part-time or full-time, this is a really important level. And the reason why Dirty 30 is so important is because two things happen at that point. The first thing that happens is that you made $2,000 in income at that point. And the second thing is that you're at 30% from that point forward. So if I was just working this job part-time during the semester or during a summer break, and I said, hey, I would love to make $2,000 in income part-time, well, my goal would be to hit $10,000 in sales by the end of the semester or the end of the campaign. Now, if I was more full-time, and we have a lot of representatives that are here that they need to pay for school or graduate debt-free, or they have big goals and big expectations for income, well, I'm going to try to hit that level as quickly as possible. And the reason why that's so powerful is that once somebody is at 30%, they can work a part-time schedule and make full-time income. Imagine working on the weekends and doing 6 or 7 appointments, a part-time schedule, but once I'm at 30%, if I sell $1,000, which is the average at that point, then I make $300 in income just part-time. Let's talk about how to make that first $2,000. Once you hit the $10,000 sales level, you've made $2,000 in commissions. Based on our averages that we broke down, we see that it takes us 60 appointments, or it takes the average rep 60 appointments to hit $10,000 in sales. Now, in our offices, we have reps that sometimes hit it in 15, 20, 25 appointments, and sometimes it takes reps a little bit longer, but the average is 60. So 60 appointments to earn your first $2,000 and to hit $10,000 in sales. So let's break down how quickly we want to hit that. Would anybody be interested in making $2,000 in their first 2 months on the job? Part-time around school? I think that's a pretty good opportunity. So 2 months is 60 days. If we want to do 60 demos in 60 days, how many appointments is that per day? One demo per day. So if I want to make $2,000 in income in my first 2 months, I'm going to do 1 appointment a day. Now, let's say I want to make $2,000 in my first month. Well, if a month has 30 days, 60 appointments, how many demos is that per day? 2 per day. So if I want to make $2,000 in my first month, I'm going to do 2 per day. But can I give you a hint? Can I give you a trick? Can I give you a way that's almost going to guarantee that you hit that number? Yeah. Do twice as many appointments in your first 10 days in your fast start. And the reason why is because you want to start off strong and you want to build momentum. It's kind of like lifting weights. If you were to lift 50-pound dumbbells, which I clearly do every day, and then you go down to 20-pound dumbbells, the 20-pounders are going to feel so easy and so light. So the goal is do twice as many appointments in your fast start than you normally would, and then after your fast start, then you go down to that lower number of appointments, and it's going to feel so easy. Let's say that I was interested in making $2,000 in my first 2 months, and that means I have to do 1 appointment per day. How many should I do in my fast start per day? 2 per day. Now, if I wanted to make $2,000 in my first month, which takes 2 appointments a day, how many should I focus on during my fast start? 4 per day, exactly. Now, we have some reps that are highly motivated, that want to hit this level and make $2,000 in a really short period of time. We call this the $10,000 fast start. What comes with the $10,000 fast start is you've made $2,000 in income in your first 10 days, you've hit 4 promotions, you also get the ultimate bragging rights because you're going to get your face on the wall of your office in the Office Hall of Fame. It's a big deal, and more importantly, you get to start earning 30% from that point forward, and your commissions will never go backwards. So what does it take if you want to hit it in your first 10 days?
Cool. I want to talk about that here for a second. This is for our office. Oh, here we go. This is our office $10,000 Fast Start Hall of Fame. So these are all the reps that have gone through our office, that have gone through our training, just like you guys, who have sold $10,000 in their first 10 days. So we got Marissa Feltoon, Nicholas Beckman, Jacob Burnett, Jonathan Malner, Nor Nizrak, Kayla Weber, Daniel Boyle, Tristan Miner, Terilyn Thompson, and Savannah Franzoy. All of these people have sold $10,000 within their first 10 days on the job. So as you guys can see, we have all sorts of people from all different sorts of backgrounds. The number one factor into hitting a $10,000 fast start is the amount of effort you put in. Those people just put a lot more effort in the very beginning. Now, I know a lot of you guys aren't in school right now. A lot of you guys just are wanting to do this job full time. You guys have the chance and opportunity to really take advantage of this first 10 days and take advantage of your guys' fast start. So dive in, dig in these first 10 days, go all out. So Drew's going to go ahead and talk to you guys a little bit more about what it takes to be a $10,000 fast starter.
Well, it just takes working the numbers. 6 appointments on average per day. And the reason why we say 6 per day is because if you have a couple reschedules, a couple cancels in there, you'll still probably end up hitting your goal. Now, what I've seen in my organization, what I've seen in my office is that In order to guarantee hitting $10,000 in sales within your first 10 days, it takes 6 appointments a day. But in my office, I've never had a rep complete 40 appointments in their first 10 days and sell less than $10,000. So if you put in the time, if you put in the effort, if you do the appointments, you're going to end up hitting some nice sales goals. Okay, let's talk about why our reps work hard to get to 30%. The biggest perk of hitting 10K is taking advantage of the 30% opportunity. First is the income opportunity, where we have the ability to work part-time and earn full-time income, or work full-time and make sick and wrong money. So where else could you go out at night, sleep in the morning, do a couple of appointments in the afternoon, and make $300 to $600 on a weekend? I mean, that is the income opportunity once somebody's at Dirty 30, 10K around school. Now, what I loved is that over the summer, I worked really hard to get to 10K. I hit it within my first couple weeks in the job. So the second half of the summer was so much fun for me because I got to work super part-time, but still make more money than all my friends. Now, think about it, doing 6 or 7 appointments on the weekend, making $300 plus. How many hours at a normal job does it take to make $300? My friends, it took them 20, 25, 30 hours a week to make that money, and I was making that in significantly less time. So that's one of the biggest perks of getting to Dirty 30. The next reason why our reps fight for Dirty 30 is the flexibility. No matter what somebody's schedule is, no matter what somebody's goals are, once you hit Dirty 30, it gives you complete control of your business. So whether you have a busy school schedule and you're focused on getting a 4.0, or you're the captain of your sports team and you have incredible obligations outside of school and work, or if you're just here just to pay a couple bills and just to say, hey mom, I've got a job, get off my back, that's okay too. Hitting 10K and hitting Dirty 30 as quickly as possible will be the key to you having success in this job, whether you're part-time or full-time. All right, I want to give you 6 quick keys on how to get the most out of your Cutco experience and the most out of training over the next 2 days. The first thing I want you to jot down is work ethic. You cannot always control your results, but you can always control the effort you put in. The second thing I would jot down is attitude. No matter what, having fun with the job. We sell knives. We're not brain surgeons. You know, what's the worst thing that can happen? Somebody doesn't buy knives from you. Who cares? Not a big deal. What we realize is that the reps who have the best attitudes typically have the best results. What's funny, and you'll see this throughout the job, it's a little bit frustrating at first, then you'll laugh it off, is that you'll realize that your biggest sales always come after your no sales, and your best days always come after your worst days. Even for the top reps out there, I remember a day recently where Curtis JQs, arguably the #1 rep in company history, he had a day where he went 0 for 5, and then the next day he sold like $8,000. So even our top reps have to remember that your biggest days always come after your worst days, and your biggest sales always come after your no sales. So in our organization, we react differently to negative things. Some people get frustrated when things go wrong. For us, we laugh it off, we smile, we realize that it's a growth opportunity, we realize that it's a character building opportunity or a character building day, and we just work hard and try to make up for it on the next one. So attitude is so important, always having a smile on your face, and realize that Cutco karma is real. The third key to success in Cutco is fall in love with the phone. I realized right away that this job is just a numbers game. The more appointments I do, the more I sell, the more I make, and the only way I can set appointments is by making phone calls. Now, at first, this was a problem for me because 1, I was a nervous person, and 2, I was a little bit awkward. So, in fact, when I called my best friend's mom to set up my first appointment, I was shaking, I was nervous. I picked up the phone, and I was like, nah, and I put it right back down. And it took me a few minutes to build up the courage to call my best friend's mom. Once I finally did, I followed the script. By the way, there's a script for everything. It's so easy. But even with following this script, I was a little bit awkward. I was like, hi, Mrs. Barnard, this is Drew. I'm your son's best friend. She's like, yeah, I know. I was like, she's like, I've known you for 18 years. I was like, yeah, well, I was hoping you could help me out with something I'm doing. I just got this great new job showing Cutco. And I followed the script. And I just read it word for word, and I said, so can you help me out? And she's like, yeah, of course. And I was like, that was easy. So I realized that just following the script was the key to getting appointments, and it was a lot easier than I thought. Now, the number of phone calls you make will determine the number of appointments you book. So you have to be able to pick up the phone and not be afraid to dial. So one of the tricks that we use to make sure that we always have a full schedule is something called 5 before and 5 after. I want you to jot that down. This is what all of our reps do to make sure that they always have appointments booked ahead of them. And again, it's called 5 before and 5 after. And what this means is that all of our reps just make a couple quick phone calls before each appointment, and a couple quick phone calls after every appointment. That way it breaks up our phoning time, so we're not sitting there for hours and hours and hours making calls to book our appointments, and it just spreads it out throughout the day. So it's a couple quick calls here, a couple quick calls there. Now, if we do 5 before and after each appointment, then on average, every appointment will replicate itself. And so every time we book an appointment, we keep the same number of appointments ahead. Now, this is the rule of thumb for our top reps, is they always try to keep at a minimum 5, but most shoot for 10 appointments ahead of them in their schedule. Because if you can always keep 10 appointments ahead of you in your schedule, you're guaranteeing your next big paycheck. Now, we have 0 appointments ahead of us because we're sitting here in the first day of training and we have a blank schedule. So tonight and tomorrow, we're gonna have to put in extra time on the phone. So this means, yeah, we're probably gonna have to sit here for hours and hours and hours and make phone calls today and tomorrow just to get your base set. It's not gonna be the most fun thing. It's not the sexiest part of the job, but I promise you it's gonna pay you back tenfold, because once you have that foundation set and you're making calls throughout your appointments this weekend, you'll be able to keep the same number of appointments ahead of you in your schedule, and you'll have tons of success in your fast start and beyond. The fourth key to selling Cutco is follow the program. We've been selling Cutco for 70 years and we have billions of dollars of sales experience. In fact, the training manual that you're learning now is a culmination of over a decade of studying the top Cutco sales professionals in the company. We literally took word for word everything they say in their appointments to their customers, and we're giving you the same content. So this training manual is not just for training. This isn't just basic skills. This is a really high level training that gives 100% of the potential value to the customer. So let me explain that point. I want you to jot down the word value. It's the most important thing in sales. If we're selling a product, the price is not going to change, right? If the value is below the price, it's an easy decision to say what? No. If the value is equal to the price, then it's a maybe, and you have to be a really good salesperson. If the value is above the price, which is our situation in Cutco, then do you have to really sell the product? No, you let the product sell itself. So follow the manual word for word, and you let the manual and you let the value do the work. And every once in a while, you look up and you smile and nod and make sure the customer is still paying attention. Now, what I realized is that eye contact is actually a misconception. When I first started the job, I asked my manager, I said, should I be making a lot of eye contact? And he explained to me that it was actually different than what I thought. It was a misconception, because when you have the number one product, do you want your customers looking at you or the product? The product. So if you're making too much eye contact, who are they focused on? You. If you're looking at your manual and making sure that you're giving them the correct information, what are they looking at? The product. So by you following the manual word for word, not only do you get the information right and you give 100% of the potential value for Cutco, but it also gives the customer an opportunity to engage with the product and not feel like they have to stare at you the entire time. So follow the manual word for word. The more fun you're having, the more fun your customer's having. It's like shopping with your friend. Like if you're at the mall with your friend and you're at a store and they're trying on clothes, the more fun you're having, and the more they're gonna buy. The next key to success in Cutco is knocking out your first promotion right away. Most of our reps try to knock it out in their first weekend. Now, if you have a crazy weekend and you have an unbelievable busy schedule, don't freak out, don't worry, talk to your manager one-on-one and you'll make a plan and schedule that works for you. But I want to talk about the minimum assignments and the expectations of most reps. The minimum assignment for your first weekend is to complete 10 appointments or to schedule 10 appointments. The reason why this is so important is because we know that it takes 7 appointments on average to hit $1,000 in sales. Now, do you think there's a chance that this weekend some of your customers might get flaky last minute and bail out on you? You might have that flaky aunt that has to reschedule. So if we book 10 appointments, even if a couple people reschedule on us and we complete 7, we're guaranteed to hit our first promotion. Now, let's say that we had really tough luck and we had Murphy's Law and we didn't make a whole lot of sales. Even by just doing those appointments times the guaranteed base pay, we're at least guaranteed $100 in income. And that's really what we're getting at. We want to make sure that you hit your first promotion this weekend, because I want everyone to experience making at least their first $100, knocking out that promotion and giving yourself a 50% raise and waking up either tomorrow or a couple days from now at 15%. Now, the average number of appointments that our reps shoot for in the first weekend is 15. That's an average of 3 or 4 appointments per day. So what's fun about the schedule is you could still sleep in a little, do 3 or 4 appointments during the day, and still have the evenings to hang out with your friends. So you're not giving up your entire weekend, but you're giving yourself an opportunity to get after a big goal. reps who do 15 appointments on average sell between $2,000 and $4,000 worth of Cutco in their first weekend, hitting at least one, if not two promotions and making a nice paycheck. Does it take a lot of hard work? Sure. Does it take a lot of phone calls? Sure. Is it going to take a lot of effort tonight and tomorrow to set your weekend up? Absolutely. But is it worth it? Well, I would say so. Now, our reps who want to go after an all-out max schedule will shoot for 20 appointments. Depending on how your schedule falls, you have somewhere around 20 appointment slots for a maxed out schedule. If you wanted to eat, breathe, and sleep Cutco and do nothing else this weekend, you could fit in about 20. So what would that correlate to? Anywhere between $3,000 and $6,000 in sales. It's a pretty big paycheck. Now for that paycheck, what does it take? Well, it takes a ton of effort. I want to give you an extra key as part of those appointments. It's not just showing 10, 15, or 20 appointments this weekend. It's making sure that you're showing the right 10, 15, 20 appointments this weekend. We want to set ourselves up for success by showing our best customers possible, and this is called our best 5. I want you to jot down best 5. No matter how many appointments you do this weekend, whether it's 10, 15, or 20, the objective is to make sure you show your best 5 customers. Some of you have a list that you are really excited about. Some of you have a list that you say, Drew, just let me get out there and start selling. I'm going to break every record this office has. And if that's you, excellent. Make sure you show your best 5, because if you show your best 5 this weekend, you're giving yourself an opportunity to hit multiple promotions and get off to a very fast start in this job. Now, most of you have a decent list. You have a list of people in your mind. You've got some people you're thinking about that you want to show, but it's not a massive list. It's not gigantic, but you feel pretty confident. That's where I was when I first started the job. It's probably where most of you are now, where you have some good customers, but you're not sure exactly how many you have. If that's you, fine. Make sure you show your best 5 customers, because if you show your best 5 customers, you're going to make a couple sales, you're going to hit at least your first promotion, and you're going to be off to the races going after your next ones. Now, some of you have a list that you're not that confident in. Some of you have a list that you're a little bit nervous in. You say, well, I don't know a whole lot of married couples. I don't know a whole lot of people that live in houses. I'm just not sure how I'm going to do. That's fine. Do not stress, because even if your list, in your head, what you think your list is right now, you don't feel that confident in, no matter what, I guarantee you that you have 5 people who can definitely help you out. And you have 5 people that have the means and the motivation to, one, help you, and to get some really good knives in their house. And no matter what, everybody has 5 good people we can start with. And what's fun about this job, the referral program, is that birds of a feather flock together. And if you are not that confident in your list, but you can still show your best 5 customers, well, who do you think those best 5 customers are going to recommend you to? Cool people, right? Their best 5 customers. So imagine showing your best 5 customers this weekend, and then by the end of the weekend, you have 25 baller customers who are just as willing and able to buy Cutco as your 5 customers this weekend. So no matter what your list looks like, it's so important to show your best 5 customers. The 6th and final key that I have for you to have success in Cutco is believe in yourself. What if I could guarantee you that if you worked hard in training, if you put in your effort for the next 2 days and really focus on going after a big first weekend, that I would guarantee you that you would never have to worry about money for the rest of your life? Well, I can't guarantee it's definitely going to happen, but I can guarantee the opportunity, because here's what's going to happen. Let's say you get off to a fast start in this job, you work hard for your fast start, you hit a couple promotions, and you're on your way towards 30%. Well, getting to Dirty 30, getting to 30% means that you have a guaranteed opportunity to pay your way through school, have a bigger income opportunity than any of your peers and any of your friends that you're going to school with. Now, during that time, you're getting unbelievable personal and professional development. You're learning how to carry yourself. You're learning how to build a career. So no matter what you go into later, whether it's sales, or you're going to be a doctor, an engineer, a lawyer, or a mom or a dad, no matter what you're doing, the skills that you learn here are going to make you unbelievably successful in that new venture, in that industry. And do you think with those skills, you'll probably end up being able to get your dream job in that field? Absolutely. If you got your dream job in that field, do you think you're worrying about money anymore? No. So what if I guaranteed you that the effort you put in today and tomorrow into training meant that you never have to worry about money ever again for the rest of your life? It's a little bit scary, but I would say it's worth making a couple phone calls tonight, wouldn't you? I remember starting the job super nervous, but also super excited about the opportunity. And you don't know how you're going to do. You don't know if you're going to be the top rep in your office or if it's just going to be something you try out for a couple weeks. My rule of thumb, and I want you to jot this down, is give it 2 weeks and work your tail off. Work hard for 2 weeks because, again, you don't know if this is going to be the right job for you, but you're not going to know unless you really give it your effort. So if you work hard for 2 weeks and you don't love it, no big deal. You got a great resume experience, you got some really cool knives out of it, and you probably got a couple nice paychecks. Now, here's the thing that's probably going to happen. You're probably going to work hard for 2 weeks and you're going to fall in love with the opportunity just like I did, and it's going to set you on a path towards financial success and security. Let's talk about what to expect over the next 2 days. Training is going to be a blast. Here's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to learn the entire Cutco presentation. It's so simple. It's so fun. We're going to have a blast. We're also going to learn about the competitors of Cutco. We're going to learn all the other brands out there. That way, when you go to your friends' houses, you can make fun of their mom's knives. We're going to learn marketing and sales skills. I learned more in my Cutco training than I did in 4 years of management and business classes at Penn State. And it's not to put down the education. It's just to build up how great of a sales training program Cutco has. So you're going to learn things that will blow your mind today. We're going to learn about sets and prices. We'll talk a little bit more about pay. The main thing that we're going to do later on is we're going to break down your prospect list. The idea is the more people we have on your list, the more selective we can be. So our goal is to have like 50, 75, 100 people that we could potentially call. We're not going to call all of them, but the bigger list you have, the more selective you can be and the more choosy you can be with who you show this weekend. Then we're going to learn the phone script. As I explained before, I was a little bit nervous on the phone, but it's all in the script. You'll do fine. We're going to review and practice that together. And then to end training, we're actually going to make all of our phone calls together. Tonight after training, I want you to jot this down. We'll review it a little bit later, but I want you to jot something down, which is phone calls tonight. Now, we're going to make phone calls in training, but as I said before, the more calls we make, the more demos we book. It sets ourselves up for early success. So what I'm going to ask for you is your first bit of responsibility. Realize that as a Cutco sales rep, you are the CEO, COO, and the CFO of your own little company. So what I want you to do is have some responsibility and ownership tonight. When you go home, you'll probably want to make a couple more phone calls. Some of you will want to make a lot more phone calls. So it's your opportunity to work hard when you're not in the office to really move yourself ahead. One of my favorite athletes is Michael Phelps, and he's famous for saying, what you do in the dark is what puts you in the light. And that means how hard are you working when other people aren't watching? So I want to see who's going to go home tonight, make a lot of calls, and come in with a full schedule tomorrow morning. So that's your opportunity tonight. Now tomorrow morning, we're going to start off training by going through your sales rep contracts, so you'll be an official Cutco sales rep. Then we're going to talk about all the other sets. We're going to talk about the gifts and accessories. We're going to talk about how to build up your orders. We'll talk about how to make deals. We want to hook grandma up this weekend. We want to give mom and dad and grandma and our aunts and uncles the best deals possible, and I promise you we will blow your mind. We have a packet of specials that literally whatever your family and friends want this weekend, you'll have a special that they'll be like, yep, that makes sense. So we're going to give you an easy opportunity to hit promotions and hook your family up with the cheapest possible prices that they could ever get on Cutco. Does that sound good? Okay, then we're going to learn recommendations. This is the part of the job that I was really good at. We're also going to learn how to write up orders. Everything is done on our phone right in the presentation, so you don't have to do any math. And then we are going to practice the entire presentation. We're going to do the entire thing together in training as a group. That way you're not awkward and weird in your first demo. Let me give you a couple quick tips on how to get the most out of training today. Number one, take a lot of notes. I speak fast and you're going to want to review your notes later. Number two, be engaged. The more you're involved with training, the more you're taking ownership of training, the more you're going to get out of it. So I know it's weird to talk to a screen. I know that it's a little bit uncomfortable sometimes, but as comfortable as you are and as best as you can, just try to get involved. The more involved you get, the more confident you're going to be and the more fun this is going to be as well. Third tip for training is write down all your questions. You're going to have a ton of questions over the next 2 days. Your manager will be able to answer all of them, but make sure you write them down so you don't forget, and then you can ask them during a break in training. The fourth key I wrote down is dress to impress. This doesn't mean buy a new wardrobe, but realize that you're representing the #1 product in the history of the world, and you're also representing the new professional version of you. And a lot of times when I was showing my friends and family, I realized that they knew like the high school version of me, like like the shorts and a t-shirt on the weekends and like playing sports in the backyard, but I wanted to show them the professional version. So when I was showing my friends and family, I dressed up even nicer. I wore like a full suit and tie to show like my parents and all my family friends, because I wanted to make sure that they knew that they were taking me seriously and I was taking myself seriously. But typically, slacks and a button down or a polo for guys, equivalent for girls. Business casual is totally fine. The next key is arrive vector time. Vector time is 15 minutes early, whether you're coming to a team meeting or training tomorrow morning or a conference. You always want to be at least 15 minutes early. That way you're not stressed. That way you're always in a positive mindset, and also it's respectful to those who you're meeting with. And the last key tip for training is positive expectations. Think you can, think you can't. Either way, you're right. You're going to do well in this job if you believe in yourself and you think you're going to do well. You got to make sure you give yourself a chance. So have a ton of confidence, smile the entire time, have a blast in training. Let's get to it. Well, I want to introduce David Rivas Morales, our district manager.
All right, so here we go. Cool. So that kind of wraps up a little bit of our first part of training today. So what we're going to go ahead and do next is we got probably about 10 to 15 more minutes of content. And then we're going to take our first break of the day. So you guys can go ahead and turn to a brand new page in your guys' notes. And you can title this the demo. This is the demo. The demo, the demonstration. This is where we are going to be starting our presentation. This is what you guys are going to be doing. This is going to be the start of your guys' appointments. So can I get a show of hands? Who here plans on mainly doing virtual presentations?
I'm raising my hand.
Okay, Anthony. So the majority of us. Who here plans on doing majority of in-person presentations? Some in person, some not. Okay, cool. So who's like planning on doing like 50-50, like half in person, half virtual? Okay, cool. So Spencer and Desiree, you guys are going to need to come to the office to pick up a sample kit and a blue book and a script, so you guys can do your in-person presentations. And until you guys come to the office and pick those things up, mainly focus on your virtual presentations. So thumbs up, does that make sense? Cool. So we can for YouTube, we'll find a time for you guys to come to the office and pick up those things. But for now, I'm mainly going to teach you guys how to do our virtual demo and our virtual presentation. Sound good? Cool. So with that being said, this is slide number 1 or page number 1 of your guys' script. This is going to be page number 1. So the page number 1 is going to be building rapport, and connecting with your customer. So who knows what building rapport is?
Rapport is the relationship you have with someone, positive or negative.
It's building up a relationship. I like it. Any other guesses on what rapport is?
Like building trust.
Building trust. Yes. Desiree?
Maybe building your credibility.
Building credibility. I like it. Spencer?
I was gonna say, talking to them like a human being, like a friend, so you can understand them, and then move on to that, so you can actually like relate to some of the things that they say.
Yeah, be a human. That's exactly right. And by the way, all of you guys are right. Rapport encompasses all of those things. So when you're building rapport with your customer, you want to get to know them a little bit better. So this is what our virtual presentation looks like. You guys saw a picture of this in your guys's interview. I put this in our interview slide. So what we're gonna do, first thing, slide number 1, is we are gonna be catching up, and we're gonna call them on the phone, and we're gonna build rapport, and we're gonna build relationship. So here are like the 4 main things that you guys can talk to your customers about. So number 1 is talk to them about family. Talk to them about the people that are most important to them in their life, right? So talk about like, hey, how are things going? How are the kids? How's mom? How's dad, grandma, grandpa, cousins, aunts, uncles? Talk about the people that are most important to them in their life, because guess what? my mom is probably my #1 fan. My mom probably likes me more than she likes most other people, right? On my mom's Facebook page, I look like a rock star, right? Who's very similar. Like mom's always posting about you, tagging you and things. Like, mom, I swear to God, I'm not that cool. But she's like, oh my God, you're the coolest person ever. Like, they're super proud. So you give my mom any time to talk about me to her friends, how much time do you have? Because she'll use it all. So same thing with your guys' customers. Ask about their kids, ask about their family, ask about their husband, ask about their wife. One of my favorite questions to ask when I'm showing married couples together is, how did you guys meet? How did you guys meet? How did you guys fall in love? How did you know that this person was the one for you? Those are great questions to write down. And pets too. Pets are included in the family. Pets are part of the family. All right, I got a pet at home. His name is Harper. My doggo, I love that guy. I got pictures on pictures on pictures of that guy. So talk to your customers about their pets as well. And then next, ask about their occupation. Now, this is a slippery slope, and you guys need to be very careful and very intentional during this part when you're asking that. So a great question to ask is, how's work? What do you do for work? And in the return, they'll probably ask, how's school? But don't go up to your customer and be like, oh, like, how much money do you make? What's your job? Oh, that's not a very high paying job. Like, don't say stuff like that. Don't say stuff like that. But it's okay to ask, how is work, or what do you do for work? And I always like following up with the question of, how did you know that that was your passion? Or do you have any advice for me if I wanted to get into that industry? So for example, my friend Jack Barcosi, his dad is a mechanical engineer. And so I didn't even know that. So when I went over to his house, I was like, hey, what do you do for work? He's like, oh, I'm actually a mechanical engineer. I said, no way. What are you working on? What are you building? He's like, well, actually, our company's doing the partnership with so-and-so. And he just started rambling for like 20, 30 minutes about how he's an engineer, showing me pictures of the stuff that he's building with the new company. And I was like, cool, dude, how'd you know that you wanted to be an engineer when you like were older? Like, how'd you know that this is the career that you wanted to choose? And he was like, oh my gosh, like ever since I was young, I like building things. I like figuring out how things work. And he just went on this big old rant. We had like a very good connection. And what I realized is that Miss Barcosi probably doesn't really care about Mr. Barcosi's work, right? She cares about bills, taking care of the kids, making sure the family's organized, taking care of the house, right? My friend Jack, he cares like, dad, I need money for school. Dad, I need help with homework. No one really takes an interest in him. And so when I was taking that interest and I was asking those questions, people like to be interested, not to be interesting, right? I was interested in Mr. Barcosi and what he does. I wasn't trying to be interesting. I wasn't like, oh my God, look at me and look at my Cutco presentation. Woo. That wasn't the vibe, right? The vibe that you want to go for is you want to take an interest in your customer. You want to get to know them better. Thumbs up if that makes sense. Cool. And then ask what they like to do for fun, recreation. So like, what are your plans for the season that we're coming up in? We're coming up in the holiday season. So we have Thanksgiving, we have New Year's, we have Christmas. We just celebrated Halloween. So ask about the holidays. Ask about like, hey, where are you going for Thanksgiving? Where are you going for Christmas? Any New Year's parties that you're going to? Yeah, those are three great questions to ask just to build kind of that rapport. I also like to ask, what do you like to do for fun? What do you like to do for fun? Do you like to watch movies? Like to hang out? Do you like to go on hikes? Do you like to, I don't know, ski? Do you like to crochet? Do you like to watch TV? I don't know, whatever it is, I want to know about it. So ask them what they like to do for fun. And then you're going to transition into your presentation. And you're going to say, thank you so much for taking the time to see my presentation. So this part right here where it says send demo link and then join Google Meet or Zoom. So this section right here, we're going to be doing a deep dive into that tomorrow. So we're going to skip this section right here just because none of it will make sense until tomorrow. So going down here, we're going to transition into sharing our goals. So you're going to go to the tab that says Cutco Demos. You're going to say, let me tell you a little bit more about me. And you're going to click next and go to your next page. So I have a quick YouTube video that we're going to watch. And this YouTube video shows the importance of sharing goals. This video is called How Great Leaders. It's called How Great Leaders Inspire Action by Simon Sinek. It is a TED Talk. We're just going to watch the first 7 minutes of it to really just get a clear understanding of the importance of sharing goals. Now, if you guys want to go back and watch the full 18-minute video, you guys can do that on your own time, but we're just going to watch the first 7 minutes of it. And I want you guys actively taking notes during this portion as well.
How do you explain when things don't go as we assume? Or better, how do you explain when others are able to achieve things that seem to defy all of the assumptions? For example, why is Apple so innovative? Year after year after year after year, they're more innovative than all their competition. And yet they're just a computer company. They're just like everyone else. They have the same access to the same talent, the same agencies, the same consultants, the same media. Then why is it that they seem to have something different? Why is it that Martin Luther King led the civil rights movement? He wasn't the only man who suffered in a pre-civil rights America, and he certainly wasn't the only great orator of the day. Why him? And why is it that the Wright brothers were able to figure out controlled powered manned flight when there were certainly other teams who were better qualified, better funded, and they didn't achieve powered manned flight, and the Wright brothers beat them to it? There's something else at play here. About 3.5 years ago, I made a discovery, and this discovery profoundly changed my view on how I thought the world worked, and it even profoundly changed the way in which I operate in it. As it turns out, there's a pattern. As it turns out, all the great and inspiring leaders and organizations in the world, whether it's Apple or Martin Luther King or the Wright brothers, they all think, act, and communicate the exact same way, and it's the complete opposite to everyone else. All I did was codify it. And it's probably the world's simplest idea. I call it the golden circle. Why, how, what? This little idea
I want you guys to write that down in your notes. Draw that circle, the why, how, what, 3 circles, draw all 3 of those.
Explains why some organizations and some leaders are able to inspire where others aren't. Let me define the terms really quickly. Every single person, every single organization on the planet knows what they do, 100%. Some know how they do it, whether you call it your differentiating value proposition or your proprietary process or your USP. But very, very few people or organizations know why they do what they do. And by why, I don't mean to make a profit. That's a result. It's always a result. By why, I mean what's your purpose? What's your cause? What's your belief? Why does your organization exist? Why do you get out of bed in the morning? And why should anyone care? Well, as a result, the way we think, the way we act, the way we communicate is from the outside in. It's obvious. We go from the clearest thing to the fuzziest thing. But the inspired leaders and the inspired organizations, regardless of their size, regardless of their industry, all think, act, and communicate from the inside out. Let me give you an example. I use Apple because they're easy to understand and everybody gets it. If Apple were like everyone else, a marketing message from them might sound like this. We make great computers. They're beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one? Meh. And that's how most of us communicate. That's how most marketing is done, that's how most sales is done, and that's how most of us communicate interpersonally. We say what we do, we say how we're different or how we're better, and we expect some sort of behavior, a purchase, a vote, something like that. Here's our new law firm. We have the best lawyers with the biggest clients. We have, we always perform for our clients, do business with us. Here's our new car. It gets great gas mileage. It has, leather seats. Buy our car. But it's uninspiring. Here's how Apple actually communicates. Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. We just happen to make great computers. Want to buy one? Totally different, right? You're ready to buy a computer from me. All I did was reverse the order of the information. What it proves to us is that people don't buy what you do, people buy why you do it. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it.
So that is a number one reason of why we're watching this video right now. That is the number one reason of why we're watching this video, is people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. They buy why. So Simon Sinek is going to go ahead and explain why this is and why this stands true. And then I'm going to explain a little bit why this applies to us.
This explains why every single person in this room is perfectly comfortable buying a computer from Apple. But we're also perfectly comfortable buying an MP3 player from Apple, or a phone from Apple, or a DVR from Apple. But as I said before, Apple's just a computer company. There's nothing that distinguishes them structurally from any of their competitors. Their competitors are all equally qualified to make all of these products. In fact, they tried. A few years ago, Gateway came out with flat screen TVs. They're eminently qualified to make flat screen TVs. They've been making flat screen monitors for years. Nobody bought one. And Dell came out with MP3 players and PDAs. And they make great quality products, and they can make perfectly well-designed products, and nobody bought one. In fact, talking about it now, we can't even imagine buying an MP3 player from Dell. Why would you buy an MP3 player from a computer company? But we do it every day. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. The goal is not to do business with everybody who needs what you have. The goal is to do business with people who believe what you believe. Here's the best part. None of what I'm telling you is my opinion. It's all grounded in the tenets of biology, not psychology, biology. If you look at a cross-section of the human brain, looking from the top down, what you see is the human brain is actually broken into three major components that correlate perfectly with the golden circle. Our newest brain, our Homo sapien brain, our neocortex, corresponds with the what level. The neocortex is responsible for all of our rational and analytical thought and language. The middle two sections make up our limbic brains, and our limbic brains are responsible for all of our feelings, like trust and loyalty. It's also responsible for all human behavior, all decision-making, and it has no capacity for language. In other words, when we communicate from the outside in, yes, people can understand vast amounts of complicated information like features and benefits and facts and figures. It just doesn't drive behavior. When we communicate from the inside out, we're talking directly to the part of the brain that controls behavior, and then we allow people to rationalize it with the tangible things we say and do. This is where gut decisions come from. You know, sometimes you can give somebody all the facts and your figures, and they say, I know what all the facts and details say, but it just doesn't feel right. Why would we use that verb? It doesn't feel right, because the part of the brain that controls decision-making doesn't control language. And the best we can muster up is, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. Or sometimes you say you're leading with your heart, or you're leading with your soul. Well, I hate to break it to you, those aren't other body parts controlling your behavior. It's all happening here in your limbic brain, the part of the brain that controls decision-making and not language. But if you don't know why you do what you do, and people respond to why you do what you do, then how will you ever get people to vote for you or buy something from you, or more importantly, be loyal?
Cool. So that's kind of the main kind of consensus of this part of training, is that people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it, right? And when we share our whys, when we share our goals, it talks to the certain part of the brain that invokes that behavior, right? He gives the example. You can give someone all the facts, the figures, the numbers, and the details. They say, I know what it is, but it just doesn't feel right. Right? Who here has ever been in that situation before? Someone gives you all the facts and the figures and the numbers, and you're just like, dude, I don't know. This just feels weird. Just doesn't feel right. Yeah, absolutely. So same thing with your customers. We don't want our customers to feel that. We want our customers to feel at ease. So, for example, what was the first thing that I did today in training? We hopped in. We built some rapport. Right? I asked you guys where you're from, where you tuning in from, talked a little bit, and then I shared a little bit more about me. I told you guys my story, how long I've been doing the job. I've shared some past results, And then I shared our district team mission statement. I showed you guys my whys, my causes, my beliefs. Right? And you guys are here. And you guys are tuned in. And you guys are taking notes. And you guys are ready to rock. Right? Imagine if I hopped into training today and I was just like, all right, everyone sit down, shut up. I'm about to teach you guys how to sell knives. Like, this guy sucks. Like, this is the worst. Like, why am I even here right now? Right? So same thing in your demo, same thing in your presentation. If I follow the same formula in training, do you guys think that you should follow the same formula in your guys' demos? Absolutely. So let's go ahead and let's tap in a little bit and let's learn a little bit more about sharing our goals. So on our virtual presentation, you're going to say, do you mind if I share some of my goals with you? Well, as you can imagine, some of my friends are just laying around watching Netflix right now, but I'm using this as an opportunity to build my resume and gain some new skills. So I really appreciate you seeing my demo. I'm working with Cutco because, and this is what I want you guys to start writing down in your notes, is I want you guys to write down 4 to 5 reasons why you're working with Cutco. 4 to 5 reasons of why you're working with Cutco. I'm going to help you guys with the first one. The first reason why you're working here is to be a part of a championship winning team and help our office win a silver cup. Help our office win a silver cup. Number one reason. Or I guess not number one. First reason. First reason you're here. And then from there, the other 4 to 5 reasons are all on you guys. Right? And it's not just to make money. It's not just to make money. That's a result. It's what are you going to do with that money? Are you going to use it to help pay your way through school? Are you going to buy your first car, buy your first home? Are you going to use it and start investing into the future of your family? Whatever it might be, whatever your why, whatever your cause, whatever your belief is, and something that really stands out to you, not something that someone else is writing down, not what your neighbor's writing down, something that you are excited about. When you guys heard me talk about my goals, you guys could tell that I really cared about that it was real, that it was genuine, that it came from the heart. It's because it is. So what's something real? What's something genuine? People appreciate genuine now more than ever because we're in a world of a lot of ingenuine people. So be genuine, be real. Why are you working here? Thumbs up. Does everyone have a couple reasons written down? Awesome. Do you guys need more time or are you guys good? Thumbs up if you need more time. Thumbs up if you need more time.
I'm on 3.
Well, I'll give you guys a couple more minutes. Cool. So then you're gonna say, I started my fast start contest. I have 10 days to blank, and we're gonna keep that blank for now because you guys aren't ready and you guys aren't excited enough to know about your fast start contest. We'll talk about that tomorrow, but you guys just aren't excited enough. And then you're gonna say, through Cutco, I can earn a President's Club letter, which will look great on my resume. And if you're a student, you can talk about your All-American scholarship. And then we're gonna transition into our next slide. So you're gonna say, there's one more quick thing that we have to do. The company has created an app that will allow you to give me feedback on my presentation and help me towards my goals. And then you're going to click next. So this is the next thing I want you guys to go ahead and write down for me. This is the My Cutco Rep app. It's the My Cutco Rep app. So
I got a quick question. Is what you're looking at online for us to look at, or is
yeah, so you guys will get access to this tomorrow.
Oh, okay, I see.
So this is the actual presentation that you guys will be using. So I'm walking you guys through this step by step, and this is the actual presentation that you guys will be looking at. And like I said, I'll give you guys access to this tomorrow. So you're gonna say this app is called My Cutco Rep, which is only available and used by Cutco customers like yourself. As I mentioned, it allows the company to get some very simple feedback from you on me and my presentation. It also eliminates all the paperwork to make things easier and faster. To get started, I'll have you download the app real quick, and I'll give you my 8-digit rep number and our 4-digit meeting number to enter in to make this appointment official. So on your customer side, your customer will see this. This will be your rep number, and this will be your meeting number. Now, this is my rep number. Don't write that down. But when we have our actual like demo and an actual presentation, you'll get the rep number and meeting number right here and right here. So what this app does, this app proves to me, the manager, that you guys did the presentation. It proves to me that you guys did your presentation. And when your customer gives you feedback, I can say, oh, Spencer's actually doing a lot of his presentations. Now, I had a representative last week, and this is a true story. They try to tell me that they did 70 presentations in 1 week and didn't sell anything. Do you think they actually did 70 presentations in 1 week and didn't sell anything? No, they didn't actually do that. So what it is, it's a safety net for me, and it's a safety net for you. When I checked her report, none of her customers downloaded the app, and none of her customers gave her any feedback. So what this is for you, this is a safety net for you saying, hey, Trey, I actually did all these appointments. Look at my customers filling out this report. And it's also a safety net for me saying, hey, you didn't have your customers fill out this app. So next thing I want you guys to go ahead and jot down for me is if you do not have your customers download this app, you will not get paid for that appointment. So you need to have your customers download that app. And if they don't download that app, you will not get paid for the appointment. So next thing that we're going to go ahead and look at over here, we're going to look at Tommy Smart. We're going to look at her app report, and we're going to see her rep report and some of the things that we can look at over here. So you can see that she's completed 34 appointments and has 39 appointments total counted for. So that means that Tommy has 5 appointments ahead. So she's completed 34, but she has 39 booked. So she has 5 appointments ahead. Tommy has gotten over 168 recommendations and referrals with this as well. So next thing that I want to go ahead and look at over here is these are the rep reports. So this is how much or the feedback and the knowledge that she's gotten on all of her appointments. So the app will ask you your customer a couple of questions. It'll ask you if you looked professional, if you were on time, what your product knowledge was, and then a purchase reason. So it'll give you feedback and then a purchase reason. So for example, this one said, very friendly, willing to find answers, purchase reason, need a new knife. Tommy was very professional, very well educated on the product. She made the conversation easy and tailored her pitch to my needs. I'm purchasing Cutco because of the value I see in it. What I'd tell you guys the definition of sales was putting the product in front of the customer and showing the value in that product. So just to let you guys know, Tommy does the exact same presentation that you guys do. She reads the exact same script that you guys do, and she went through the exact same training that you guys do. And this is real customers. This is real feedback from Tommy's customers. She sees the value in it. I like it. I'm purchasing Cutco because of the value, so that was a double one. I already have some, and so I'm expanding my set with a deal is a great opportunity. Tommy is doing great. So this is someone who already owns Cutco and bought more. I have purchased Cutco in the past. I know what a great product it is, and I have added additional pieces to my collection today. So you can see Tommy has sold twice to people who are already a Cutco owner. Tommy instantly made me feel comfortable. She was dressed professionally, had a wonderful, warm personality, very engaging. I felt I was prepared and had a tremendous amount of product knowledge. She's a true asset to Cutco. This is another one. This is one of my favorite ones. I bought Cutco a week ago, but I bought from Tommy because it was Tommy and I love her. So she sold to someone who bought Cutco literally a week ago, and she sold to them again. So you guys can see the feedback. So this is the feedback that you guys get and that your customers can give you guys with the app. So looking at Tommy's report, would you guys say that Tommy's doing a pretty good job during her demos and during her presentations? Yeah, absolutely. And she's only $2,000 away from hitting her 10K promo, which is pretty huge and pretty awesome and pretty exciting. So with that being said, the next thing that we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to watch a quick video that goes over and explains how the My Cutco Rep app works.
Hi there. My name is Mike Monroe, and I'm a manager at Vector Marketing. We're the ones responsible for training your Cutco rep. First off, a very sincere thank you for taking the time to see their presentation. There is zero pressure to buy since they get paid just to show it, even if you've already seen the presentation half a dozen times. Second thing, other than selling the world's finest cutlery, we want to help young people grow and develop professional skills that'll transfer into the workplace. And so if you're willing, I'd like to ask your help in getting your Cutco rep honest feedback. What that'll require is for you to download a free app on your phone called My Cutco Rep, which will allow you to speak anonymously to their strengths and their areas of opportunity. This doesn't allow us to collect any data from you or anything like that without your permission. You can read our privacy policy. That's not something we do. There are 2 download links below, depending on your phone type. One for Android users, one for Apple users. And that's it. Piece of cake. When it's time to give feedback, this isn't where, oh, if I say nice things, my nephew will get a raise. All feedback is anonymous, but it'll really help their manager coach and mentor them in the areas they need to improve. So thank you again very much for helping our people grow, and I hope you enjoy their presentation. It means a lot to them and a lot to us.
Cool. So that's where we're going to take our first break of the day. So we're going to take a pause there. When we get back from break, we're going to be going ahead and going over just some of the rest of the demo and the rest of the presentation. So with that being said, what I want to go ahead and do here is I want to kind of take a stop. I want to take a breath of fresh air, and I want to get some feedback from you guys. So Jamal and Anthony, since your guys' connection's a little choppy, you guys can just throw these in the chat box. But what's a takeaway? What's something that you guys have learned? What's something you're excited about? I'm going to actually call on some people. So like we'll go Spencer, Janetta, Desiree, and then Milena. That's the order. I just want you guys to share something that you're excited about, something that you're looking forward to, or something that you learned. Spencer, you want to go ahead and start us off?
I'm looking forward to talking to people and actually learning about what knives, why, who, what, when, why the knives are made the way they are, and justify that product. I do have a lot of questions though, but should I just save those for when we're done?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I promise you I'll probably get those answered in this
Okay.
next section. And then
did you want me to add anything else to that?
no, that was perfect.
Okay.
And then Janetta, what's something that you've learned or something that you're excited about?
I'd have to say like something that I'm really excited about is being able to use the app, because that was kind of one of my questions that got answered through the whole thing. I was like, well, then how are we going to keep track of all this if like you guys are not going to, like, how are you going to know if we actually talk to the people or not? Like, are going to be in the room or how? But that was exciting to know that you guys are going to track it that way. But I also am excited to know, like, learn about how the knives work, and like just if you guys have other products as well, and if we're able to advertise that to our customers.
Yep, and that's what we're going to be going over actually in our next section. It's going to be a lot of product knowledge in our next section. Desiree?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm pretty excited about like connecting with others. Sorry, you can hear my daughter in the back. But connecting with others, and at first I was a bit nervous, but throughout the presentation I became like kind of like pumped up, like excited, because like this is something that I can definitely see myself doing, and like connecting with others. Like how you say, like it's not about what but more so why. Like connecting with people who have families is like something important to me. So sharing those like common values.
Yeah, absolutely. Being excited to talk and connect with people is huge. And that's what a lot of what this is. And when you guys realize this is we're not really in the knife business, we're in the people business. We really work with people. We don't really work with knives that much. I mean, think about it. We're over an hour and a half into training, or 2.5 hours into training. And have we talked about the product once besides me telling you guys that it was really expensive? No, bro, we're in the people business. We're in the people business. Milena, go ahead and wrap us up.
I'm definitely most excited for the first 10 days and to like reach out to all the people that I possibly can and set up a bunch of appointments. I think that's really exciting. And also the fact that this is all online is just really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys can come to the office if you guys want. Doors is quite literally and figuratively always open. But you guys, yeah, can come to the office. But your first 10 days, huge. Your first 10 days, you guys are not excited enough. But I'm going to let you in a little secret. You guys can win a lot of cool prizes in your guys' first 10 days on the job. A lot of cool prizes. So I love it. And then Jamal in the chat box said, I'm looking forward to seeing the flow of the presentation and the reaction to the products. Absolutely. Your customers are going to be blown away when you show them this stuff. It is going to be absolutely incredible. So with that being said, it is 1:30. Let's go ahead and take a 20-minute break. Let's be back here by 1:50. Let's be back here by 1:50. When we do go on a break, just turn off your microphone, turn off your camera. Do not leave the Zoom. Just turn off your microphone, turn off your camera. And then when you hear my voice at 1:50, go ahead and turn your guys' videos and cameras back on, and we'll go ahead and pick up then. Cool. Welcome back from break. So the next part of training, what we are going to do is we're going to be diving into a lot of product knowledge. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off by building credibility in our company and talking about how we've been here since 1949. We're American made, American factories. We're going to talk about how awesome we are as a company. And then the next part of the sales process that we're going to go into is identifying a problem. So we're going to talk about the disadvantages of other and common knives. And then from there, we're going to talk about the advantages of Cutco and why Cutco is better than other knife brands. And then we're going to talk about the features and benefits of Cutco and how we outperform other knife brands. And then we're going to dive into every single one of our products and our homemaker set. So it's going to be a lot of product knowledge, a lot of knife knowledge. So you guys want to take out a fresh page of notes, and let's go ahead and dive in.
We ask the customer if it's okay if we read from our manual, because that's what we're going to be doing, and we want to make sure we let the customer know that we're not awkwardly just staring at our page. So we're getting permission. She's going to think it's adorable, by the way. When you say, Mrs. Jones, do you mind if I read straight from my manual? She's going to say, oh, you poor thing. That's, of course. She's going to think it's the cutest thing ever, and she's going to end up buying the entire set. Then we're going to transition into our presentation. Mrs. Jones, like I said on the phone, you don't have to get anything, but if you see something you like, you can get it today. Not only would you be getting a great product, you would be helping me out too. Cutco is awesome. You can buy sets or pieces, and we have tons of accessories and gifts. We also have interest-free monthly investment options, so you don't have to pay for it all at once. Just so I know, Mrs. Jones, Do you cook because you have to, like to, or love to? By the way, this question is so important because we have 3 main sets. Our largest set is called our ultimate set. It's for people who love to cook. Our medium set is called our signature set. It's for people who like to cook. And then our basic set, which is the homemaker, that's our best value set for the average everyday family. It's for families that cook a couple times per week. And those are for people who have to cook. So those are the 3 main sets. And we just kind of want to get an idea of what they would probably be interested in from the beginning. So do you cook because you have to, like to, or love to? And no matter what they say, great, you're in the right spot. You're going to love Cutco. Before we begin, we're going to need your favorite serrated edge knife, straight edge knife, and a steak knife. So have your customer grab those out because you don't want your customer to have to walk and get up in the middle of the demo to grab those knives. We'll also need a shiny penny as well as some food to cut up and snack on. Today I'll tell you why Cutco is the top selling American-made brand in the US, then we'll take a look at our product line and then review prices and specials at the end. Mrs. Jones, I only work through referrals, so I hope you like me and Cutco enough to tell some friends about me. And then you look up, smile and nod, really cheesy, really, really cheesy, and then look right back down. Mrs. Jones, let me tell you a little bit about the company. Since 1949, all Cutco knives have been made in the United States in our factory in Olean, New York. Everyone say Olean. Olean, good. We sell over $200 million worth of Cutco annually and have over 16 million customers. It's actually getting close to 20 million. We just can't keep the training manual up to date. We sell so much Cutco. It's one of the only products you can buy once, use every day, and never have to replace. Cutco is a proud producer of many K-bar knives used by both military and law enforcement agents. Anybody know somebody in the military? Yeah, Cutco is the only exclusive producer of K-bar knives. It's actually in our factory in Olean, New York. All the knives that our police force and military use are all made in our Cutco factory in Olean, New York. So we proudly support the U.S. military. Cutco is also involved.
To start off, I'd like to show you 2 products that demonstrate the quality of Cutco. Okay, so the first product is our super shears. So what I would do is either a corkscrew or you can cut it in half. So with the corkscrew, you just go around the outside like this. It's really neat. You smile really big, just nod, and they're like, holy moly. Now, most important thing is to get really excited. You have to act like it's the first time that you're seeing the penny being cut because to them, it's their first time seeing it, right? So always, always, always get really excited when you cut the penny. If you're not that excited about it, they're not gonna be excited either. So you've got to transfer that enthusiasm, get pumped, say, bam, Mrs. Who? Jones. And then who do you hand it to? Mrs. Jones. Why do you want Mrs. Jones holding on to the shears the whole time? What does it create? A sense of what? Theirs. It feels like it's theirs, which means they already what?
Own it.
Want it? What's the O word?
Ownership.
Ownership. You want to create ownership. You want the customer to already feel like they own it because then when I take the shears back, Devin's like, ah, oh, my shears, right? So you want to create that ownership. You want it in their hands the whole time. Obviously, you want Mr. and Mrs. Jones to both be looking at it. Now it comes apart at 90 degrees, goes back together. Okay, and then while they're holding it, then you explain.
The high carbon stainless steel makes them good for everything in the kitchen as well as indoor and outdoor projects. They are dishwasher safe and come apart for easy cleaning. Good. You've got to try out this peeler, Mrs. Jones, and then we're going to let the customer peel. So you're going to hand them peeler, hand them a carrot, or hand them an apple or a piece of vegetable, and let them peel. And while they're peeling, you're going to say, it peels in both directions. All of our gadgets and accessories are guaranteed forever and dishwasher safe.
So check this out. This peeler, it's the smoothest peeler in the world. No effort. This is the thinnest peel and it goes in both directions. What happens with a normal peeler? It gets stuck, it gets jammed. What else happens? I'm sorry. That just happened. All right, so is this the coolest thing you've ever seen? You want your customer to peel. The more they peel, the more they use the product, the more they're going to fall in love with it. A lot of customers end up getting one of these 2 items for what? Free. I'll show you how when.
Later.
Let me show you where we got the idea for who?
Cutco.
For Cutco.
Then we're going to talk about the disadvantages of common knives. Mrs. Jones, most people have the world's most expensive set of knives. Does anybody have a drawer that looks like this? The average knife set is designed to last 2 years, so most households waste a ton of money replacing cheap knives over and over. You probably know this better than I do, but cheap knives have a lot of problems.
The first thing we talk about is the handle. Mrs. Jones, there are 2 types of handles. There are wooden handles. Now, when you talk about wooden handles, you need to make the grossest, nastiest, most disgusted face that you could ever think of. This is the vomit on the kitchen table face. Everyone, let me see your gross face. The repulsive, disgusting, like you've just seen the worst thing that you could ever imagine. You can't smile, Dylan. Here's the thing. If you smile, they're going to be like, oh yeah, they're really unsanitary and blah, 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 right? You've got to get nasty, gross. What's the grossest thing you could ever think of in your life? Don't tell me. Okay, but think about that. Think about it, right? Wooden handles are disgusting, attractive when they're new, but they're extremely what? They absorb, and make your gross face. They absorb liquid. Do you notice how when you have the gross face on, you start like talking like that too? They absorb liquid, bacteria, grease, and germs and retain what? Odors. In several states, restaurants don't use wooden handles because of sanitation concerns. In the state of Colorado, it is illegal to use wooden handle knives in the back of restaurants. Anybody ever worked in a restaurant before? In the kitchen in restaurants, it is illegal. There are only plastic handle knives. Wooden handles are so disgusting and so gross. Mold and bacteria and odors and grease, it builds within the knife. On the outside, it might look okay, but on the inside, it's growing with microscopic insects and bacteria. Every wooden handle knife has things growing inside of it. So this knife right here, if you look under a microscope, there are things growing inside this knife, crawling around inside the knife. Now, when I hold it, as you're passing the knife around, when you get that hold, it feels like a little bit sticky, right? You get that tacky, sticky feel. All that gross, sticky tackiness, that's the mold and bacteria growing inside the knife. It is absolutely disgusting. You see how the rivets, you see if you look really closely, you can see the dark ring around the rivet here? That dark ring around the rivet, that's everything inside the knife seeping out. This is what the inside of the knife looks like. So when Mrs. Jones, when mom is cooking, when grandma is cooking, she's holding her wooden handle knife, and then what does she do? She pinches your cheeks and tells you how great you look, and you've got germs and nasty bacteria all over your face, and she touches her kids, and she puts them to sleep at night, and then she cooks your food, and all that junk, all that grease and bacteria and germs and odors, it gets into your food. Hooah! The more grossed out you get, the more grossed out your customer get. What will they probably end up doing? I've had so many customers that they would seriously, they would go like this, they would hold the tip of their wooden handle knives, and they would say, give me a second. And then they would walk over to the trash can, they would throw away their knives. Now they have a problem. The problem is they don't have knives. Solution is Cutco, right? So the more grossed out you get, the more grossed out they're going to get. Plastic handle.
Okay, I want to talk about wooden handle knives for a second. So, who wants to hear the nastiest, well, first of all, let me take 2 steps back. So, wooden handle knives are gross. Wood is like the Earth's natural sponge. It absorbs everything. And so when you're cooking with raw chicken, what's that disease that you guys can get? What's that sickness you can get by cooking with raw chicken? What's it called?
Salmonella.
Yeah, you can get salmonella from a wooden handle knife. Even if you cook your chicken to the right temperature and all that fun stuff, that salmonella, it stays in the handle. So as long as you touch that and then you touch your face or eat something, you can get salmonella just from the handle of your knife. Ugh. What's that other thing that you can get that starts with an E?
E. coli.
You can also get E. coli from wooden handle knives. And just by touching it and then eating the food from it, you can get E. coli as well. Super gross, right? And what happens to a sponge once it absorbs so much stuff and it can't hold anything else? What does it start to do?
Molds, smells.
Starts to mold, starts to smell, and also starts to seep out. So all that grease, germs, bacteria, everything that's been building up within that knife, the wood can't hold it anymore, and it starts to seep out into your food. Super gross. Wooden handle knives, not about it. Don't ever use it. Don't ever touch one. They're super nasty, super gross. So next thing I wanted to talk about with you guys is the nastiest, grossest, most disgusting story I've ever heard about a wooden handle knife. Do you guys want to hear it? Yeah, you guys want to hear it? Cool. So one of my reps, he was doing a presentation with this older lady. I think it was like one of his grandma's friends from church or something like that. and he was talking about how unsanitary wooden handle knives are. And she goes, my knives are sanitary. I make sure that I wash them by hand every single day. And like they're clean, they're sanitary. And the rep was like, I don't know about that. And she goes, fine, break one open. I'll show you that there's nothing growing inside of these knives. And he was like, okay. So they crack open one of her wooden handle knives. And in the middle of the knife handle, there were live maggots growing inside of her wooden handle knife because the flies got attracted to the scent and the bacteria and all the grease and germs and odors. And there was enough splinters in the wood where it could lay its actual eggs inside of her wooden handle knife. And she was using this every single day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, to cook her food. Live freaking maggots. So, wooden handle knives, yay or nay? Yeah, wooden handle knives, super gross. Never use wooden handle knives. They are super, super, super unsanitary. But the only alternative is plastic handles. Let's learn a little bit more about plastic handles.
Handles. What happens to them? They melt, they chip, they crack, and they what? Break. So there's melted, chip, crack, break. Plastic is just really cheap, okay? It's a soft material. It's going to fall apart on you. Most plastic handle knives are hollow on the inside, so they can come apart very easily. Right? It's hollow. There's nothing inside. There's nothing really holding it together. Okay? You see they fall apart very easily. Also, when the handle is wet, what happens? You slip and what? Anybody ever slip on a plastic handle knife before? Most accidents happen with plastic handle knives that are dull because you have to put so much pressure, and because they're plastic handles, you slip off, you cut yourself. So most accidents come from junk knives. They don't come from sharp, good quality knives. Anybody ever have a blade like come out of the handle on them? Anybody ever have that before? Okay, so the handle is it's just glued to the blade, so it comes out really easily in the dishwasher. It heats up and it will fall apart. You see where it says concern face? You want to make a concern face because it's so dangerous. Okay, you're concerned for their safety. Construction with a partial tang, weak and unbalanced, so they break easily. The tang is how far the steel goes back on the handle. Now, if you can see the tang, like this wooden handle here, the tang goes all the way back. That means it's strong and balanced as a knife. Obviously, wooden handle is no good, but at least it's a strong and balanced knife. If you, sometimes with the knife, you can see that it's a partial tang. This one, the blade is loose, because the steel only goes back part way, so it's not very strong, not very balanced. It only goes back part way. If you can't see it, also sometimes these two knives are basically the same. Sometimes it has like a fake tang where it looks like it goes back all the way, but it's like hollow in the middle, so it's not really a full tang. A lot of companies try to fake you out. Now, if you can't see it, it means it's a partial tang. So this knife right here is a partial tang, because they're hiding it for a reason. It only goes back part way. Now, this knife right here, based on the rivets, how far back do you think the steel should go based on the rivets? All the way. This is the average normal plastic handle knife, goes back, less than a ½ inch. Okay? Very strong, very balanced. Now, so the tang is very important. All right, rivets.
Most rivets are made of brass, which expands, contracts, and loosens, creating unsanitary gaps.
All of the knives that we passed around, those wooden handle knives, they have brass rivets. They expand and contract in the dishwasher. They pop out very easily. Also, that's where all the germs, that's where all the bacteria, all the stuff gets into the knife through those rivets. So it's a really soft metal.
There are two types of steel. Carbon steel is strong, but it rusts and corrodes, which is unattractive and unsanitary. Stainless steel looks good, but it's a soft metal, so it won't stay sharp and is difficult to sharpen. Have some of your knives gone dull over the years, Mrs. Jones? Absolutely.
Unattractive and unsanitary. Has anybody seen a knife that looks like this? Okay, this is a carbon steel knife. You've seen it in Grandma's house. The reason why Grandma has this knife is because she's had it for 50 years. It's still sharp. Carbon steel is a really strong metal. It's not going to go dull very easily, but it looks like a rusty muffler. What do you think happens to all that rusting and pitting and corroding when you cut? Goes into your food. It's disgusting. It's nasty. They don't even sell these anymore. You can't buy a carbon steel knife in a store anymore because it's so disgusting and unsanitary, but you might see it in your customer's home at the bottom of the drawer. So most other knives are made of stainless steel. Stainless steel, it's shiny, it looks okay, and most people associate shiny with sharp. It's not always the case, it's very rarely the case. Okay, so shiny stainless steel, does that sound like a very sharp tough steel, tough metal. No, stainless steel is really soft. It's going to go dull very, very quickly. The first time you cut with a stainless steel knife, it starts going dull, and you can never get the sharpness back 100% the way it was when it was out of package. So even after the first cut, it will never be as sharp anymore because stainless steel is so dull, it's so soft, it doesn't stay sharp.
There are two types of edges. Serrated edges rip and tear your food and cannot be resharpened.
So serrated edges, they have the points. They rip, they shred, they tear. Now, a serrated edge has no actual cutting surface. There's nothing that actually cuts. It's just the points that rip and shred. Anybody cut with a serrated edge knife before? Just rips and shreds, like the earthquake effect of the table. Everyone's trying to cut their steak at the same time. Okay. So the points are what does the cutting. There's no sharp part in between. This is not sharp. This is not sharp. It's just those points. Now, what dulls the knife is the cutting board, as you guys know. So every time those points hit the hard cutting board, what happens to them? They dull, they round off. Once they're rounded off, are they gonna work well anymore? Nope, and they cannot be resharpened. They have to be replaced. Serrated edges can't be resharpened.
Straight edges make a smooth cut, but they have to be resharpened constantly to remain effective.
All of our competitors, all of the high quality brands and stores, they have straight edges. So what happens every time you cut? It dulls. It dulls out, so you have to sharpen all the time. They recommend for straight edge knives, you sharpen them every time you use them. Can you picture mom sharpening her knives every time she wants to use it? Like dinner time. Like, no, she's not going to do that. So most people end up using really dull knives. The more dull the knife is, the more pressure you put into the cut, and the more pressure you put on, the more likely you are to what? Slip and cut yourself. The hard cutting surface is what dulls the knife, not the food you're cutting. Both types of edges come in direct contact with the cutting board, dulling them what? A dull knife is more dangerous than a sharp one because you have to push what? Harder. Now, the box at the bottom, it says poor quality knives cost a lot of money over time. If their drawer looks like this, read that box. That's $1,600 on junky knives that are unsanitary, unsafe, and what? Enjoyable. It's a lot of money on crappy knives. Would you agree? This drawer costs a couple thousand.
Awesome. And I want you guys to write this down in your notes, and I want to put that really in perspective. There's always going to be those type of people, and we even talked about it today, right? Where you can go broke and you can go budget on anything. Right? You can go budget on anything. Right? So this is what going broke and going budget on stuff really looks like. You guys are going to have customers who are like, oh my gosh, these knives are so expensive. I can get a set of knives for $60, for $80, for $20 at Walmart. Yeah, you're right. You can. But over time, if you replace them every 2 years, because $80 every 2 years doesn't really hurt that bad, right? It doesn't hurt the wallet, doesn't hurt the bank account. But over time, you're spending more money on crappy knives than if you just bought Cutco once. Doesn't that just make sense? You'd rather buy something once and replace it over and over and over and over and over and over again? That's the perk of Cutco. So sorry, that's just something I really like to kind of just
$1,000.
All right, the features and benefits of Cutco. There are 5 features that make Cutco the world's finest set of cutlery. You're going to polish and present the Petite Carver, which is the knife in your sample kit with the black handle. We're going to polish and present because we want to make sure that we're showing a knife that doesn't have any smudges or fingerprints. And you're going to say, Mrs. Jones, how does that feel in your what? Hand. And naturally, we're going to talk about the first thing they notice, which is the handle design. The first feature is our universal wedge lock handle, which fits any size hand. The universal design locks your hand into place, increasing control and safety while reducing what? Fatigue. This makes Cutco more expensive, but it's worth it because it's comfortable and safe.
The word expensive means that they're going to think that it's going to be a lot more than it actually is. So this makes Cutco more expensive, Mrs. Jones, but it's worth it because it's comfortable and safe. You want your customer to think that every single knife costs $1,000. I want them to think that this one knife costs $1,000 because when I tell them the price of the whole set, they're going to say, wow, that's really what? Cheap. Okay, so the word expensive is very, very important. You want to emphasize it. Don't be afraid of that word.
Awesome. How many times have I told you guys today that Cutco's expensive? At least like 5 or 10 times. I've said it more, yeah, like at least 5 to 10 times, right? I've said it a lot. Am I scared to use that word? No. Do I say it a lot? Yeah. So do you think that because your manager, is saying that, don't you guys think that you can say that as well? in your demos to your customers, if I'm saying it to you guys a whole bunch, yeah, absolutely. So don't be afraid of that word.
It's crucial. Now, everyone take your thumb and forefinger, press them together really tight. Really, really tight. You feel how much strength you have between those two fingers? Okay. Most of your hand strength, most of your strength is between those two fingers. So when I hold the Cutco knife with those two fingers, I have most of the control right here. Then when I grab the rest of the knife with the rest of my hand, it's a 100% of my strength goes into the cut. There's no wasted energy, no fatigues, no hand cramps. This thing is awesome.
The second feature is our thermoresin handle material, which will never chip, crack, or break. It's an expensive material to use, but it's worth it because it's dishwasher safe and sanitary.
So every time the customer puts the knife down, so Tanner just put the knife down, when I say the next feature, I'm going to nonchalantly put it back in his hand. So the second feature is, so if they put it on the table, just put it back in their hand when you talk about the next feature, but it will not chip, crack, or break. Thermoresin is very similar to the material used in bowling balls and football helmets. It's dishwasher safe. You know the really hard, tough plastic material on the inside of the dishwasher? Okay, it's very similar to thermoresin. Is the dishwasher going to melt itself? So is thermoresin going to melt in the dishwasher? No. So our handles will never melt. This is so solid. It's non-porous, which means there's no holes, there's no cracks, there's no gaps. Nothing will ever get inside this knife.
The third feature is our full tang construction. Using the extra steel is more expensive, but it's worth it because it creates strength and balance. The 3 nickel silver rivets are flush with the handle, making it strong and sanitary.
You can practice it if you want to. Right in between the first 2 rivets, Cutco is perfectly balanced, so it sits right up there. The 3 rivets, when you feel this knife, okay, you can barely even tell that the rivets are on there. So when you hold it and you have to feel for it, you can barely even tell that the rivets are there. They're locked in so tight, it's impossible for this knife to fall apart. It is so durable.
The fourth feature is our very high-grade steel. This steel is expensive to use, but it's worth it because it has the best of both worlds. It has high carbon for edge retention, and it's stainless for beauty, making it sanitary and sharp.
So the high carbon for the strength, the stain resistance for the beauty, so it looks good. It's really shiny. It's going to be shinier than any other knife out there, and it's also going to stay sharper longer than any knife. It's the highest grade of steel available for kitchen knives. Now, the grade of steel, never say this to your customer, ever, because they don't care. Mrs. Jones, all she cares is that it feels good and her friends like it. What's the grade of steel? It's 440A. It's 440A. It's the highest grade available. Most of you know nothing about that. It doesn't even mean anything to me. But if a customer asks you and you say it's 440A, they're going to say, wow. This steel's expensive to use. You guys noticing the word expensive? Why do we say expensive?
I think it's higher than this.
Build the value, exactly. The fifth feature is our most what? Famous. It's our exclusive Stay Sharp Double D what?
Edge.
It says, let's compare how the different types of edges work. We cut rope because it's tough like vegetables and meats, but will not hurt your knife's what? Edge. And remember, Cutco's sharp, so be what? Careful. You don't want your customer, you don't want Mr. Jones to be like, oh, this doesn't look sharp, and then, cut his finger. Make sure your customer remembers, especially Mr. Jones, it's a knife. It's sharp. Be careful. All right. You're going to hold the rope with both hands. Start with the back of the handle. You're going to pull back one long stroke and then go back and forth. We're going to go with the serrated edge knife first, then the straight edge knife, and then the Cutco Double D edge. So Devin, you're going to be my customer. I always have Mrs. Jones cut first, and then I will have Mr. Jones cut afterwards. Okay, so I'm going to have Devin do the honors. The first one, this is our serrated edge knife. It's not Cutco, obviously. It's just a normal straight edge knife. Now, the points on here are very, very sharp, very pointy still, so this is going to do a pretty good job. What I want you to notice is the sound that it's making. I don't care how long it takes to get through. You might have a customer, it goes through in 2 or 3 strokes. Awesome. You might have a customer, it takes like 40 strokes and it just rips apart the rope and it's like, rope all over the kitchen table. That's fine too. All you're listening to for the straight edge is the sound that it's making, okay? So Devin, you're going to do the honors. So I'm going to hold the rope. Now, when you hold the rope, you want your fingers out of the way. Okay, so you hold the rope on the sides, have the customer start all the way in the back of the blade. The reason why you want to start in the back is because when you get to Cutco, if you start in the back, you're going to make one stroke and it's going to go through in one stroke. If they start in the middle, it's going to still be impressive, but it's not going to be as impressive. So make sure you start all the way in the back, long strokes through, and I want you to listen to the sound. Go ahead. You see how the cutting board is Okay, back and forth. Okay, keep on going. Okay, so it doesn't make a very clean cut. She was pulling me. I was kind of scared for my life there. Okay, but that's a serrated edge knife. It still went through okay. Like it got through a pretty good amount of the rope, but again, it just kind of sticks in there and rips and shreds and tears. Same thing with the straight edge. Now this one, you see how much pressure she's putting on? And you go back and forth. Full strokes all the way back and forth. Perfect, just like that. It's smooth, right? Yeah, but it's taking a long time to go through. All right, so, yeah, no, I want to keep my fingers. All right, good. And then, perfect. It's smooth, but it takes a long time to get through. By the way, this is our #1 competitor. Okay, and then start all the way in the back of the blade, press down real hard, and then pull right through. Only one hand is good. Okay, and finish that off right there. Perfect. There's that one little strand. And what do you say? Bam, Mrs. Jones. What kind of a cut does that make? A perfectly clean cut. And just so you don't think that Mrs. Jones is a plant in my training here, start all the way back, press down hard, pull right through. Perfect. Half a stroke goes through, and it's like shiny and glistening. I always showed my customers the cut that they made, and I would they could see the reflection in it. It's that awesome. How sweet is that? That's pretty sweet. Is that cool? All right, you got to get excited. For the customer, it's their first time seeing it. For you, you've seen it before. So it's going to get repetitive, and you're going to say, okay, of course it cuts through in one stroke. But for the customer, it's their first time seeing it. You've got to get excited.
Unlike a serrated edge, Cutco's Double D edge has 3 straight edges that smoothly cut forward, backward, and straight down. The points protect the recessed edges from dulling on the cutting board, keeping each knife sharp for up to 10 years. And they can still be resharpened.
If they just have a couple pieces, they're going to use the wrong tool for the wrong job. They're going to try to cut watermelons with a little baby knife. It's not going to be very safe, not going to be very efficient. It's going to go dull more quickly. So if they have a set, so who's had Cutco for 20 years? Who is it? You've had it for 20 years, and they have a set, right? And if they got the big set, that's why it's still sharp. So the bigger the set, the sharper it is for a longer period of time. If they only have a couple pieces, they'll have to send it back more often, which is fine. It's just a little bit of a hassle, and it's not as efficient.
While most of our knives have the Double D edge for cutting back and forth, some Cutco knives have straight edges for chopping, dicing, and precision cutting.
So the straight edge, it's going to be sharper than any other straight edge out there because of the quality of steel and because of the manufacturing process. It's going to stay sharp a really long time. Now our sets, they come with a handheld sharpener just for touch-ups every once in a while for the straight edges. That way they don't have to send it back as often, and they can keep it in tip-top shape. So the straight edges naturally will get more wear and tear. As long as they're using it for the right thing, though, it's not going to go dull very quickly. If they're cutting back and forth with the straight edge, yeah, it will go dull more quickly. So that's why it's important to have a set so they can have the right tool for the right job. This unique edge uses expensive technology. What kind of technology? Expensive technology, but it's well what? What's the difference between a warranty and a guarantee? What happens to a warranty? It expires only for a certain period of time. What happens to a guarantee? Yeah, it depends on what type of guarantee. Have you guys ever heard of a lifetime guarantee? It's just like a souped up warranty, okay? It's not really anything special. You've heard of lifetime guarantees before. Refrigerators, they have a lifetime guarantee on the 8 years that refrigerator is supposed to last. Lifetime guarantees are on an arbitrary amount of time that they give that product for how long it should last. After that, there's no guarantee. With Cutco, though, it's forever. What other products out there do you know have a forever guarantee? What do you know that has a forever guarantee? Cutco's forever. They pass it down generation to generation. They don't need a receipt. They don't need proof of purchase. All they need is the product. Cutco is the #1 product. We're the Rolls-Royce of kitchen cutlery. We are the Rolex of kitchen knives. Feels good, right? Forever guaranteed. They'll never have to buy their knives ever again. Does that feel good? How awesome is that? All right. Cutco is one of the only products you can buy once, use every day, and never have to what? The product is your proof of what? And you can pass it down generation to? There are 4 parts to the what? Guarantee. The first is the forever what guarantee? Performance. If anything ever goes wrong with your Cutco, just send it back to the factory and the company will fix it or replace it for what? Free. For free. You'll never have to pay to replace your what? Your knives. This one says, my wife and I bought our first starter set of Cutco knives 43 years ago, and we have used them every day since and couldn't be happier. Recently, we sent some of our knives to get sharpened for the first time in 43 years. We've bought some of the newer knives, and they are as well made as our starter set. One knife and our scissors were replaced free of charge when we broke them. The guarantee is wonderful, and the company stands behind it 100%. The knives make great gifts. Can't say enough about them. This one says, my Cutco knives are lifesavers. They are always reliable, do the job. When something goes wrong, Cutco fixes it. My sister broke a handle on her paring knife. I told her to ship it back for repair, and she was absolutely amazed that it came back fully repaired at no cost to her. Now, if a knife is damaged, chipped, cracked, broken, whatever, they will either fix it or they'll replace it. Most of the time, it's easier to replace it and cheaper to replace it than it is to refurbish it, so the customer will just get a brand new one. A lot of times customers will send back their knives just to get sharpened up and touched up, and they'll just get sent back a brand new set. How awesome is that? It's ridiculous. It's so awesome. I love Cutco. All right, forever sharpness guarantee. If at any time your Cutco needs sharpening, just send it back and it'll be sharpened and polished for what? Free. All you pay for is the what? Shipping. So they send it back. Usually it's a 2-week turnaround. On the bottom is directions on how to send back their Cutco. They just go to the Cutco website. It's really easy. They click the link, they fill out the one-page form, they send back their knives, and they get a brand new set. This knife didn't even have an original double D edge on it. When we send it back, though, they put on the double D edge, so this knife will cut the rope just as well as this knife right here. How cool is that for somebody to have a product for 10, 20, 30, 50, 60 years and to be able to send it back and get it replaced for free or refurbished to perfect condition? You guys like that? Yeah.
The third part of the guarantee is the unconventional use. If you or your spouse ever happen to destroy Cutco through unconventional use, you can get it replaced for half price.
When the customer sends it back, even if they did something really stupid. Now this is like throwing knives in the backyard, prying open a paint can, tightening the screws in the refrigerator door, things like that. Is the company really going to know? No. Most times, even if somebody does something really, really dumb with their Cutco, they're just going to send it in. They're going to say, I was cutting a tomato and it just snapped. Of course the company is going to replace it for free. I've never seen this part of the guarantee upheld. We want happy customers. Cutco is the #1 customer service rating in the kitchen industry, and it's just because we take care of our customers. We never have unhappy customers.
Fourth part of the guarantee is the unconditional return policy. We have a 15-day risk-free money-back guarantee. If you're not satisfied for any reason at all, you can get a full refund. Mrs. Jones, we can't always see both spouses together, so you can try out Cutco together for a few weeks, risk-free, to make sure you both love it.
If spouse is not present, so if you're seeing Mrs. Jones and Mr. Jones isn't there, here's the price. What's Mr. Jones's value? Where is it? It's below. Why? He hasn't seen it. He doesn't know it. Where's Mrs. Jones' value? So Mrs. Jones says, man, Cutco's really cheap. Mr. Jones says, man, Cutco's really expensive. If she waits and asks him later to buy it, what is he always going to say? No, because he just doesn't get it. So we use the 15-day trial to make sure the husband loves it too. Once he loves it, of course he's going to want to keep it. He'll fall in love. So we have what's called the spousal guarantee. It was just the 15-day trial. The reason this is such a great investment is you'll never have to spend another dime on knives ever what? Ever again. You can't beat American made and what? Forever guaranteed. And Jake is one of our assistant managers. He holds a record in our office for longest streak of demos before his first no sale. 52 in a row. His 53rd demo was a no sale, but 52 in a row holds the office record. That's pretty unbelievable. Graduated from where? Littleton High School. What do you like most about the job?
The room for advancement, I guess, because I never thought I'd be like a manager here, and now it's pretty nice. So.
Yeah, and you were away at school all year, right? Jake plays football at CSU Pueblo, and so he has football during the year, and he's back for the summertime. He went through our management training program throughout the year. What do you like most about Cutco, the product?
I mean, it's amazing. Like, selling a product that's actually good is, it's fun, so you're not just selling crap.
What's the best part about your demo? What's your favorite part about your demos?
When you cut through the penny, they just get amped. It's sweet. They can't believe you just cut through a penny, so it's pretty sweet.
Your first weekend, do you remember how many appointments you did?
19.
19 appointments your first weekend. Did everyone tell you they were going to buy?
No.
How many of them bought?
All of them.
All 19. Did anyone surprise you? Was there anyone that you were a little bit nervous about that you didn't think was going to buy and they ended up buying?
Yeah, I went to this one lady. She lived in like a little tiny like shack. Like I was gonna barely be able to sell her a peeler, and she ended up buying a signature set. So people love Cutco. So.
Yeah. And what's one piece of advice on how to get the most out of training?
So when you start writing down people's names so you can like call and stuff, literally write down everybody you can think of, because the more people you have to call, the more fun the job will be. Because the only way you're gonna do well is if you have a ton of people to call. So yeah.
Yeah. And what is what's the biggest paycheck that you got last summer? How much?
It's like $1,600, I think.
A $1,600 paycheck, and for how long was that?
1 week.
1 week. Anybody interested in that?
Yeah.
Anybody make less than that all of last summer?
All right. So that's just a little bit of the features and benefits of Cutco, our Forever Guarantee. Isn't that Forever Guarantee pretty nice? Actually, like when you're thinking about it, buy once, use every single day, never have to replace it. That's incredible. Can anyone else think of a product that you can buy once, use every single day, never have to replace, and will save you money over time? Like genuinely, I want you to guys think about it. I'm not just saying it to say it, like think about it. Yeah, you can. Right? It's Cutco. That's the product. It's Cutco. Now, is that value? Does that bring a lot of value? Absolutely. You'll never have to buy another set of it again. Imagine if you guys could buy one car and anytime anything happened to it, you just took it back to the factory and they just replaced it for free. That'd be pretty nice, not gonna lie. What if your guys' computers did that? Anytime your computer broke down, get a new one, 100% for free. That's huge, right? So this Forever Guarantee, that's going to be a very big selling point. That's the calling card of Cutco. That's why Cutco is so expensive, or one of the reasons why Cutco is so expensive, is because of that fact. You'll have it forever. And what's really cool about our Forever Guarantee is that it's not just your lifetime, but it's also your kids' lifetime, and their lifetime, and their lifetime. So my mom's coworker, her name's Lisa. Lisa bought a set, or Lisa's great-grandma, so her great-grandma bought a set of Cutco in 1949. So her great-grandma bought it in 1949, gave it to her grandma gave it to her mom, and then her mom gave it to her. So for 4 years, or for 4 generations, 74 years, they've had the same set of Cutco. They just pass it down generation to generation. It's the only thing that they have left of their great-grandma. It's like a family heirloom. What do you guys have left of your great-grandma? I got nothing. Imagine that being your legacy. Imagine that Cutco being something that your kids' could use and will never have to replace. They'll never have to worry about. Pretty cool stuff, right? You think that's value bringing? It's like, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Customer, you're not only buying these knives for you, but you're also buying them for your kids and your kids' kids. It's forever. Cutco's been around for 74 years. We've survived the pandemic. We've survived recessions. Cutco, the company, we're not going anywhere anytime soon. We're not. Pretty cool stuff. So next thing that I want you guys to go ahead and jot down in your notes, I want you guys to title this Homemaker Names and Uses. This is the names and uses of our Homemaker set. So our Homemaker set is our most popular set. This is going to be the set that we're going to be really talking the most about, and this is the set that we're going to be probably selling the most of, is our Homemaker Plus 8 set. So how this section is really going to flow is that Drew is going to show you a knife. So he's going to be like, all right, this is our spatula spreader. And then what I want you guys to write down in your notes is spatula spreader. And I want you to write down 5 to 6 uses that you could use the spatula spreader for. Now, if this one knife can do 5 to 6 jobs, does that bring value? Yes, that brings value. If this knife can only do 1 job, does that bring value? No, not really. So make sure that you guys are writing down as many names and uses for these knives as possible, because the more names and uses that you guys have for these knives, the more value that it brings. So thumbs up if that makes sense. Cool. Let's go ahead and tap in.
Mrs. Jones, you can buy individual pieces, but most customers agree that over a lifetime, sets are a much better value. It's important to have the right tool for the right situation because of safety and efficiency. We have 2 larger set options for customers who love to cook, called the Ultimate and Signature set. But I'm going to start with the pieces in our basic set, which is the most popular. It's called the Homemaker Plus 8. It has the minimum number of tools to do 100% of the jobs in your kitchen as efficiently as possible.
Would you agree that if you used a really small knife on a really big job, it would be unsafe? Yeah, if I use a paring knife on a watermelon, then I'm going to, stab myself, right? If I used a really big knife on a really small job, that would be dangerous too, right? My fingers would get in the way, I'd cut myself. Also, efficiency. You have to have the right tool for the right what? Job. Generally, the rule of thumb is that whatever you're cutting, the knife has to be at least 1 to 3 inches longer than what you're cutting. So if I have a small knife like this is called our trimmer. If I'm trying to cut a chicken with it or a turkey with it, I'm going to be sawing back and forth. I'm going to stab myself. It's just way too small. So it's got to be between a couple inches longer than what you're cutting. So I need a big knife for the big stuff, small knife for the small stuff. So it's important to have the right tool for the right job. Ladies, how many pairs of shoes do you have? Way too many, right? There's a shoe for every occasion for every shoe. You're not going to wear your sneakers to a formal outing. You're not going to wear your heels to mow the lawn. It's important to have the right shoe for the right outfit, the right occasion. Anybody play golf? Okay, so you need the right club for the right shot. Right? You're not going to use a putter off the tee, and you're not going to use a driver out of the sand. It's important to have the right club for the right shot for your club for a shot. So it's important to have the right tool for the right job. Same thing with kitchen cutlery. You can't get by with just one knife.
It's the best value for your average family and starts with your...
Why do we say the word your? Why is your so important? Ownership. You want to feel like it's already theirs. So the first tool is your paring knife. Every knife has a name of the knife. Now don't worry about the dimensions where it says 2 3/4 inch. Don't worry about that. Just say paring knife. And then it says a nickname. So the paring knife is called the what knife? Air knife. Air knife. Why is the paring knife called the air knife? Why do you think?
It's for jobs in the air.
Jobs in the air. Perfect, Connor. Perfect. Who in here cooks, by the way? Okay. I didn't cook. Who doesn't cook? Who was like me when I was in high school? Okay, I was 18. It's mac and cheese and Pop-Tarts. I never used a paring knife at all in my life. Now I use it all the time. I have the ultimate set, but I never cooked when I was in high school. So do you think I ever used a paring knife? No, but as long as I followed the manual and I got excited, my customers got excited too. It's important to make sure that you get excited about each piece individually, not just the pieces that you like. Because if you only get excited about the pieces you like, you're going to sell a lot of spatula spreaders, okay? This thing is really cool, but you've got to get excited about each piece. So even if you would never use a butcher knife, like you're like, what would I ever use a butcher knife, okay? You got to get excited about it for the customer because they use a butcher knife. What do you notice that's different about this paring knife?
It has a very long handle.
Perfect, Jeremiah. It's got the long handle. What are your customers going to notice automatically, immediately? Most paring knives, they have short, stubby handles that dig into your palm. Would you agree? They're going to freak out. Who thinks their mom would freak out when they hold on to that handle? They're going to freak out, and they're going to say, all right, this one's mine. Right? If you can get them excited about each piece in the set, then it makes sense to buy a what? A set. So you've got to get excited about each piece individually. So it's got a really long handle. That's the calling card for our paring knife. Short, stubby blade. Now it's a straight edge, so it's never used for what? Back and forth. It's only used in the what? In the air. So it's called the air knife because it's only used in the air. It's never used in the cutting board. Now, the reason why paring knives go dull pretty easily in most households is because grandma sits there and she's like chopping celery with a paring knife. It's inefficient, takes a long time, plus that straight edge blade is only supposed to be used in the air because the food's not going to dull a knife, just the cutting board. Now, you can go towards yourself with a paring knife and you're not going to cut yourself. So tops off of strawberries, bananas, and cereal. You can go towards yourself. Never go like this. You will slice yourself. It's very, very sharp, but you can go against your finger if you're taking tops off of strawberries, things like that. Now, do you think it's okay to let your customer know to like mention a couple other things that it could be used for? You think that's okay? What does that do? It builds what? Value. So the more ideas, the more Mrs. Jones can see that she would use each piece, the more value it builds. You can jot them down in the margin. Now, I wouldn't add in a ton, but as Mrs. Jones is playing with the knife, you can say, oh, you can also use it for this and this and this. Just goes right around the outside. It doesn't take big chunks off. It's really smooth, and you see the full handle, so it's not digging into my hand at all. And I just go around the entire thing, just like that. It's super easy. Do you think Mrs. Jones would have an easy time with this? Is this cool or what? You guys like that? You see the importance of having a good paring knife in the house? Everybody needs a good paring knife. Right? So that's the first tool in the set. So the paring knife is used for all your foods in the air, but never on the cutting board. That's why you have your what? Trimmer. So every knife says what it's used for, but it also says what it's not used for. Each piece leads into the other piece, and they're very transitional, so they're complementary as well, so that it leads into the other piece. All the pieces in the Homemaker set are just the basic pieces, so every one of them is necessary for average everyday cooking. So each piece leads to the next one. Andrew just started a week and a half ago, less than 2 weeks ago, and Andrew, what's your favorite thing about the job?
It sells itself. It's so easy to do. You know, and it's a lot more fun than just sitting behind a desk or whatever.
Yeah, and so Cutco's easier to sell than you thought it was going to be? Yeah. And does everyone tell you they're going to buy?
No.
What do they all say?
I'm just going to look, you know, I'll help you out, but I'm not going to get anything.
What do they end up doing?
Buying.
They end up buying. And what are you at in sales now?
13.5.
13.5. And when did you start?
Less than 2 weeks ago.
Less than 2 weeks ago. So you've already made $3,000 in less than 2 weeks. Sweet. How much did you make all of last summer?
About half that.
Should they get excited about the Fast Start prizes?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
Those
and
are so sick.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell them the prize yet because they're not excited enough.
Okay.
What kind of,
Come on.
And did you have some people that you didn't think were going to buy that ended up buying?
Oh, yeah.
And how many no sales have you had total so far?
None.
You haven't had a no sale, so you're 100% closing. Yeah. And also, Andrew recommended a bunch of his friends for the job. They're all doing really well, so they're extremely appreciative. One piece of advice on how to get the most out of training in their first weekend?
Listen to Drew and call everybody. The more appointments you book, the more you will sell. I had, I think 18 my first weekend. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's why I sold as much as I did.
Awesome.
So.
All right. So the next tool in your set is your what? Trimmer. It's called the small what knife? Your utility knife. Okay, now why is this one too small for a chicken?
It's not 1 to 3 inches long.
Exactly, it's not bigger than a chicken. So it's too small, it would be dangerous, it would be inefficient. So you can't use this for the big stuff, it's only for the small stuff. Oranges, apples, small fruits and veggies on the cutting board. Who's ever smashed a tomato with a normal knife? You ever get stuff on your shirt and you get, it's just, how many slices of tomato do you get with a normal knife? This is the #1 knife sold since 1949. Okay, #1 knife sold. It's the most popular knife. It's the easiest one. It's the most versatile. This thing is sick. Now check this out. I'm not going to put any effort into this. I'm going to make a really smooth, thin, perfect slice of this tomato. And this is like juicy and ripe. Okay, this thing is awesome. Check this out. Did you see that? Look how thin it is. Is it possible to get a thin slice of tomato like that on any other knife? Check this out. You can go forwards like this. It's like a contact lens. Okay, you can see the veins in the tomato. Check it out. So you go forwards like this. Oh, wow. Unreal. Pass this around. Would you ever go straight down on a tomato? No. Why? What happens?
Squish it.
Is that unbelievable or what?
Yeah.
Is that sick? Every knife, if you build value for it, what are they going to buy?
The set.
The homemaker set. Exactly. How hard is it to cut apples? Why is it hard to cut apples? Because the core, and also they're dense, right? The trimmer is never used for spreading or serving. That's why you have your what? Spatula spreader. Anybody ever done like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with a normal knife, and you like try to get jelly and you have to like balance it on the knife and it like falls off and you ruin the bread? Ever do that? Anybody ever try to do cream cheese on a bagel, but you have to do like 25 spreads to get the right amount of cream cheese and it takes you like 10 minutes? Okay, you know the Philadelphia cream cheese commercial where it's like the perfect spread? This thing is sick. All right, this is the spatula spreader. Also, have you ever tried to cut a piece of pie? What happens to the first piece of pie? It ruins it. It ruins the first piece of pie. Have you ever, because why? It doesn't have the edge on a pie cutter, right? So have you ever cut lasagna with a normal spatula and you like the middle noodle gets sucked in, you ruin the whole thing? Okay, this is unbelievable. It has so many uses for icing, cutting cakes, spreading and serving. My dad loves this knife. This is one of his favorites because what he'll do is he'll go into the kitchen. He's a football fan. Anybody have a dad that's a football fan? Okay, he goes into during commercial break, and what he'll do is he'll make a sandwich real quick because he doesn't want to miss a play. All right, so cuts his bagel, spreads his mayo, spreads his mustard, cuts his tomato, puts his turkey on there, cuts his sandwich, all with one knife, and it's like an over-the-shoulder toss into the sink as he's rushing back in front of the TV. That way he doesn't miss a play. He loves this knife. Now my mom loves this knife because growing up we had sandwiches, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, tuna fish, egg salad. You think moms like this knife? It's got the double D edge, so you can cut, okay, goes through the crust, but also doesn't like ruin all the apples, because when you have a piece of apple pie, it like sucks all the apples from like one side of the pie to the other, okay? It ruins the whole thing, but then it's flexible, so you can get underneath and you can serve it just like that, the perfect piece of pie every single time. Is that nuts or what? You guys like this knife? Now, don't lick the spatula spreader because it's got a double D edge. So even if there's like chocolate icing on it, don't lick it because it's super sharp and it will cut, all right? But it's never used for meat or medium-sized vegetables. That's why you have your what? You have your petite carver. Now, I'm not going to use this on a turkey because a turkey's way too what? And I'm not going to use this on a tomato because tomato's too what? So it's important to have the right tool for the right what? Because of safety and Beautiful. All right, so this is your everyday meat knife. This is probably the most versatile. If I were only to choose one knife, if I had to have only one knife, it would probably be the Petite Carver. Check this out. Is anybody timing me? Is the most underrated tool in the set. I love the turning fork. I use this every single day. Now, when I was 18, did I use this at all? No way, because it was just a fork, okay? But now I use it all the time, every day. It's one of my favorites, okay? The reason why it's a favorite is because it's got so many uses. Most people don't appreciate the importance of a good turning fork until they've used the Cutco turning fork. So the tines, they're shaped to make them easier to use. The way that it's shaped is it flares out on the outside. That way you get a really good hold, and you can play the trick on the dog. It's not going anywhere. You can, you know, it's stuck in there. Has anybody ever chased bacon around the pan? Ever done that? Has anybody ever tried to like flip a chicken, but you can't do it, so you have to like kind of like flip it over the edge? Has anybody ever tried to get pickles or cherries out of a jar? Okay, and you stab it like 100 times, you like screw it, you dip your hand in there, and you got pickle juice all over. Okay, so it flares out, so it's got a good hold, but then it's flattened out in the back, so it slides right off. So it's really easy to turn. Now, it doesn't have a full tang. Why does this not have a full tang? Well, where do you use it? Over a hot what? Surface. You don't want to get hot in your hand. You don't want to burn your hand. So it is chemically bonded to the thermoresin. It's not coming out ever. And if it does, it's forever what? Guaranteed. I've never seen a turning fork come out of the handle. It's impossible. You guys like this piece? Yeah. You see the importance of having this in the set? Okay, cool. All right. None of the pieces we talked about so far are used for what? Larger foods. That's why you have your what? Butcher knife. It looks like a machete, right? Now, it's important. Even though it looks scary, it's important to have because it protects your other knives with big stuff. If you use a really small knife on a big heavy-duty job, would that be dangerous? Yes. If you use this knife on a big job, it's not dangerous because it's going to do the job, right? So it's important to have knives like this so you can take care of the heavy-duty stuff. It's got a straight edge, so it's never used for what? Sawing back and forth. It's only for a precision cut. So the butcher knife is never used on the cutting board for back and forth. It's got a curve to it, so we're going to just break the seal, and then we're going to use the weight of the knife to power through. This is the coolest thing you're ever going to see. Would you trust another knife with that? No. Is that pretty sick or what? Yeah. All right, let's go for some big piece. I didn't cut that the most even, but check this out. Is that awesome or what? You guys see the importance of the butcher knife in the set? Yeah. Who's getting fired up about Cutco? The point of the chef knife always stays on the cutting board. You never use the front half of the blade. It's always the back half of the blade. Okay, fingertips in, knuckles out. The point always stays on the cutting board. You don't go like this like you see on TV. For home use, the way you use it is the point on the cutting board and just go up and down just like this. Now, because this knife is so long, it means that I don't have to raise my arm too high. So Mrs. Jones, if she's short and tiny and has little tiny arms, then the longer the knife is more necessary. Because if she had a shorter knife, she would have to go up like this to try to get leverage on it. So this is actually easier to use the shorter Mrs. Jones is. So longer is better for a chef knife. Does that make sense? And this thing is sharp as you know what. It is unreal. Check this out. This is a really, really fresh loaf of bread. What's going to happen to it with a normal knife? It's going to smash it. I'm not going to use any pressure. I'm just going to use the weight of the knife. I'm just going to hold it with the rivets, and I'm just going to drag the knife through. And I'm just going to let the weight of the knife do the cutting. Is that cool or what? Unreal. Unreal. Check this out. And with a normal knife, what's going to happen? There, no crumbs at all. If you buy a head of lettuce in the grocery store, how much is a head of lettuce? A couple bucks, like $1, $2. How much is a bag of lettuce? Expensive. Like $3, $4. What do you get more lettuce out of, the bag or the head? What's more fresh, the bag or the head? What's cheaper, the bag or the head? Okay, so if you use your slicer, check this out. You cut the butt off there. Okay, but then what you're going to do is you just do 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and we're just gonna make half a salad. We're gonna keep this, and then you just slice it like this, and you have your salad for your family, or you can do the full head if you've got a bigger family. All right, now the slicer, it's perfect for slicing boneless meats, but not for anything with a bone. That's why you have your what? Master carving set. Has anybody ever, like on Thanksgiving, like it's really embarrassing to watch dad struggle with the turkey, and it's just a horrible experience. So this is so smooth, and it just glides right through. It's got the double D edge. It's just so perfect, and it's just, whew. So the carving fork, this is your anchor. This holds meats down. Is this gonna hold meat down? No. This picks things up. It's the turning fork. So this is for holding things down. This is for picking things up. So they're two forks, but they have opposite uses. Okay, so that's why you have to have both. Cool? All right. So that is the carving set. You guys like this? Now the nickname. What's the nickname of the master carving set? Spare tire. Spare tire. How many wheels on a car? 5. Spare tire. Do you think about it every day? Nope. But when you need it, how do you feel about it? Glad you have it. That's the spare tire. With the carving set, are they going to use the carving set every day? No way. They're going to use it every week? No, not even every month. If they just used it on the holidays, even just twice a year, even just once a year, over a lifetime, could you see the importance of having that in the set? And that's why 30,000 people bought Homemaker sets last year, because it's so important to have that carving set, even if they're just going to use it once or twice a year. All right. Then it says, can you see how over a what? You're going to use every what? Tool. To complete your set, your table knives are used for every meal, breakfast, lunch, and what? Dinner. Now, who has ever had the earthquake effect at the table where everyone's cutting their steak at the same time? You're like yelling at each other and it starts like a family feud? Okay. They're the most used knives in your set, so we recommend how many table knives per person in the family? 2. So the Homemaker comes with how many table knives? So it's perfect for a family of 4. If they have a bigger family, can they buy additional extra table knives? It's the most popular thing for Cutco owners to buy more of. So they can buy a set without the table knives. It's called the basic set. Most people buy it with the what? Table knives. The table knives come in the set already, so they don't have to buy them extra because they already come as part of the set in the block, so they're already part of it. Okay, let's compare the Cutco table knife to your steak knife by cutting a tough piece of leather. All right, so we're going to use your 2 junky table knives. We're going to use a wooden handle one, plastic handle one. Does this look familiar? Anybody steak knives at home? Okay, so we're going to use the wooden handle one first. We've got a tough piece of leather here. Okay, take this knife, start all the way in the back of the, yep, perfect, and go back and forth. You can stand up if you need to. Go back and forth. It's a good piece of steak there. All right, you don't have to finish that. Okay, then do the same thing with this one. Be a little careful, man.
Yeah, I'm going this side.
Okay. Okay, eventually gets through. Okay, Cutco table knife. Start all the way at the top, pull straight down. You don't have to. You dented the cutting board on that one.
I did
yeah.
know.
See how thin that is? Awesome. See how smooth that is? This thing is. Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? So smooth. So you're just going to cut strips of leather just like this, and you're going to stack them up. And you're going to say, Mrs. Jones, how many pieces of leather do you think stacked up would equal a nice sized piece of steak? And she's going to say, like, 2 or 3 or 4. She might say 5, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. You can stack up 6 or 7 or 8. It's always going to do the same thing no matter how high you build the stack. But we're going to cut up these strips of leather, and we're going to take their table knife, and I'm going to push straight down, and all you see is the marks on my finger, right? Because I'm pushing really hard. It doesn't even dent the first one. Same thing with their other one, pushing straight down, marks on my finger, nothing happening. Cutco table knife, we'll use a different spot so we're not cheating. And it just melts through the whole stack. And you could do it with 8 or 9 pieces, it doesn't matter. You guys like that? So it shows how the double D edge goes forwards, backwards, and straight down. All right, so that's the table knife. You see the importance of the table knives in the set? Those are awesome. Many customers like the traditional feel of a steak knife. Our 2 larger sets have the steak knife option. Now the steak knife is this one here. This is the one that I have in my set at home. So I've got the Pearl Ultimate set with the Pearl steak knives. They're really sweet. Now these just came out a couple of years ago. We've had the table knives since the 1940s. We've been using for 65 years. They're unbelievable. They're perfect for steak. Now, some customers, they were saying, well, we want something that's got that heavy-duty feel, like Mr. Jones wants that steak knife feel. It's just a bigger steak knife feel. It's more of a traditional steak knife. These things are awesome for steak, the table knives, but if they do want that heavier duty steak knife, the signature set and the ultimate set come with the steak knife option. Nothing else has that option, just the two bigger ones, but they can get the bigger sets with the steak knife option. We sell a ton of these. They're really, really cool, and especially Cutco owners, they'll buy these individually to add to their sets. That way they'll have both the table knives and the steak knives.
Mrs. Jones, it would be dangerous to have really sharp knives floating around in a drawer. Our sets come with a solid oak wood block, which looks great on the counter. So these are pressure treated and sealed. It's got the rubber pegs at the bottom so it doesn't scratch your countertop. So they come in the two different colors. So it's the oak and the cherry color. So usually the customers get whichever color matches their cabinet. So if they have lighter color cabinets, the oak looks fantastic. If they have darker color cabinets, man, that cherry just looks so sweet. Of course, most popular is going to be your wood block. If you think of any TV show, any movie, you're going to see a wood block on every single counter of every single movie and every single TV show. Does anyone know, when you're staging a home, a real estate agent, what's the most valuable room in the house? Does anyone know? It's the kitchen. It's the first room that you get remodeled when you're going to go sell your house. And when they come in to stage a home, what's one of the first things they put on the counter? A really nice, classy woodblock set of knives. We also have storage trays for storage in a drawer on the wall. That's great if they prefer to keep stuff away and off the counter. It's important to use a soft plastic cutting board. Glass, granite, and marble cutting boards are too hard and they'll dull your knives. What's great about our cutting boards is they actually sit up on stilts. So what's cool is that you can actually scoot a plate underneath of them and scoop stuff straight onto the plate. It also has a little juice catcher around the outside so the stuff doesn't get all over the counter as well. And or you can even scoot a recipe underneath of the cutting board, so save some space on the counter as well. So those are our cutting boards, and that comes with the set. The next thing we're going to talk about is the kitchen tools and the entertainer pack. When Cutco is going to think about introducing any other products to our line, it always has to fit into 3 different rules. So here's the 3 different rules. The first is that anything we make, we're not going to make it unless we can make it so high quality that we would feel comfortable backing it with a forever guarantee. Because if we make a product that's lower quality and guarantee it forever, then what's going to happen? We're going to have to replace stuff all the time. So we won't make something unless we know we can make it so high quality that we can feel confident that that's not going to have to be replaced, right? So that's the first thing, is the forever guarantee. The second thing is that it has to be dishwasher safe. So we won't make anything unless you can put it in the dishwasher. Cutco is designed for your everyday home kitchen and your everyday home cooks. So we want to make it easy for our customers. And the third thing it needs to be able to do, it needs to be able to be top rated in the marketplace. We need to be able to test all the other products out there. So whether it's a veggie peeler or an ice cream scoop or a set of knives, we're going to test it up against everything else in the market to make sure Cutco is always the top performer. And if we can't say those 3 things, guaranteed forever, dishwasher safe, and top performer, then we're not going to make that item. I love the kitchen tools. This is super cool. Most people have a mix and match set of kitchen tools. They have like 3 drawers worth of like random kitchen tools. How many of you can relate to that, right? Here's what we did. All of the kitchen tools are actually balanced to fit right on the side of the pot. So check that out, super balanced. So has anyone ever made something on the stove and the spoon falls in and you're going like spoon fishing, right? And so you go answer the phone, you come back and you're like, where the heck did the spoon go, right? So what's great about Cutco, you can just leave the spoon right there, and since it's those thermoresin handles, it's not going to get hot, your hand's not going to burn, and boom, you're good to go. This is called the chef's curve. So the chef's curve basically means that instead of having to dig your wrist underneath of something, you can just come in from the side, and so it's much easier to scoop. So you get a spatula, you get a ladle, you get a whisk, and a veggie server as well. So the next thing I'm going to show you is called the entertainer pack. And so the entertainer pack has our 4 most popular gadgets. And so I love this pack. This is ice cream scoop, veggie peeler, pizza cutter, and cheese knife. I'm going to talk briefly about each of them here for a second. I will tell you, this thing is so cool. My mom actually gets 3 of these every single year and puts it into the closet, and anytime there's a wedding or a gift that pops up, she just grabs one, wraps it, and puts a card on it, because it's so much nicer to be able to do that than to have to go to the store or the mall every time an occasion pops up. And this is always a huge hit and a big winner because it's our 4 most popular gadgets. So let's talk about them. The first is the veggie peeler. So the veggie peeler we showed you earlier, that thing thing's the turbo peeler. You can go forward, you can go backward, and it's fantastic. So that's the peeler. The next thing I want to talk about is the ice cream scoop. Oh my God, this thing is fantastic. If you put an ice cube in the scooper and an ice cube in a plastic cup right next to it, the one in the scoop melts 4 times faster than the one in the cup. It's the coolest thing you'll ever see. In my house, we do a lot of melon, cantaloupe, and honeydew. And so what's great about this is we cut it in half and then we use it to scoop the seeds out as well. So, you might be able to see that it doesn't actually hit the counter as well, right? So it's not going to get ice cream all over the counter, and super popular. It comes to a little pointed tip so you can get around the corners of the ice cream container, right? And you don't want to be cutting that thing with the super shears and licking. That's just not a good move, right? This is going to help you get there without embarrassing yourself. So no judging. The next piece is the pizza cutter. What's cool about the pizza cutter is that the steel is actually strong enough that it doesn't need to be sharp. And here's what's cool about the pizza cutter. You can just pop it right out and put this right in the dishwasher. Most people have a pizza cutter at home that has cheese in it from like 10 years ago. What's great about this is that you can pop the blade right out, clean it, and pop it right back in. The last piece is the cheese knife. It is fantastic for cheese, of course, but really anything starchy or sticky. So if you think about raw potatoes, okay, so making homemade French fries, homemade scalloped potatoes, homemade hash browns. My late night snack is like an apple with a little peanut butter. This is perfect for apples, okay? Think of anything that you would be afraid of squishing, like a really ripe tomato or a kiwi. So what's great is that it has holes in it so the cheese doesn't stick to it. And it's got a spreadable tip on the end so you can spread cheese onto crackers. That's the entertainer pack. Do you think this is a really popular gift pack? Absolutely. So that's the entertainer pack. Really popular option for people to add to their set.
The Cutco Super Shears are one of the most popular and most purchased items since 1949. This is one of my favorite pieces. I was told as a Cutco rep, you're not allowed to have favorites because if you have favorites, you're just going to promote those and you're only going to sell the things you like. But it's so hard for the shears not to be a favorite because this is one of the first pieces that I used. My parents got a pair of shears with their original Cutco set that they got from Wes when they first bought Cutco. And it was like my mom's favorite thing. So when my brother Lee started selling Cutco a few years later, that was the first thing that my mom purchased again was another pair of shears because she needed more than one. She has a pair in the kitchen. She has a pair for her crafts. And then she ended up getting a third pair later on because she had 3 boys and she knew one of them was going to go missing eventually. So my mom loved those shears. That's why I fell in love with it. Also, every time I saw a customer who had a pair of shears from a few years before or 10 or 20, maybe even 30 or 40 years prior, they would rave about it. It was so fun for me to see people get so excited and so enthusiastic about a pair of kitchen shears. Now, here's why. All the other companies out there that make a pair of shears and they throw them in their block, it doesn't hold a candle to the Cutco Super Shears. The strength, the durability, the efficiency of these shears, it is unbelievable. Most kitchen shears stink. These kitchen shears, they're called super for a reason. They increase your hand strength so it's easy to cut anything, metal wire, packaging, tough food, chicken bone, right through the toughest stuff you can imagine. Lots of people use it for outdoors, for gardening. As I mentioned, my mom uses it in the garage for her crafts. These shears are the most powerful kitchen shears you can imagine. The durability, when I visited Ole in New York many, many years ago, I heard about a test that they did, and it was something crazy like the Super Shears would section over 300 chickens before it got any wear and tear. It could slice through, this ungodly amount of sand impregnated cardboard before it got any little bit of wear. And it was all these tests and basically showed us as Cutco reps, nothing's ever happening to these shears. They are going to last a lifetime. Again, I love it for indoor use, outdoor use, crafts, food certainly, and anything that you would use a pair of scissors for. I also love that they're dishwasher safe. The Super Shears come apart at 90 degrees, so they go right in the dishwasher. They're made for left and right hands, incredibly comfortable. They come in black, white, or red handles. Now, what I love about the shears is that it's incredible for an add-on. It's one of the most popular things for customers to add on to their set, whether it's a homemaker galley or any size set. And it's also one of the most popular gifts that people buy for family and friends and also for corporate gifts. So check out the shears, see if you can get a pair for yourself one day, your life will be changed forever.
Cool. Well, I want to introduce you to Ray. Ray just started in last week's training group. Ray, what's your favorite thing about Cutco so far?
My favorite thing about Cutco is doing the demos, eating the food and showing the product. It's easy to sell.
Was it easier to sell than you thought it was going to be?
A lot easier.
Yeah. And did you have anybody, did everybody over the phone, did they tell you they were going to buy?
Oh, nobody ever says they're going to buy.
What did they end up doing?
Buying.
Yeah. And you sold your first 2 sets in the past couple of days also?
Yes,
Cool,
sir.
right at that first promotion. This is their second day training. Can you give one piece of advice on how to get the most out of training and the most out of their first weekend?
Well, first, take notes. The notes are really going to help. And honestly, if you read the manual, you're going to get it. If you read the manual, you're going to get a sale.
Cool. So that's kind of some of the knife knowledge on Cutco that we're going to be talking about today. Next part is we're going to be talking about the competitors of Cutco. We're going to be talking about the competitors of Cutco. So why do you guys think that we're not only strictly talking about Cutco knives in our Cutco knife training? Why are we going to be talking about our competitors today? Any guesses?
For reference. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just because you have to know the competition before you can be better than the competition.
Yeah, got to know your competition. I like it. Spencer?
I was gonna say use them for reference. If they have something else that they can look at, because there's only so many people doing the knives, and you can tell them why yours is better in the compared to the competition, then it just gives you value.
Absolutely. And believe it or not every single person in the world owns Cutco. Crazy thought, right? So you guys are going to run into people this weekend and they're going to be like, Spencer, my knives are better than your knives. And then you're going to be like, well, actually, my knives are better because of X, Y, and Z. Yours don't offer X, Y, and Z, but mine do. Right? So it's effectively inform your customer on how awesome and how great Cutco is compared to other knives. And you guys are also going to see how much how expensive and how much more these knife brands cost than Cutco. So it's also to put price in comparison to your customers as well. And we're also very much in a world and a time and a day where we're very big on comparing and contrasting, right? Ford's always looking at Chevy, Dunkin' Donuts looking at Starbucks, Apple versus Android, right? We're in a world of constantly comparing and contrasting. And a lot of people, they just want the best of the best, right? Like, what's better, iPhone or Apple? I don't know. What's better, Ford versus Chevy? What's better, Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks? I don't know, right? We want other people's opinions. We want to see all the options and we want to pick the best of the best. And this section allows you to do that. So in this section, on the left-hand side of your guys' screen, there's going to be a giant text box. And in that text box, there's going to have the name of the company that we're going to talk about, the name of our competitor's company, and some fun facts about each one of them. I want you guys to write down everything that's in that box. You guys can write down extra fun facts and stuff like that, but just make sure that you guys have everything that's on that left-hand side written down in your guys' notes. So let's go ahead and get into it.
We're going to go through the competitors of Cutco. We're going to talk about all the other brands out there, and we're going to show you how Cutco compares. Now, we are going to start off with one that's a junk knife. It's a really horrible, crappy, terrible knife, but we have to talk about it because it's very popular. The other ones that we're going to talk about are the 3 most popular brands in stores. So the first one we're going to talk about is called Chicago Cutlery. So I want you to grab out a fresh page of notes, and I want you to write down Chicago. Now, it's important to understand that our customers are on a homeowner's budget. Customers are on a homeowner's budget, and you are on a college student budget. And when you buy something for the home, it doesn't cost hundreds, it costs what? Thousands. Things for the home cost thousands, they don't cost hundreds. So it's important to understand your customer's position, and it's also important to not be surprised when you hear the prices. We're going to be talking about knife sets and our competitors. They're in the $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, even $4,000 range. Even though it's going to be surprising to you at first, realize that's just a normal everyday expense for a homeowner. For you, that's a lot of freaking money, right? But for them, it's pretty average, pretty normal, and this won't surprise them at all. Most of you just haven't shopped for these types of things before. So we're going to compare the top brands in stores. The first one's called Chicago Cutlery. Where do you think it's made? Chicago. All right. It's made in China. Chicago Cutlery is made in China. Does this look familiar to everybody? Anybody? Okay, this is a Chicago cutlery knife. Okay, there are also Chicago cutlery knives that have metal handles. Most Chicago cutlery knives are wooden. This is their like standard normal one. They do have some with plastic. They do have some with metal, but this is their normal one, their top of the line one. Now, every knife company has different qualities. They have low quality, medium quality, and high quality stuff. Why do different companies have different qualities? Different markets, different prices. So if somebody doesn't have a whole lot of money, they're going to go to a store and they're going to buy it based on what? Price. Okay, if they have a higher budget, they're going to get a better quality one. People buy based on price. Now, when you go to a store to buy knives, is there anyone there to educate you on the knives? No, there's nobody there explaining the differences. It's just some lady that works at, Williams-Sonoma or the department store, and she's, oh, well, this is nice, and this is nice too, right? So she doesn't really know anything about knives. Also, can you try it out before you use it? Can you pull out a cutting board and a tomato and start chopping stuff up? Do you have a 15-day trial? Can you put on a 5-pay? No. So when people buy knives, they buy it based on price. So every company has different qualities so they can cater to different budgets. There's low quality, medium quality, and high quality stuff. For Chicago, this is their most popular. Cutco only has one quality. Why do you think we only have one quality? It's the best. We're not going to make Cutco with plastic handles because then we would have to call it Crapco. So we only make one quality, and it's the best. We'd rather somebody have one Cutco knife than a whole set of something else. Okay, so we will never sacrifice our quality for price. All right, so Chicago Cutlery, it doesn't compare to Cutco, but the reason why we talk about it is because it's popular. It's really cheap. Okay, it's one of the cheaper sets. It's the best of the worst, basically. It's the most popular junk knife, and if you're going to spend like just a little bit of money on knives, and if you don't want to spend any money, get Chicago because it's just super cheap. That's what most people think. Okay, so you're going to run into a lot of people in Chicago. Who here has Chicago at home? Okay, it's the most popular junk knife out there. It's just like all the knives we talked about yesterday. What types of handles? Wooden handles. What do you know about wooden handles? Disgusting. Gross face, right? What kind of rivets? What do you know about brass rivets? Yep, all the stuff gets inside, they pop out. What type of steel? Stainless. What do you know about stainless steel? Soft, so it's going to go what? Also, what type of edge? So what's going to happen? Does this have any guarantee? No guarantee. How long is it going to last? 2 years. 2 years. Yep. It's going to stay sharp for maybe 2 months, right? But 2 years, and then it's to replace it. So the price of the Chicago set, now I'm going to tell you the prices of the sets that compare to the Homemaker Plus 8, so the same size set. Now, our Homemaker set, it's just your basic average set of knives, right? Every company has a set that looks just like this. This is just your normal size set, 10 pieces, 8 table knives, 8 steak knives. It's just pretty standard. So the Chicago set that compares to the Homemaker Plus 8 is right around $250. Sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less, but right around $250. Now, that's really cheap for knives. Now, some of you are thinking, man, that's the cheapest stuff out there. That's the horrible stuff, and it's still $250? Yeah, it's what costs, things cost money. You pay for what you get. It's the cheap set. That's like pocket change for a set of knives, okay? $250 is really nothing for knives. Again, we're comparing to homeowners today, not to college student budgets. All right, the next brand that we're going to talk about is called Henckels. Henckels. It's called Henckels. Henckels has different qualities. They are the #1 most popular brand in stores. They are the #1 selling knife in stores. They sell about $50 million a year. Cutco is $250, right? So much bigger, but in stores, they rock. Okay, they're #1 in stores. It's a really solid brand. They've been around since the 1700s, so it's very popular. Most of your customers have heard of Henckels before. It's a really, it's a household name. Everybody's heard of it. There are different qualities, though. There's low quality, there's medium quality, and there's high quality stuff. You can go to Target or like a really, junky store, and you could buy a set of Henckels that looks like this. Okay, this is their lowest quality. It's called Henckels International. It's made overseas. It's not made in Germany where their top stuff is produced. It's just a really crappy set. It's got plastic handles, stainless steel. This knife is actually cheaper than Chicago. Cheaper than Chicago. It's about the same price. Why do they make crappy knives? Why do you think Henckels, the #1 brand in stores, the highest quality in stores, why do you think they make a low quality set? Budget. They want to sell, right? And they're selling the brand. This knife, though, it's just like any other crappy knife that you buy in Target or Walmart. Okay, it's just a junk knife. But some people might say, Kiana, I have Henckels. I've got the best stuff out there. But if they have this Henckels knife, this is like, dollar store quality. Okay, it's going to fall apart in a week. Now, how do you tell the difference between a good Henckels knife and a bad Henckels knife? It's the logo. Okay, the logo. What you'll notice is that on the knives, there is a logo with a little guy on it. If it has one guy, the one on the bottom has one little guy on it. I'm going to pass these around so you can see, but it has one little guy standing with a spear. If it has one guy low quality. If it has two guys dancing together, that's high quality. One guy equals bad, two guys equals good. So if you have a customer that owns a set of two-guy Henkels, it means that they spent over $1,000 on it. You can't buy a set of two-guy Henkels for less than $1,000. That's like that's the mark for a high-quality knife or a good quality knife is $1,000. Now, anything with one-guy Henkels is lower than $1,000. It means it's garbage. It means it's not very good quality. It can't compare to Cutco at all. So when somebody says, I have Henkels, but they have a one-guy Henkel set, it's just like a Chicago knife. It's just like any other junk knife. But if they have two guys, it means they spent a lot of money on it. The only one that compares to Cutco at all, even though nobody compares to Cutco, but the only one that would compare to Cutco is called their Twin Cuisine. TWISINE. It's their Twin Cuisine model. That's their top of the line. So the Henkel's Twin Cuisine is the best. This one is made in Germany. All their other ones are made overseas in different countries, but their top of the line ones are made in Germany. It's a very, very good brand. It's really solid. It's got great materials. They have good steel. They have decent, decent craftsmanship. It's a solid knife. The price for the Henkel set for the Twin Cuisine is right around $2,000. The list price is right around $2,300, but let's just call it $2,000 just to make it easier. So $2,000 for the Henkel's Twin Cuisine. Now for that price, it's worth it for how long it's going to last. It's going to last about 10 years, maybe 15 if they take really good care of it. There are some differences between Henkel's and Cutco. There are some minor differences. For example, on the Henkel's brochure, it says Henkel's knives are dishwasher safe. But it's got a little asterisk next to it, and on the bottom of the brochure, next to the asterisk, it says not recommended. So they say dishwasher safe, but not recommended because it's not covered under the guarantee, and they don't trust their knives in the dishwasher. But it's dishwasher safe. All right, so there are little differences like that. There are two major differences that I want you to write down. The first major difference with Henkel's is that Henkel's knives are all straight edges, so they come with one of these. What is this? Sharpener. So they expect their customers to do what? Do you think most customers know how to sharpen their own knives? No. Even if they think they do you think they do it the right way? Or do you think they do it as often as they should? You're supposed to sharpen a straight edge knife every time you use it. It's pretty useless. It comes in their set, but they don't even recommend to use it. The Henkel's brochure says you can use the sharpening rod, but we recommend taking it to a professional what? Sharpener. Costs anywhere from $40 to $60 to sharpen a set of knives. Okay, maybe $30 if you get a good deal. But if you have to sharpen it a couple times a year, it's like $100 a year to keep your knives sharp. Over 10 years, it's $1,000 just to keep your knives sharp. It's a lot of money. All high quality knives have straight edges. All of our competitors, every single one, the best stuff out there, they're all straight edges. So what happens is Mrs. Jones goes to the store and she drops $2,000 on this set of Henkels. It's a really good knife. It's going to be sharp. It's a great knife as long as they keep it sharp. But does anybody use that sharpening stone that Isaiah's talking about? No. Most of your customers don't even know what that is. They wouldn't know how to use it, and they wouldn't do it as often as they should. So most customers, they go out, they spend $2,000, they swipe their credit card. Can they put it on a 5-pay? No. Can they try it out first? No. Can they return it if they don't like it? No. $2,000 dropped, and then they use it after a month or two. This knife right here, okay, this Henkel's knife, which is part of a $2,000 set, compared to this Chicago knife, they look the same, right? They cut the same too. Why? Because we don't sharpen it all the time. And if you don't sharpen this all the time, they're going to be the same effective. They're going to have the same effectiveness. So this is $200. This is $2,000, but they're going to do the same job. So what happens is most customers, they end up spending $2,000 on a Chicago knife with a Henkel's logo on it. Does that make sense? So that's the big misconception with high quality knives. The second major difference is the guarantee. Henkel's has a warranty on defects. A warranty on defects. What does that mean? What's a warranty on defects mean? If the manufacturer, if it was made incorrectly, then they'll be replaced. Do you think they ever make it incorrectly? No, it's a knife. So it's only manufacturer's defects. As long as it's made correctly, there's no guarantee. So basically, they have no guarantee. So just based on the edges alone and the guarantee, so the edges and the guarantee together, would you agree that Cutco's at least twice as good as Henkel's? I would say it's 10 times good. When something offers twice the quality and twice the value, what does it ask for in price? Twice the price. Just, yeah, you pay for what you get, right? In kitchen knives, that's what happens. All right, so that's Henkel's. The next one is called Wusthof. Wusthof is very, very, very similar to Henkel's. It's almost the same knife, the same style. They're a little bit better quality. Henkel's been around longer, so it's more popular, but Wusthof is actually a better set. It's the same thing, though, because it's got different qualities. You can buy a Wusthof like this. Is called the Wusthof Grand Prix. Now, somebody might buy this for a couple $100 and think, I've got Wusthof, but this is just a junky knife. This is like a Chicago knife, but it's got the Wusthof name on it. But if they buy the good one, it's going to be high quality. The good one is called the Icon Blackwood. IKON Blackwood. And that's their top of the line. That's the only one that compares to Cutco. If I didn't have Cutco, I'd get the Wusthof Icon Blackwood. It's a great set. It's going to last 10 to 15 years if they keep it in good shape. The only difference is the same as Henkel's. It's got straight edges, so what do I have to do all the time? Sharpen it. It's going to go dull pretty quickly, and then it's got no guarantee. So it's the same thing as Henkel's. It's got no guarantee and straight edges. Now the Wusthof set is $3,325. Now they can get it on sale for less. I've seen some really incredible sale prices that they can get it for right at $2,000, and for that price, it's a steal. It's a really good set. Very, very high quality set. If I didn't have Cutco, I definitely have Wusthof. It's an awesome, awesome knife. $3,325, $2,000 on sale. That's the Icon Blackwood. Now, the next one is called Shun. Shun, by the way, Wusthof is a German brand also. Shun is a Japanese brand. It's very, very popular. It's more expensive. It's about $4,300 for the Shun set. Same thing as Wusthof and Henkel's though. It's got straight edges and no guarantee. This is the Shun Kaji. This is the one that's compared to the Cutco set. Doesn't it look like the Homemaker? All right, it's got this one only has 6 table knives, but ours has 8. Either way, it's about the same size set. It's $4,085 on sale for $2,700. This is the Wusthof Gourmet. The Wusthof Gourmet has stainless steel handles and plastic handles. It's not very good. It's still $1,000. Why? Because they're selling the name. Based on just the guarantees alone, would you agree that Cutco is at least twice as good as Henkel's? Yeah. So when something offers twice the quality, twice the value, you're talking twice the price. So we're going to base it off of the, we're actually going to base it off of the Wusthof set off the sale price though. Twice the quality, twice the value, you're talking twice the price. That's $39.99 for a comparable set of Cutco to that Wusthof set. Logically, does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about high quality, because when I first started, I was like, holy moly, it's a lot of money. I just didn't get it. Like, if you gave me $4,000, I'd roll around naked in $4,000. I mean, like, I wouldn't buy kitchen knives. I would go and spend it on anything else, right? Because I was 18. I wasn't in the market. So it's important to put yourself in your customer's shoes. Now, which one's the most expensive one up here? Think outside the box. Which one's the most expensive? Okay, Chicago's the most expensive. Why? Replace. If you have to replace it every 2 years, over 40 years, it's 20 replacements. 250 times 20 is $5,000. Now you're going to have to spend a couple, you're going to have to replace your Henkel's and your Wusthof a couple times too. Essentially, it's going to come out to the same. If you buy cheap knives or if you buy good quality knives, they cost the same amount over time. At first, the cheap knives are cheaper, right? So that's why people get into that habit, but it's just going to add up. Has anybody ever had that before, where you buy something like over and over and over again, and eventually you're like, man, this is getting expensive, right? So that's what happens with cheap knives. It's just as easy to sell your customers a set of Cutco if they have Chicago or if they have Two Guy Henkel's or Wusthof. When people have high quality knives, they get it, they understand it, they appreciate the value, and if they've spent the money before, will they spend the money again? Yeah, absolutely. So it's really easy. Actually, my best customers were the ones that had Shun and Wusthof and Henkel's, because they already understood it, so I didn't have to sell them on value. They just got it, and they're like, well, Cutco's better, I might as well get that. Okay. Or they can, the people that have Chicago and junky knives, they have crappy knives, and they don't want to, buy their knives over and over and over again. So it's really easy to sell somebody whether they have a good set or a low quality set. You can't get a good set of knives for under $1,000. $1,000 is good, $2,000 is great, $3,000 plus is the best. That's just how knives work. It's just, and again, as Yusuf said, your customers aren't going to be surprised. I want you to think about this though, because the cheap knives, let's say you buy a cheap knife from Walmart, like a $20 cheap knife from Walmart. Who's got the cheap $20 Walmart knives at home? Okay. Now, do you just have one knife? No. How many do you have? You have a whole drawer full of them. So I want you to go home, and when you go home today, I want you to look at all those cheap knives. And every time you look at a knife, I want you to point to it, and I want you to say 20. Because that cheap $20 Walmart knife, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, that drawer is probably $400 or $500 worth of cheap Walmart knives. And they have to keep on getting recycled and replaced every couple of years. So every couple of years, you're recycling that. It's like $500 every couple of years. Does that make sense? So even your customers that are on super low budget, even your brokest of broke customers, they have a drawer full of $500 worth of crap. So can everybody afford good quality knives? Yeah, it's just a matter of perspective. That's what the point of your demo is, to show them and help them understand the importance of buying good quality knives. So every time you see a junk knife, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, it adds up pretty quickly. So just keep that in mind. It pays to get high quality stuff because it's safer and it's more efficient. Let's compare Cutco to Henkel's. Henkel's has good handles. They have good handles. Cutco has thermoresin handles. Is it more expensive to use thermoresin? Yes. Why is it worth it? Dishwasher safe and durable. Okay. How about the wedge lock design? Is it more expensive to have wedge lock design? Why is it worth it though? It's safer, more comfortable. Exactly. How about the steel? Henkel's has good steel. Their steel, the grade of steel is 420A. Does anyone remember what the grade of Cutco is? So it's one grade higher. They have good steel. We have great steel. Is it more expensive to have great steel? Yeah. Why is it worth it? Lasts longer. Exactly. It's durable. It looks shiny and nice and new. Like this is shiny, sort of. This is really shiny. They have straight edges. Cutco has double D edge. The double D edge, you remember from the video from your interview where it had the granite spinning wheels that were cutting the double D edge into the knife? The granite spinning wheel has crushed diamonds in it. Each wheel costs $9,000. They have, I don't even know how many wheels they have, obviously for all the different stations where they're putting on handmade double D edges onto the knives. It's a lot of money just to put the double D edge on. Is it worth it? Yeah. Forever guarantee. Is it more expensive? Yeah. Why is it worth it? Better quality, and it's going to last what? Forever. You never have to buy knives ever again. So it costs a lot more to make a Cutco knife. So naturally more expensive, but it's worth it to the customer because they never buy knives ever again in their entire life. So very, very important to understand that. Also, there are 31 steps in the manufacturing process for Cutco. Most knife companies have less than half of that many steps. It takes 2 full weeks to make a Cutco knife. Now, we have a lot in stock. Don't worry, they get it quicker. But it takes 2 full weeks for a Cutco knife to be made. We take so much pride and so much care in making our product. It's American made. Is that more expensive? Yeah, if you used to pay American factory workers a lot of money. The average factory worker in the Cutco factory has been there for over 20 years. It's a long time. A lot of experience. It's handmade. It's handmade. It's the best quality in the world. So it's more expensive. Is it okay to pay more for good quality products? Yeah. Has anybody ever spent a lot of money on something that you really appreciated, and every time you looked at it, wore it, felt it, used it, whatever, you really thanked yourself over and over? Has anybody ever bought something really cheap and then you regretted it like a day later or right after?
Yeah, who's heard me say this stuff before? Just kidding. But so this next part of training right here is we're going to be going over the sales process, and we're going to be going over the sales process and how much our Homemaker Plus 8 set costs. We probably have about 30 more minutes in this section. We're probably going to wrap up right around 4 o'clock. So this next section is going to be one of the most key and one of the most important parts of training today. This section right here, the next 10 minutes, will directly lead to your sales success. All right. So we really need to tap in right here. We need to tap in, take great notes, and be very intentional throughout the next like 10 to 15 minutes, because this next section will produce major results for you. Are you guys ready? Let's do it.
Entire life. Yeah. You would buy it if I gave you until midnight tonight? Would you come up with it? Would you find a way? Who else would find a way? $4 grand for tank gas, forever guaranteed. You never buy it again. Why? It's worth it. It's a lot of money up front, but it pays itself off over time. That's the philosophy for Cutco. We'd rather explain the price once than apologize for poor quality over and over and over again. I want to talk about closing. Closing is the process of making the sale, sealing the deal, asking for the order, smiling and nodding your head. Smile and nod. That's closing. It's very laid back. Now, we don't have to be in their face high pressure because we have the best product in the world. It's very laid back, very simple. When we close, we start with the Homemaker Plus 8. Why do we start with the Homemaker Plus 8? Best value for the average family. It's for customers who cook 2 to 3 times a week for family dinners. If they're cooking every day, they need something bigger. The Homemaker is way too small. It's just for the average family. Who knows somebody who cooks a lot more? Okay, they're going to need the bigger stuff. But the Homemaker is the basic set for the average family. Now, we show everyone no matter what, even if we don't think they're going to buy it. Why do we do that? See it. So they can see it. Do you ever know what somebody's spending habits are? Who knows somebody who's like a jeans and t-shirts person but has more money than God? You would never know, right? Who knows somebody who doesn't have a big house but they have a super fancy car? Who knows somebody who doesn't have a fancy house or a car but they go on vacation like every weekend? You never know what somebody's spending habits are. So you have to show everyone because you never know. Your most unlikely customers will be your biggest sales. They will surprise the heck out of you. Would you agree that Cutco brings the family together? Who here has an uncle or a family member that doesn't live lavishly, but every time there's a family event, they throw down? Like big barbecues and family events and family reunions and stuff like that. Those are the people who buy the signature sets and ultimate sets. Any excuse they have to bring the family together, they're going to spend a lot of money. They won't spend it on themselves, but Cutco is a family purchase. So those customers that do the barbecues and all those big events, they're going to buy the big sets, and it will surprise the heck out of you. The second reason why you have to show everyone the homemaker no matter what is because you have to show value. If Dylan's customers just picked out individual pieces and you said, okay, here are these 3 pieces, here's the price, there's no perspective. If you go and shop for a car, like for a BMW, they're going to show you the 7 Series first and then the 5, then the 3. They're not going to just show you the 3 first because there's no comparison. So you have to start high and then what we call drop down. So in sales, it's a process called dropping down. You start from the higher price and then you go to the lower price. It's called dropping down. So they have to see all the options to understand. Also, if Ryan shows the homemaker and then the customer ends up just buying 2 pieces, if he goes straight from the homemaker to those 2 pieces, it's too big of a gap. Too big of a gap, they're going to lose it, they won't understand the value, and it's not going to turn out well. But if they go one step at a time, baby steps, then it makes sense to the customer and they can see the value. The third reason is that you have to respect your customers. If you don't ask your customer to buy, so let's say Kristen is sitting in her customer's house and she shows them the homemaker, but she doesn't ask confidently. If she says, so do you think that you want to get it? It's clearly telling them that she doesn't think they have enough what? Money. And that's disrespectful. You've got to ask confidently. Has anybody ever been to a store and the salesperson ignored you? You ever been there? Okay, doesn't feel good, does it? Have you ever been to a store when you knew that you couldn't even afford the rack that the clothes or the hanger that the clothes were sitting on, but somebody asked you if you needed help and it made you feel good, right? You ever do that, ladies? You go into a really expensive store just to look around. Somebody asks you if you want help. You're like, no, I'm just looking. I'm just browsing. Okay, but it feels good because it's a sign of respect. You have to ask your customers every single time, no matter what, to buy the Homemaker Plus 8, and you have to ask with confidence and expect them to say yes, because otherwise it's disrespectful. If they say no, no big deal. No big deal. You're not going to be like, oh, man, dumb. No, you say, okay, no big deal. Let me show you the next set. And then we just drop down. Okay, we go to the next set. Now, 18,000 people bought the galley set last year. That means 18,000 people said no to the homemaker. Do you think the rep freaked out and like tucked and rolled out the front door? No. They said, no big deal. Let me show you the next one. Okay, and they showed the galley set, and 18,000 people said yes. It's only missing 3 pieces. It's like the same set. It's awesome. 18,000 people bought it. So you just have to be confident and you just drop down. It's, hey, would you like to go in and get that today? Smile. It's very laid back. It's not like you're going to get it, right? So, yeah, it's just super laid back, super easy. Here's the thing. Cutco is such a great value that if they get it, they're going to get it. If not, you just drop down, you find what is in their budget. But we do this process called dropping down. That way some people will get the stuff at the top, some people get the smaller sets, and some people get individual pieces. Whatever their comfort level is, by the time you get there, they say yes, you write up the order, you high five, you hug it out, right? So it's a very, very easy process. Does the Mercedes dealer drive a Mercedes? No. He drives the beat up piece of junk in the back. But he talks to his customers as if he drives a what? You have to talk to customers at their own level. If you say, do you want to go ahead and get this set today? Right? And you ask if you're constipated and you ask, it's not gonna work. Now, if a Mercedes dealer said to his customer, if Connor's trying to buy a Mercedes and I'm selling him one, I'm not gonna be like, it's like $65,000. No, they just say, hey, it's 65. How does that sound? Make sense? So you have to ask with confidence. All right. When they say no, no big deal. No's are actually good because if they say no, then it gives you an opportunity to just go down to the next set. Right? Not everyone's going to buy the homemaker. A lot of people do. But when they say no, it's a good thing. Every no leads to a yes. No's are actually positives. How many out of 10 buy Cutco? 7. Yeah, in our office, 7. 6 is company average. How many out of 10 do you think buy the homemaker set?
4.
1. On average, 1 out of 10. In our office, a little bit more. Our top reps, way more. Way more. We had Courtney Cochran, first 5 appointments, 5 homemaker sales. Matt Queen, 5 out of his first 6 appointments, homemaker sales. Now, why do you think top reps sell more?
More experienced.
Confident, experience, and more appointments. The more appointments you do, the more opportunities you have, and the more you learn also. So you get better more quickly. Also, passion for the product. If you love Cutco, right now, Sean's parents own a homemaker set. So do you think he's pretty passionate about Cutco? So it's going to be pretty easy for Sean to sell a lot of Cutco because he's going to say, this is what my mom has, so I think you should get it too. And it's because it's normal for him, right? So confidence, passion for the product, and of course experience. So top reps, it's like 2 or 3 out of 10, average is 1. That means that 9 out of 10 people are going to say no. They're not saying no to you, they're just saying no to the product. They're not saying no to Cutco in general, they're just saying no to that one set. right? Because 18,000 people said no, and then they quickly said yes to the galley set. All right. Number one reason why customers love sets is because they have the right tool for the right job. Any set has the right tool for the right job. Right? The big sets do, so do the small sets. It just depends on what they're going to use, right? But all the sets have the right tool for the right job. So it's safer and efficient. The second reason why customers love sets is because they are cheaper. It's about a 10% discount when they get it in a set. So if they were to pick individual pieces, let's say Eddie's customer says, I just want to get a couple pieces, no big deal. Show all the sets because all of the smaller ones are just a couple pieces put together in a smaller block, so it still has the discount, and they're going to end up spending more if they buy individuals, so there's definitely a set for them. So if they say, hey Jackson, I just want to buy pieces, no big deal. Let me show you the smaller sets first because they're good combinations and they're cheaper. If they don't like any of the combinations, of course they can pick out individuals, but it's definitely cheaper in a set. Okay, the third reason is because they get free stuff. Do you think customers like free stuff? Have you ever bought something just because something else came for free? We do that all the time. And the fourth thing is it's safer. Okay, sets are safer because they come in a block or tray. So we always focus on sets. If they want to buy pieces, that's fine, but you have to show the sets first because you don't want your customers spending more money than they have to. 50% of customers buy sets, 50% buy pieces. Now the people who buy pieces, what do you think they're going to do later? Yeah, they're going to buy sets. They're going to get more. Is it good that they buy pieces? Yeah, because what are they going to buy from you over winter break? Or next summer? They're going to upgrade. Yeah. Pieces are a good thing. The badge of honor for a Cutco rep is called closing percentage. It's how many people out of 10 buy from you. That's the badge of honor for a Cutco rep. Average order size is a product of your customer base. If you got really awesome customers, of course you're going to sell more sets, right? But the closing percentage is way more important. I'd rather have a rep sell 9 out of 10, just individual pieces and smaller sets, than a rep sell a couple sets here and there and then nothing else. So it's all about closing percentage. That's way more important. That shows the true talent of a rep.
Cool. So the next thing I want you guys to go ahead and write down in your notes for me is, I don't care what you sell. Sorry, really don't. I don't care what you sell. As long as you sell something. That's the little asterisk. I don't care what you sell. As long as you sell something. As long as you sell something. I value closing percentage more than anything else in this world. I value closing percentage more than anything else in this world. How many times out of 10 can you get Cutco into people's home? Now, for our branch managers and our assistant managers, I was showing you guys those the pictures of them. They close at like 80 to 90%. They close at 80 to 90%. That's why they're assistant managers, and that's why they're going to be teaching people next summer how to do this job, because they're phenomenal closers. I value closing more than anything. Now, some of our assistant managers, some of them don't have the highest average order. That's just real. That's honest. When I was a Cutco rep, I didn't have the highest average order either. My average order was very average. Sometimes even below average at times. And that's okay. But what I care about is how many times out of 10 can you get Cutco into people's homes? It doesn't matter if Milena goes out and sells $1 million worth of Cutco tomorrow, which would be awesome, by the way. You definitely should do that. But if she goes out and says $1 million worth of Cutco tomorrow, my first question to her is going to be, what's your closing percentage? Because that's what I care about. That's what I value. Whether she goes out and sells $1 million or $1, that will be my very first question, is what is your closing percentage? You guys see the importance of closing percentage? Understand that? Awesome. Cool. So now the last section of training before we go on break is we are going to learn how much our Homemaker Plus 8 set costs. This is a really fun part. One of my favorite parts of training right here is sharing the price with you guys.
Mrs. Jones, let me review why so many people choose to invest in Cutco. You'll always have sharp American-made knives that are comfortable, safe, and sanitary. Cutco is guaranteed to last forever, so it'll be the last set of knives you'd ever buy. And Cutco saves a lot of money. Most customers who buy Cutco eat out less. If that saves $60 a month, that's about $720 saved this year. Over 25 years, you're going to save over $18,000 by having a nice set of knives in your house. So really, the reason why we share that with the customers to help them understand that good knives don't end up costing you money in the long run. good knives actually end up saving you money in the long run. Doesn't that just make sense, guys? I mean, when you have a nice set of Cutco in your house, you're going to eat out less. And the reason is because it's more fun to cook. You're eating as a family more. I promise you, the first week they get their Cutco set, you are going to see them cook up a storm because it's so much more fun to use a nice set of knives than it is to go order out. There are several reasons why so many customers choose to get Cutco in a set. Cutco sets have the right tool for the right job. Cutco sets have a built-in discount, so it's cheaper. Sets come with a free cutting board and other free stuff. And also sets are much safer because they come in a block or a tray. And we have interest-free monthly investment options, so you don't have to pay for it all at once. Selecting the best option. When it comes to high-quality cutlery, it's like anything else. There's a wide variety of quality and prices available. Cutco is top rated, so we only compare to the highest quality brands. Wusthof and Schön, have you heard of them before? Either way, yes or no. We say these are high quality sets made overseas, and they're two of the top selling brands in stores. Each brand has different types of sets which range in price. Wusthof is the most popular. So the price for this Wusthof set is $3,435. Sometimes you can find it on sale for $2,000 instead. There are some major differences between these brands and Cutco. Wusthof has mostly straight edges, so they need to be sharpened, which is a hassle. They're not recommended for the dishwasher, and the warranty is on manufacturing defects only. In comparison, Cutco has our unique wedge lock handle, exclusive double D Stay Sharp edge, and we have our 4-part forever guarantee, including free sharpening. Cutco owners will tell you that it's 10 times better than any knives they've ever used. Just considering the guarantee and the unique features, most people would agree that Cutco is at least twice as good as Wusthof. When something offers twice the quality and value and lasts forever, you expect it to be at least twice the price. And at twice the price, you're talking over $4,000 for a set of Cutco. So again, at twice the price, that would be about $4,000 for a set of Cutco. As I said earlier, our Homemaker Plus 8 is our most popular set. It's perfect for families that cook 2 to 4 times a week. It has the 10 basic tools I explained earlier, 8 table knives, the wood block, and also a sharpener just for those straight edges. And we also have a Homemaker set without the table knives. If you were considering a set of Cutco, would you prefer the set with the table knives? And we let them answer yes or no. Most people love the table knives. So the great thing is that it doesn't cost $4,000. In fact, it doesn't even cost as much as the Wusthof price of $3,435. So it doesn't cost $4,000. Doesn't even cost as much as the Wusthof price of $3,435. The Homemaker Plus 8 set is only...
All right, we're actually going to go on break. Just kidding. Your guys' face like this guy. Anyway, but I want to hear your guys' guesses. How much do you guys think our Homemaker Plus 8 set cost? I want to know. I want to hear it. After learning everything that you guys learned, how much things for the house cost, how things cost thousands and not hundreds, learning about our expensive materials, our handle, forever guaranteed, the type of metal, the rivets, the wedge lock handle, forever guaranteed, learning how much things for the house cost. How much do you guys think it is?
Between $1,500 and $2,000.
So $1,500 to $2,000.
Maybe like 2,800.
2,800. I like it. Any other guesses? Spencer?
I really have no idea.
Just
I don't know what to expect.
It's art class. Give an answer. There's no wrong or right answers. Just give an answer.
700.
700. I like it. And then Desiree, did you say yours?
It's like 2,000 to 3.
2,000 to 3,000. All right, awesome. Anthony said 1,500. All right, are you guys ready for this? You guys ready to learn the price?
I'm actually going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right. I'm only kidding. The Homemaker Plus 8 set is only
$1,549 paid in full, which includes the shipping. But most of our customers take advantage of our 5-month interest-free easy pay option, which is only $337 today, and that includes the tax. So $1,549 paid in full or $337 per month.
Are you kidding me? That's a third the price of the Wusthof set for double the quality and guaranteed forever. Amazing, right? By the way, can you do a 5-pay when you go to the mall and buy a set of Wusthof or Henkels at the mall at Williams-Sonoma? Can you do a 5-month payment plan? Of course not, right?
$337 a month breaks down to around $80 a week.
How many of you know students
that spend $80 a week
on Jimmy John's, Chipotle, Starbucks, and coffee runs, things like that, right? You know, or their Friday evening entertainment.
If they can afford $80 a week as a student, do you think their parents can afford $80 a week?
Absolutely. Absolutely. By the way, the average grocery bill for a family of 4 per week in the United States, does anyone know? Average grocery bill, $250 to $300. $250 to $300 is the average grocery bill per week. We're talking about a grocery bill to have a nice set of knives in your house for the rest of your life and be able to pass it down generation to generation. By the way, the average household expenses per month. Does anyone know how much average total household expenses are per month for a family? Right? It's about $6,000 to $10,000 per month. $6,000 to $10,000 average household expenses per month.
So $337 for most of your customers?
I mean, that's like a drop in the bucket, right? It like barely registers on their credit card bill. They barely even notice it for most of our customers. So here's what I'm telling you. I am not telling you that every single person that you show this to is going to buy a homemaker set. Not saying that. But what I am telling you is that just about everybody you show this to probably could get a homemaker set if they wanted it. Can everyone here see how somebody who owns a home, drives a car, has a job,
$80 a week is like nothing. Now let's go back for a second. Why do we say $337 versus $337? You know, why do we say $1,549 and not $1,549? Well, it just sounds too big when you say it that way. So we say $1,549 or $337. Same thing for the basic set, $1,225 or $267. If it helps you to remember, you can put a little dash in between.
For the Wusthof price, you can say whatever you want. All right, let's talk about the buy now bonus. We have a bonus where if you get it now, I can give you a matching kitchen tool set, an entertainer pack, or super shears for free. Guys, that's amazing, right? Check that out. They get the entire kitchen tool set, or the super shears, or the entire entertainer pack. Remember those 4 popular gadgets: ice cream scoop, veggie peeler, pizza cutter, cheese knife, right? So they get their choice to get one of those 3 things for free as long as they get it when? Now. And the reason why we do that is because we want to give them incentive to get their order now instead of waiting, right? So Mr. and Mrs. Jones, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask, would you like to go ahead and try out the homemaker set today and get your free gifts? And do you see where it says be completely quiet and wait for the answer? All that means is nod and smile. All right, so on the count of 3, I want to see your best homemaker nods and smiles. Ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. Oh, you guys look good. All right, I see lots of homemakers.
Desiree, I need to see you smiling and nodding. Jeanette, I need to see you. Spencer, I need to see everyone smiling and nodding. There we go. There we go. I like
promotions in the room here, right? Very good. So, and the reason why we be quiet and smile is because it would be weird if we just stared at them, right? Can you imagine if we were like, so do you want to get it? Yeah, like that would be really awkward, right? So that's why we nod and smile, and that makes it way more comfortable for the customer. So if they say yes, we say, what? Great, congrats, you're going to love it. While I write up that order, let's take a look at the accessories. And if they say no, you're going to say, hey, no problem. If you don't mind me asking, what is it about the homemaker that you're unsure of? And then we can help them to feel a little more comfortable based on the 5-month payment plan or the 15-day trial. By the way, how many of you started thinking about money at this point? You just made over $100 in an hour. So that means tomorrow afternoon, somebody says, yup, sounds good, we'll take it. And you're like, great, you're going to love it. Let me figure out what color handles you want, right? You just made over $100 in an hour. How many of you have ever made over $100 in an hour before? Legally. We just had some hands that went like this, right? Here's what I'll tell you, right? When you sell your first homemaker set, now what percentage you're at? You just hit your first promotion. So now you're no longer at 10%, right? Now you're over $1,000. So now you're at what? Now you're at 15%. And now every time somebody says, yep, sounds good, we'll take it. And you said, yep, sounds good. Let me write that up for you.
Now you just made over $200 in an hour.
That's awesome. By the way, you sell another one on top of that. And now you're at what? Second promotion, right? Now you're at 20%, right? 20%.
You're making over $300 in an hour.
Check this out. When you get to Dirty 30 and you're at 30%, think about that, 30%.
You're making over $400 in an hour.
I just wrap your head around that for a second. When I was a water slide guy, I made $7.25 an hour with like screaming kids all over the place in 100-degree heat and like 3rd-degree sunburn. And you're making over $350 in an hour? That's insane. By the way, that is why our reps work so hard to get up to 30% as fast as possible, by the way, right? We didn't even get to the bonus levels yet, right? We have 40%, we have 45%, we have 50%. That's why our CSPs who are at 50%, no wonder now you're like, oh, now I see why people are here for 10 or 20 years, right? Yeah, no kidding. If you're making, think about that, 50% just selling a homemaker set, which isn't even our biggest set, and you're making over $600 in an hour, now you start to realize why people make this a career. You have 6 demos in a day, and you get pretty good at this, you could probably make more money in a day than some of your friends make all month. That's amazing. How many of you are excited to sell your first homemaker set, by the way, right? By the way, how many of you already know who you're going to show it to first, right? All right, awesome.
All right. And we will talk about showing the signature and ultimate set. We will dive into that tomorrow. So with all that being said, that wraps up our second part of training today. So with that being said, I want to do a quick round of takeaways, something you're excited about, something that you learned. Something you're excited about, something that you learned, something, I don't know. Let's just share. So on my screen, I have Spencer, Janetta, Desiree, and then Milena. You'll wrap up. And then Anthony and Jamal, if you guys want to go ahead and put your guys' takeaways in the chat box, that'd be perfect. So Spencer, go ahead and kick us off.
I'm really excited to just start talking instead of just waiting for it, actually.
Yeah, well,
just call as many people as I possibly can.
We're going to do that to wrap up the day. So just hang tight. I like it. Janetta?
Not gonna lie, as soon as I saw that price, I know like at least 10 people that would have just like been like, we're ready to go. How much you need? Like, when are we gonna start? So that was like a bonus for me. But then I also was looking at it and I'm like, man, I just might buy my own set.
Exactly, right? And
give it to someone.
And for that $337 price, right? On that 5-pay option, you can get that for $330. Was it $335, $336?
$337.
$337. I don't know why I was doubting myself, but $337 for all of that. Yeah. And you get something for free as well. I mean, a lot of people could afford $337. That's awesome.
Yeah, should I spend that at maybe like a couple of hours?
I love it. I love it. Desiree, takeaway thought, something you're excited about?
Yeah, so just like knowing like who you're gonna reach out to and kind of getting excited because, you know, my family loves to cook, so it's like you know exactly who you're gonna be targeting. And something I thought it kind of threw me off, like about the knives, like the wooden handles. Like I did not know that. I never thought I'd be like so excited about knives, but like here I am.
Yeah, there's so much knife knowledge out there. And I remember when I was going through training, I was like 18, I was still in high school, and I was like, I don't know nothing about kitchen knives. Like, well, I never thought that I'd be excited or interested in kitchen knives. But like you said, dude, you're excited to talk about it. You're excited to share some of the details of the job and talk about it with your friends and your family because they cook and they love to cook too. So I like that. I love that energy. I was in a very similar spot that you were in when I first started as well. And then Milena?
I'm definitely most excited to work on like business sales, like selling things to people, because I feel like I'm convincing, but I'm not like the best with my words. Mm-hmm. So I'm excited to get better at talking to people. Yeah. And yeah, making a lot of phone calls tonight.
Absolutely. And do I always loved about this? Because I'm very similar to you too. I was like, I'm confident and I could sell some stuff. I just don't know what to say. What I love about this job is that there's a script for literally everything. There's a script for everything. For your presentation, there's a script. For calling people, there's a script. For anything you could possibly think of, there's a script. So as long as you guys tying it back into key number 1 for today, as long as you guys are following the program, reading your script, you will have success. And what I love about a script is that you may feel weird saying it, but you don't sound weird saying it. You know, like I've been using a script the majority of today, and you guys would have never known. I don't sound weird. Sound pretty good, but at least I think so. So with all that being said, let's go ahead and take another 20-minute break, and let's be back here. Oh, that's an hour and 20 minutes. Let's be back here by 4:13. Let's be back here by 4:13. So turn off your microphones, turn off your cameras, and at 4:13, I will see you guys here. There we go. I learned from my last mistake. So with that being said, this next section of training, I'm going to be leading the majority of it. This next section, we are going to be going over networking skills. So we're going to talk about networking and how to build your names list. So show of hands, you guys all had an assignment to get at least 30 people's names and numbers that were over the age of 30, their name and phone number. So show of hand if you were able to write down at least 5 people that were over the age of 30, their name and phone number. Awesome. Keep them up. Who was able to get more than 10? 15? 20? 25? 30? 31? 35? 40? 41? 45? You guys are going crazy. 50? 51? Okay, I gotta know. All right. Janetta, how many did you come in with? How many names and numbers of people over the age of 30?
So I got 61 names.
61. Congratulations. That's a round of applause. That's huge. I love that. And then Desiree, how many did you come in with?
I'm checking right now. I got 62.
62. So, Janetta, you came in what, 63, you said? Dang, she beat you by 1. Wild. Awesome. Well, this next section right here, it doesn't matter if you came in with 63, 62, or if you came in with 0. This section right here, what we're about to be doing is a activity that you guys can do at any time. It's probably one of the most important activities that we're going to do in our entire Cutco career. So I'm just going to explain a little bit about what this activity is going to be, and then Drew's going to kind of explain it a little bit more in more detail. So basically what we're going to be doing is me and Drew are going to be throwing thought joggers at you guys of people that you could potentially do a presentation with. So for example, Desiree, can I use you as an example? Can you just kind of talk back and forth with me? So here's how it's kind of going to go. I'm going to be like, all right, Desiree, who was your best friend in high school? What was their name?
Brianna.
Awesome. She would write down Brianna. And then I would say, who was your high school gym teacher?
I think so, it was Mr. Ratliff.
So she would write down Mr. What did you say, Ratlin?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she would write down Mr. Ratlin. And then we're going to keep on going. We're going to give you guys countless thought joggers and countless kind of those ideas of like, hey, who could you write down? Cool. What about this person? What about this person? And I want you guys to write down as many people as you can. So in this section, I'm going to be asking for 2 things. One, that the pencil does not stop moving, that you guys are continuously adding people onto your list. The second thing I'm going to be asking for is an abundant mindset, right? Don't have a fixed mindset. If you had a fixed mindset, it might sound like this. It might sound like, I don't know that many people. No one would want to see me. I don't have any friends. That's a fixed mindset. Gives me the ick. Don't be like that. Here's what it would sound if you had an abundant mindset. Oh my gosh, I know so many people. I'm going to keep writing down and listening to what Trey says and actively being engaged in this portion. That's what an abundant mindset sounds like. So with that being said, let's go ahead and play these videos, and we're going to go ahead and tap in. So you guys can turn to a new page in your notes, and you guys can title this names list. You can title this names list in your notes.
Activity and exercise in your Cutco career. This is the most fun one too, because we get to brainstorm and we get to see what our potential is right off the bat. Many of you have been working on your brainstorm list since your interview, and you've been working hard to come up with names and numbers of people to contact. We're going to continue that list. So if you've worked hard on it, continue working hard, and let's get jamming. For those of you who haven't started yet, this is your opportunity to catch up and set yourself up for success. This is an ongoing list. This is going to continue to grow. So no matter how many you have on here right now, and no matter how many you get by the time we're done this brainstorming exercise, the goal is going to be to continue building the list. And the reason that's so important is because the more people you have on your contact list, one, the more selective you can be when you're calling, and two, the easier it is to book your appointments, because if a bunch of people don't answer, you've got plenty of more to call to fill in those empty spots. Now, as we go through your list, I want you to remember that this is your list. You're not turning it in. This is yours, and nobody's going to look at this list except for you. So it's important to remember that even if you write down somebody that's a little bit scary, or that you're a little bit nervous to call, or that never in a million years would you actually really call that person, it's okay to still write them down, because the more people you have on your list, the more confidence it gives you, because it allows you to be more picky. It allows you to be more choosy, and allows you to be more selective with who you actually call. Now, realize that as you get more experience with the job, as you get more confident and comfortable with the job, you're going to want to call everyone. So by putting people on your list now that might be a little bit intimidating, that might be a little bit scary, a couple days from now, a couple weeks from now, maybe even a couple months from now, you might say, hey, let me give that customer a call. We also realize that one person makes us think of somebody else. So even if you wrote down somebody that you would never call, they might trigger your memory, and you might write down 3 or 4 other people who would be great prospects. Now, my list had hundreds of people. I was an overachiever, and when my manager said, do one thing, I was gonna do that plus some. And I know many of you are like that too, so I wanna talk about going above and beyond. My list was something that I took to heart, and I put a lot of time and attention into, and I literally put hundreds of people on my list. I went to a giant high school. I graduated with 1,000 students. I didn't know everyone that I graduated with, but there were about 250 students from my school that I said, hey, you know what? If I graduated from high school with you, I could probably give their parents a call. Even if I had never met their parents before, I went to school with that person for like 12 years. I should probably be able to ask their parents if they could help me out with a presentation that's going to help me with school. So I wrote down a ton of my school friends' parents. I was in a big youth group when I was in high school, well over 100 friends that I knew really well. Most of them, again, I hadn't met their parents before, but if I was cool with their friends, of course their parents were going to be nice enough to see my presentation. It wasn't a nerve-wracking thing. Now, I was nervous to make phone calls and actually dial the phone, but I wasn't nervous that they were going to say yes or no. Like, nobody's going to say no to you. So it's really just if they have the time, and most people do, and they'll certainly help you out. You know, when I thought about people outside of my friends, which was my parents' friends and neighbors and friends from different organizations that my family was a part of, it was mainly my parents' friends. And I realized that my parents were so much more social than I gave them credit for. Like, literally, they had more friends than I did, because they had been on this earth longer than I had, so of course they knew more people. They'd interacted with more people. So my parents were a lot more social than I gave them credit for. And I sat down with my parents, and what I realized was that my parents, because I had 2 older brothers that were selling Cutco, they were supportive, and they knew, what the job was all about. But for many of our reps, their parents don't quite get it yet. So what I would advise and what I would suggest, this is what Wes did when he sat down with our parents. He had to tie them into his goals. And it wasn't just like going home and saying, hey, Mom, I'm going to make so much money. I'm going to make way more money than my other job. It was more about the skills and the experience and what we were learning and gaining. And once our parents saw that this job was really important for personal and professional development, they saw that Wes was goal-oriented. He was excited about making a commitment and working really hard to hit his goals. It was a totally different story. They became incredibly supportive, and they were so excited for Wes to get out there, learn great skills, and also interact with our friends and family. I lived in a neighborhood where we knew everyone. We played with all the same kids growing up, and we all waved to each other. Even the people that I didn't really know, but I kind of knew, even like the lady down the street that used to yell at me for driving too fast. She's like, slow down. I'm like, hey, Nancy. So even people like that, you can write them down. Neighborhoods are a great resource. Be confident in yourself, give yourself an opportunity, and brainstorm as hard as you possibly can. I promise you, the effort you put into this activity alone will pay back tenfold. And what if the effort you put into just this brainstorming over the next few minutes, I know it sounds kind of weird, but what if the effort you put into this brainstorming activity could set you on a path towards success in this job for the next couple of years? You definitely want to give yourself that opportunity. You definitely want to put in that time. So as we go through this, I want you to work really hard. I want you to keep on writing, and I want you to make sure that your pen in your hand doesn't stop. Now, as you're going through the list, there might be some people that you haven't talked to in a while. Most of the people on my list I hadn't personally talked to in more than a year, and many of those, it was way longer than that. So at first I thought, well, is it weird, or would people think that it's weird that I'm calling them out of the blue, to try to sell a product or do a sales presentation? Well, what I realized is that it's a lot more weird if you call for no reason at all. And let's be honest, the people that you haven't talked to in years, you're probably not going to have a reason or an excuse to call them for several more years. Of course they're going to be excited to hear from you. Are you kidding? They haven't seen you in a long time. These are people that saw you growing up. They'd want to see how you are, especially if you're in school, if you're in college, and you're going after different adventures in your life. They want to get those updates and they want to catch up with you. So they are going to be thrilled to hear from you. If you say to somebody, hey, I had this assignment to call really nice people and it made me think of you. I know we haven't talked in a while. I know we haven't seen each other in a few years, but I thought it would be a great opportunity for you to help me out. And I thought you'd be nice enough to help me, and it would be a great excuse for us to catch up. Of course your friends and family are going to say yes to that and be supportive. There's no way somebody's going to not be excited about that. So don't be nervous, even though it might feel a little bit weird. It's just because they haven't seen you since you were a couple inches shorter. Okay, so as we go through these categories, I want you to keep on writing. This is so important, so crucial, and you will thank yourself over and over. So I'm going to explain each category. If you want to get a head start, feel free to start writing and jotting down right now and go through the categories. You can start off with the family category. I'm going to explain each one as you go through, but again, you can jump ahead. If you think of somebody that's in one category or the other, feel free to skip around, or you can just focus on one at a time. Don't worry about phone numbers for now. This is just purely brainstorming for names. We'll be able to follow up and get phone numbers later, because typically they're either in your phone or it's somebody that you're gonna have to sit down with mom or dad and get those numbers from your family later on tonight after training. So a majority of my list was my friends' parents, and I didn't have their numbers, so I had to figure out a way to get them. And what I couldn't do was be like, yo, give me your mom's number. Why? Well, I want to hang out with her tomorrow night. So there's got to be an easier way. We actually have a script for it. It's so simple. It's so easy. It's a basic explanation to your friends to explain what you're calling about and helps them understand why you need their mom's number. It's super easy. It lets them know that you're helping pay for school and that you need people to get your opinion on something. That's why you're calling to ask for their parents' numbers. It's super easy, and you'll get the number literally every single time. Just follow the script. Okay, so we're going to go through each category one at a time, and as we go through the categories, I want you to keep on writing. Just make sure your fingers aren't stopping, so you can jump from category to category, or you can stay on one at a time. As I go through, I want to explain each one. I want to give a couple thoughts and ideas, so if you're writing and you're jumping into it, still pay attention and still focus so you can hear a couple of these thought joggers as we go through, but feel free to start writing. Again, don't worry about phone numbers. We'll get those later, and you'll be able to fill those in. Most of them you either have on your phone or you'll be able to get from your parents when you sit down with them later tonight. So the first category is top 30 family. So I want you to start, go ahead and write down everybody in your family that you could show a presentation to. So certainly mom and dad, grandma, grandpa, all your aunts and uncles. If you have older siblings, we have reps that do really well with showing their older siblings that are super supportive and help them on their way. Think about cousins and second cousins and third cousins. I remember showing a side of my family that I hadn't seen in years. My dad's side of the family, we had tons of cousins, different last names, so I didn't really think about them that much, but we had this whole set of cousins that I hadn't seen since like the weddings and the family events. These were the people that we would go to the events and they'd be like, I know you, and I'd be like, Mom, who's that? And it's people that I didn't really know but we were related to, and those were people that I put on my list, and there were like 20-25 cousins. They were so supportive. It was such an unbelievable experience being able to catch up with family and friends before I went off to college. They loved seeing me. They gave my parents great feedback. So don't be afraid to write down those distant relatives. You know, I think about the grad party list. If you recently graduated high school in the past couple of years, you know, think about everyone that was invited to your grad party is somebody that could be on your list for a demo prospect. You know, I think about family weddings and events and reunions. Everybody who went to the last family reunion is a great person to show and put on your list. So be creative and think about everyone that you're connected to, even through marriage. Think about your in-laws. If you have brothers and sisters-in-laws, these are great opportunities and give you unlimited resources. So top 30 family, local and non-local.
So think about people like mom's side of the family. Think about dad's side of the family. Who's dad's dad? Who's dad's brother? Who's dad's mom? Who's dad's sister? Who's mom's mom? Who's mom's dad? Who's mom's cousin? Who's mom's sister? Right? Think about family that lives close, family that lives far away. Think about maybe in-laws as well. Or think about step families too.
The next category is my top 40 friends. Well, I know you've got a lot more than 40 friends. You could probably just flip through your cell phone right now and go A through Z, and you probably wouldn't even get to the C's or the D's until you filled up all 40. So the key is to write down every single person, either in your phone or on your social media or in your head that you're friends with, that you could show a presentation to their parents. So anybody that you're connected to, whether it's school or sports or clubs. You know, as I mentioned before, I went to a big high school. So think about how many people you graduated with and how many friends from school can you write down. You know, think about sports teams. You know, we had a rep, Luke Nays, and Luke was an athlete and he played every sport growing up. He went back to his sports rosters from like Little League and like Babe Ruth T-ball, and he showed every sports roster for every team he was on for his entire life. Luke ended up being one of our top representatives, an assistant manager, and had a long career with Cutco throughout college. So think about your sports teams. Think about clubs and organizations that you're a part of. If you're in band, or if you're in choir, or if you're in debate club, chess club, any organization that you interact with people are great opportunities. You know, I think about youth group or church groups, unbelievable, great people, supportive people that will help you hit your goals and help you see your presentation. So go through, and I invite you to check out, to go through your cell phone and scroll through and start jotting down all the friends who you could do a presentation for. For those of you who are in college, think about your college friends. Think about those who are out of town.
So think about your friends. Think about the friends that you went to high school with. Think about your friends that you went to college with. So for me, I went to Lewis Palmer High School up in Monument, Colorado. And I wrote down every single person that I was in sports with. So I played basketball, soccer, and I ran track. So I wrote down my entire basketball team, my entire soccer team, my entire track team. I wrote down every single person. And then I started thinking, I was like, all right, what about the people that, I don't know, didn't play the sports that I played? So I wrote down everyone on the women's basketball team, the women's soccer team, everyone that was on the football, wrestling, cross country, hockey, lacrosse, men's and women's, tennis, men's and women's. I wrote down pretty much every single athlete that I could possibly ever think of. I wrote down every single one of their names. And then I was like, well, what about my friends that maybe just don't play sports? So I wrote down every single person that was in my FCA, that was in DECA, that was in Link Crew, that was in Key Club, Recycling Club. I did a yearbook. Think about every single club that you were involved in. Sources of strength, every single club that you were involved in. I wrote down people that were involved in those. And I was like, what about my friends that don't play sports and are not in clubs? So just my friends that I go to class with. Let's write those people down. And I had a couple of
I
them.
have a quick question.
So
do all these people have to follow the guidelines of MAC?
So you can ask their parents, so friends' parents. So if you write someone down that's not a MAC, you can use their parents. So just write down as many names as you possibly can. So I wrote down every single person that went to my high school. So then I started thinking, okay, cool, I have my entire senior class. What about the people that were above me? What about the people that were below me? So I wrote down all the seniors when I was a freshman. And I was like, when I was a freshman, I wrote down all the seniors, juniors, sophomores. And then when I was a senior, I wrote down all the juniors, sophomores, and freshmen. So I got 3 years above me, 3 years below me. I wrote down every single person from my high school. Then what about people that go to like different high schools, that go to your like rival high schools, or friends that, you know, that maybe lived across town and you're still friends with them that way? And then think about your college roommates. Who was your college roommate? Who'd you guys go to school with? Who'd you guys go to college with? Who was in one of your favorite classes? Who did you really travel with a lot in college? Who was in your guys' study groups in college? Who was in your, I don't know, whatever you want, whatever other clubs and organizations that you were in. So last 22 seconds, you guys are on your own. Also, feel free to pull out your Instagram, your Facebook, your Snapchat, your Twitter. Feel free to pull out social media. Go to your mom's Facebook, your dad's Facebook, maybe go to grandma's Facebook, get some family friends, get some other people that you know really well. Add those people onto your guys' list.
The next category is top 30 parents' friends. I made a list, a giant list of all my mom's friends. I made a giant list of all my dad's friends. As I said before, my parents were a lot more social than I gave them credit for. And once I really started thinking about all their connections, it was mind-blowing about how many people I really could show if I put my time and energy into making my list and thinking about it. I remember Courtney Cochran was one of our reps a few years ago, and she called all of her mom's tennis friends, and her mom's tennis friends were so excited to help her out, but they were also pretty competitive with each other too, and they all wanted to one-up each other. Courtney sold 6 homemakers in her first weekend just by showing her mom's tennis friends. You know, I think about neighbors. Jake Newworth ended up selling $15,000 in his Fast Start contest. His first weekend, he didn't even leave his neighborhood. He just went around the cul-de-sac and showed all the neighbors in the cul-de-sac and ended up selling $6,000 in his first weekend, making a $1,000 paycheck. You know, I think about my dad's friends. You know, my dad has all these, you know, heroic stories from when he was in high school and college, from like when he was a great athlete and he used to talk about all his friends that he hung out with. So I just used to remember those stories, and I'm like, what about that guy? What about that guy? What about your friends that you play poker with? So for me, it was really just trying to brainstorm and be creative about what are all the connections that I have, what are all the connections that my family has, and how can I build my list? Because the more I build my list, the more selective I can be and the more confident I will be.
So I started thinking about people like, who's my mom hang out with? So every Wednesday, my mom goes and gets sushi with her sushi friends. And so I was like, hey, mom, can you write down some of your sushi friends for me? She was like, sure. And then my dad, he goes golfing every Sunday. And I was like, Dad, can I get your golf friends? And he was like, sure, here are all my golf guys. And I was like, thanks, Dad, appreciate you. And then start thinking about people, I don't know, there's a lot of holidays coming up. So where did your parents go for Halloween? Who had a Halloween party? Who had a costume party? Who do you know that there was like 4th of July parties? Where did you guys go for 4th of July? Where did you guys go for Labor Day? Who has a boat? Who like takes your family out to the lake? Who do you know that does like Christmas parties, New Year's parties, a Friendsgiving party? Who do you know that who watches your house when you guys are out of town? Who feeds the dog when you guys are out of town? Who do you guys have pick up your mail when you guys are leaving and out of town for a little bit? Who do you know that like your mom is always having these ladies over for wine, cheese, and crackers? Who did your dad play poker with? Who or where do your parents go to like go hang out with their friends? Maybe they go play pool somewhere with their friends. I don't know. So think about all your family friends, people that you guys know and are familiar, really comfortable with. Who do you guys babysit for? Who trusted you to watch their house and maybe their kids? Write those people down.
The next category is top 10 siblings, friends, parents. I can't tell you how many times we have reps or managers that like really low-key bribe their little brothers and sisters to hang out with their friends' parents. You know, a lunch out or a nice little gift for a little brother or sister could go a long way. Next category is top 10 teachers, coaches, and mentors. So think about all the people who have been supportive to you in the past and think about the people who will continue to be. Your favorite teachers, your guidance counselors, principals, any mentors, coaches, anybody who's influenced you to this point is a great person to show a presentation to. 1, because they're going to want to support you, and 2, because you would love to get feedback from people that you respect and people you care about. So we're going to put the tunes on. Have some fun with this activity. Your manager's going to be helping you out during this time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. They can help you brainstorm a little bit more. But again, the more you write down, the more opportunities you have. I promise you the effort you put into this activity will pay back tenfold. So good luck, have fun, and keep writing.
Where you
So last 5 minutes, you guys are pretty much on your own. Feel free to use social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat. Go through your phone contacts. Think about people that you could be adding on. Whatever religious beliefs you guys subscribe to. Think about people from those religious organizations. So think about people from church, mosque, temple, synagogue. Think about people from chapel. Think about people from any type of religious organization. Add those people onto your guys' list. Think about people that you guys maybe hang out with on the weekends, go to church with, hang out with. Think about any of your teachers, coaches, mentors, neighbors. So who's your neighbor that lives next to you? Who lives behind you? Who lives diagonal? Who lives across the street? Who lives in the cul-de-sac? Write those people's names down. Think about people, keep writing, save your questions until the end. So think about people that you can maybe do a presentation for, maybe from like basketball coaches, soccer coaches, any of your mentors, if you were in any clubs or sports or any other type of organizations. Think about those types of leaders. Think about your significant other and their friends, their family, their parents, their grandparents. Think about their brothers, their sisters, their cousins. Last 3 minutes and 30 seconds, you guys are on your own. Have an abundant mindset. You are Mr. or Mrs. Popular. Keep on writing away. Last 3 minutes, you guys are on your own.
Okay, now we have our list. It's not complete, it's never complete, it's an ongoing process, but at least we have a strong enough list that we can hit whatever goal we want in our fast start. No matter how big our list is, no matter how confident or unconfident we may be in our current list, as long as we show our best prospects, then we're going to continue growing our leads, we're going to continue growing our business. Birds of a feather flock together. So we want to start with the right customers, because if we start with the right customers, we're going to continue building referrals of similar types of customers. So let's talk about who the best prospects are. They're called MAC customers. M stands.
Awesome. We already talked about MAC customers today, but that's just a little bit more on the importance of MAC customers. So with that being said, what I need all of you guys to do is set this list to the side for me. Set this list to the side. I need everyone to pull up their phones. We're going to go ahead and we are going to download our Vector Impact app. Now, I'm saying this, do not work ahead. Do not work ahead. Can I get a thumbs up that you guys will not work ahead during this section? Thank you. In the chat box, I sent you guys a number. This is an 8-digit number. This is something called a rep number. So do you guys seen that in the chat box? I sent it to you guys individually. You guys all seen that? Cool. So go ahead and I want you guys in your guys' notebook to write down your rep number. This is like your school ID, but for Cutco. We're going to be using this. Throughout our entire time here with Vector and Cutco.
What was the app called?
Don't work ahead. That's what it's called.
The app?
The app's called Don't Work Ahead, and I'll tell you in a second. That's what the app's called. So, with that being said, does everyone have their rep number written down? Thumbs up. Cool. Now I'm going to show you guys how to download this app.
Organizing our contacts, everything we do from this point forward will be through the Vector Impact app. Take it away, David.
Welcome to the tutorial series for Vector Impact. In this section, we'll get the app downloaded, set up your profile, and import your contacts so that later we can set up demos with some prospects. Before we start, you'll want to have access to your 8-digit rep number. There are 3 ways to access the app's download page. One is by using your device's camera to scan this QR code. Another is taking the link in the email sent by your trainer. And as a last resort, you can go to vectorimpactapp.com directly on your device.
Cool. So I need everyone to pull up their phones and scan this QR code. This app is not on the App Store. It is not on the App Store. It is not on the App Store. So I need everyone to either go to this website on their phones, go to Safari, go to Google, whatever it might be. And I need everyone to go to this website and scan this QR code or go to this website to download this app. It is not on the App Store. It is not on the Google Play Store. Can I get a thumbs up once you guys see this phone screen on your guys' phone screen? Can I get a thumbs up once you're seeing that? Cool. Spencer, are you seeing it?
On my own phone?
Yes.
No, not yet.
Have you scanned the QR code and or
It would not scan, so I had to type it in the Okay, yeah, I think I'm ready.
Cool.
Once you're on the download page, select the button for the operating system that matches your device and confirm the install. To do this on iOS, select Install. Find the app on your home screen and wait until the app is finished downloading. Then follow these steps before you try opening the app for the first time. Go to your phone settings. Select General at the top of the 3rd section. Select VPN and Device Management in the 3rd to last section. Select Vector Marketing Corporation. Select Trust Vector Marketing Corporation. And then select Trust in the pop-up. This is necessary because Vector is an enterprise Apple developer, which allows us to host our own apps instead of putting them on the App Store. This makes it so that only people that are a part of a Vector team can access them.
So show of hands, who are my iPhone peeps? Okay, cool. So you guys will need to go through and follow these steps. It's just like when you download Spotify onto your computer. You're like, are you sure you want to download this off the internet? You're like, yes, it's Spotify. So you're like, yes, it's our app. So can I get a thumbs up once you guys have gone through your settings and trusted the app? And Janetta, are you seeing this? Are you good? Okay, cool.
To do all of this on Android, select Download, wait for it to load, and then select Open File, select Install, and then select Open. You can now launch the app from your home screen. The first thing the app will do is download and install a quick update. Afterwards, we see the sign-in page, which asks for your last name and rep number. Entering those in and selecting Continue will bring us to the password creation page.
So what you guys are going to click instead, this app has gone through an update. What you're going to do is you're going to click the blue button that says Register. You're going to click the blue button that says Register, and then it will ask you for your last name and your rep number. So thumbs up if you guys are seeing that blue button that says Register. Okay, cool.
First, create a password that meets the listed requirements, then re-enter it in the second password field to confirm. Once all the requirements are met, select Set Password. From there, we're taken to the Setup Profile page, which lets us customize how your profile will show up in MyCutCo We'll cover the details of using MyCutCo in a later section. First, take or select a photo that you'd like presented to each customer. Grant access to your camera and/or your photo library. Take the picture or select the photo. Adjust the cropping. Select Save in the bottom right corner, and then select Upload. If you'd like to adjust how your name will appear to your customers, you can do so now. For example, I signed up for the job using my first name, but I'd rather go by my middle name. From there, write a bio that tells each customer a little more about you. If you plan on doing demos in Spanish or French, you can write your bio in each of those languages as well. Just select the tab for the language and fill out the field. Once you've set your picture, corrected your name, and written your bio and optional intro message, select Save in the top right corner. The app will then ask you to grant access to the contacts on your device. This will enable you to import your contacts from your device into the app so we can sort them and find prospects for your appointments. This won't allow the app to modify these contacts on your device. However, it will be able to update any contacts that you make using the app in the future. Select OK to grant access. Finally, the app will ask you to grant access to the calendar on your device. This is optional but recommended. Doing so will automatically sync your scheduled appointments to the calendar on your device. Select OK to grant access to this. Once this is done, you'll land on the device contacts page.
Okay, so you guys are going to write your bio, select a language, and this bio, it doesn't have to be like the picture perfect Instagram bio. It just can be like, hey, my name's Trey. I'm working with Cutco to gain some more experience. And that would be like a perfect bio. And like, I'm going to school at whatever, if you guys are in college or not. And then once you do that, you're going to go ahead and click Save. And once you click Save, you're going to give access to your contacts and your calendar. Now, this is going to be key because your contacts, so you can call people today and make phone calls and book appointments. And then your calendar, it'll send you notifications to your Apple and or Google Calendar, and it'll send you notifications through there, and it'll place events in your guys' calendar for that. So once you guys have done that and you guys see your device contacts page, go ahead and give me a thumbs up. Thank you, Desiree. Thank you, Anthony.
I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, what's going on?
So I pressed the little plus.
Do not
And-
do anything on your device contacts yet. So stop when you get to that part. I'll show you what to do when we get to the device contacts part.
No, I'm still like at the setting up profile part.
Okay.
So do I just need to type the 50 character bio?
Yep. So once you type your 50 character bio and you've done your name, first name, preferred first name, your last name, and a picture, you'll click save in the top right-hand corner.
Okay.
And have you done that part yet?
No, I'll type the bio now.
Yeah, so you need to type a bio before you can click save.
Okay.
And then Janetta, how are you doing? You're done? Cool.
Yeah, I'm all good. I'm just waiting on everybody else.
Awesome. Spencer, how are you doing?
Oh, why do we import all of our contacts to this app?
Because that's how we're gonna set up all of our appointments and set up our virtual presentations. And in this next part, which we're about to explain in like the next 30 seconds, I can show you how to get more people's names and numbers. And I can also show you how to book appointments and how to schedule all your appointments through this app. So it's pretty much going to be our home base. And it's also going to keep track of all of your recommendations and referrals as well. So it makes sure that you allow access to your contacts, because it will do more help than damage, because it won't do any damage. It will only help you. Cool. So thumbs up. We all see that device contacts page. Awesome. Cool. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to share my phone screen with you guys. So when you guys first open the app, it should bring you guys to this page. Now, to get to your device contacts, you're going to click the three dots that say more, and then you're going to click device contacts. And it should bring up all the people that you have in your phone. So looking at my list of people here, we can organize contacts into one of three categories. We can mark them as a business, as a prospect, or a friend. So those are your three options for each one of your contacts. Now, a business is someone that is not a prospect, that is not a friend. Cool. So for example, my very first two contacts up here, you see I have Warranty Center and Warranty Center. Is Warranty Center going to buy Cutco from me? No. Is Warranty Center my friend? No. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold their name and I'm going to swipe to the left, and it's going to gray their names out and it's going to mark them as a business. I also have my after school tutoring from when I was in college. Do you think that person is a prospect that's going to buy Cutco? No. Do you think that they are a person that's going to buy Cutco from me or one of my friends? No. So I'm going to take it and I'm going to swipe over and we're going to make them a business. Now, the next thing is to make someone a prospect. Now, what a prospect is a MAC customer, someone that could potentially buy Cutco from you. So do you guys see the little blue plus mark next to their name? When you click on that blue plus mark, it adds them as a prospect into your phone. It helps organize it. Now you're going to notice that there's 3 emojis. What do you think those 3 emojis mean? A ring, a house, and a birthday cake? Married, lives in a house between the ages of 30 and 60? Yeah. Mac customer. So Mr. Scott, he is married. He does live in a house, and he is between the ages of 30 and 60. So when I click on that, you're going to notice that a little knife emoji just popped up next to his name. Now that means that Mr. Scott is a Cutco owner. And the reason why I know he's a Cutco owner is because I sold Cutco to him. So anyone that you mark in your phone as a prospect or as a Mac customer, if a knife pops up next to their name, that means that Cutco checked their number and they have a number on record for them saying that, hey, this person owns Cutco or this prospect owns Cutco. And then you're going to leave your friends alone. So for my example, for Addie is one of my really close friends. I went to high school with her. She's one of my besties. She's not a prospect. She's not a business. She's just a friend. So I'm going to leave her name blank. And at the end of training today, I'm going to show you guys how you can use your friends to get their parents' numbers so that you guys can grow and expand your guys' list. So what we're going to be doing for the next 5 minutes is we're going to be going through our contacts. We're going to be either swiping right and making people businesses or adding people to our prospects tab. Any questions on anything I just went over? Cool. Let's go ahead and rock for the next 5 minutes.
I do have a question, sorry.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so when I slide them over completely means I can't, get in contact with them to sell to them, correct?
When you mark someone as a business?
Yeah, like if it grays it out, you can't do anything with them, right?
Correct. So that just removes them from your contact list and quotes. So that's a great point. So something that I could clarify more on is when you are adding people to your prospects tab or marking someone as a business, it doesn't actually affect that in your actual phone contacts. Was that your question?
Yeah, and then if they are potential buyers, I just leave them alone.
If they're potential prospects of people that could buy Cutco, so like the potential Mac customers, you mark them as prospects, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. So we're gonna spend the next 5 minutes going through this activity. All right, all right, all right. You guys ready to move on? You guys organize all your guys' contacts? Cool. Awesome. So next part of training, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go over strategy for our first weekend. So this is first weekend strategy. This is first weekend strategy. So you guys can set your phones off to the side. You guys can set your phones off to the side. And take out your guys' notebooks. So what I want you guys to go ahead and title this in your notes is 10, 5, 2, 1. This will be our 10, 5, 2, 1 strategy. This will be our 10, 5, 2, 1 strategy. So you want to book at least, let me expand this a little bit. Here we go. You want to book at least 10 paid practice presentations. You want to book at least 10 paid practice presentations. Now, the reason why you guys want to book at least 10 paid practice presentations is for a couple reasons. So if you have 10, I'm going to abbreviate this by like just triple P. If you have 10 paid practice presentations booked, and you have a 30% cancellation rate, that means you will complete 7 PPP. So with a 30% cancellation, what that really means is like someone cancels, they reschedule, something comes up. Who here has like a really flaky aunt or like knows someone that like says they'll be there, and then sometimes they dip out like last second? Show of hands. Does everyone know someone like that? Yep. So factoring in that, you'll complete 7 paid practice presentations. Now, what is our closing percentage? We have a 60% close. Well, if you have 7 appointments with a 60% close, that means you'll make 4 sales. It means you'll make 4 sales. And even if you have a low average order of $250, Now, who remembers what company average is? Company average is what? 350? Our office close to 450. But we're going to use 250. We're going to use 250 just to be safe, just to be conservative. So 250 times 4 sales equals $1,000. If you get to $1,000, that also means that you just hit your first promo. And you're going from 10% to 15% commission. I spelled that wrong. Commission. There we go. Commission doesn't have a T in it, does it? There we go. Commission. I was looking at that. I was like, it doesn't look right. Anyway, so we need to book 10 paid practice presentations at a bare minimum. With a 30% cancellation rate, we're going to complete 7. With a 60% close, we're making 4 sales. If we have an average order of 250 times 4 sales, that equals $1,000, which means we're hitting our first promotion and going from 10 to 15%. And everybody's happy because you're making sales and I'm happy, you're happy, and Bob's your uncle. So with that being said, minimum 10 paid practice presentations. Next thing is 5. You want to show your best 5 customers first. Now, why do you want to show your best 5 customers first? And usually I have a lot of people that are like, Trey, I don't want to show my best 5 customers first. I don't want my first 5 demos to be my best 5 customers, because what if I mess up? What if I screw up? Well, it doesn't matter, because you'll have your script and you'll have your training and you guys will do great in your first 5 appointments. But who do your best 5 customers hang out with? Other really cool people. So if you can get 5, I'm going to call them recs or recommendations or referrals. If you get 5 recs from your best 5, that means going into your second weekend on the job, you have 25 baller people to do demos with. You got 25 baller customers. So when you do your presentation with your best 5, you get 5 recs from your best 5, 25 baller customers. So instead of like saving them and like gatekeeping your own list from yourself, don't hold those 5 customers close to your chest. Don't wait to call them. No, we want to call them now, put everything on the table so that going into next weekend, you have way more people to do presentations for, and you're building your names list with the right type of people. Remember, taking it back to earlier today, what I said was the most important part and the most important factor, who we show, right? We talked about it wasn't the price, it wasn't the presentation or anything like that. It was who we were showing, right? And if you have 25 awesome people versus 5 awesome people, I don't know. 25 sounds better than 5 to me. Next is 2. You want to do 2 paid practice presentations after training tomorrow. Now, why do you guys want to do 2 paid practice presentations after training tomorrow? Because you'll have Big Mo on your side. Now, you're probably thinking, Trey, who's Big Mo? I'm talking big momentum. Big momentum. You'll have a lot of momentum going in. It's going to be fresh in your brain. You're excited. And as soon as you leave training, I'm going to get you guys so lit up, so inspired, and so motivated to go out and do this job. And you want to do 2 presentations right after training tomorrow. With that being said, what that also does is it makes sure that you guys have a paycheck and that you guys are getting paid. Because if you do 2 demos right outside of training, do 2 appointments, $25 each, you're automatically making $50 just like that, same day. So you're guaranteeing yourself a paycheck. You'll have big momentum on your side. And then also that leads to number 1, which is your first demo, making sure that it's your first sale. Your first demo, first sale. First demo, first sale. Now, having your first demo, first sale is going to be so key because it's going to be key for your what? For your confidence. It's going to boost your paycheck. And it's lit. You'll never forget it. Making your first demo, your first sale, it's just straight up lit. I don't know how else to say it. It's cool. So this is our 10-5-2-1 strategy. So your first demo, first sale, this should be with someone that we like to call your Vegas customer. This is your Vegas customer. Now, your Vegas customer is like if you were to go to Vegas and you were to place a poker chip on someone buying Cutco from you, right? So like you had to go to Vegas, you had to place a bet that someone was going to buy Cutco from you. Who's that person going to be? That's your Vegas chip customer. We want a guaranteed sale. We don't want to play ifs. We don't want to play no ands. We don't play no buts. We want to make sure that we have a guaranteed sale. So for me, my very first demo was with Kim and Lance McClellan. They're one of my family friends. I grew up with them my entire life. They are married. They are over the age of 30. They do live in a home and they have kids. So I like to call that a Big Mac customer. Fuck you guys, that's funny. A Big Mac customer, like the McDonald's sandwich, like a Big Mac customer. Anyway, you guys suck. You're the worst. Anyway, I was waiting all day to say that line and like 2 of you guys laughed. Anyway, they're a Big Mac customer, right? They're a Big Mac customer. So I go over to their house. I do the presentation. I got Kim. I got Lance. And I'm doing the presentation. I'm doing it in person. So I got my product in hand. I got my sample kit. And I asked them to buy the homemaker set. I'm like, do you want to buy this homemaker set today and receive a free set of gifts? And I'm smiling and I'm nodding. Lance picks up the table knife and he goes, I'm not sure how sharp this knife really is. He rubs his thumb over the blade of our table knife and cuts his thumb open in the middle of the demo, in the middle of the presentation, starts bleeding everywhere. Kim starts freaking out. She's like running to the bathroom to get the first aid kit. Lance is sitting there with a paper towel wrapped around his thumb. He's like looking at me, looking at his thumb, looking at the knife, looking at me, looking at his thumb. And then we both lock eye contact. And mind you, during this time, I'm freaking out, right? I'm freaking out. I got like my script in my hand. I'm like reading it and I'm like, oh my God, like I'm so going to get fired. Like they're going to sue me. They're going to sue the company. I'm so screwed. I was sweating bullets. I was nervous. And I was like, my manager made the joke of like, don't cut your customers, but I actually did it. I'm so like nervous. And Lance and we lock eyes. And he looks at me and he goes, Trey, we'll get it. And I was like, what the heck just happened? So your Vegas chip customer is someone that you could literally cut with a knife and they would still buy Cutco from you. That is who your Vegas chip customer is. That is the very first person that I want you guys doing a presentation for right after training tomorrow. Does everyone have that Vegas chip customer in mind? Perfect. Cool. So with that being said, the next thing that we're going to go ahead and dive into, now that we know the strategy for our first weekend, now we know the strat, now it's time to make a plan. Now it's time to make a plan. Now it's time to make a plan. So I'm going to throw this link in the chat box. Boom. I just threw this link in the chat box. I need everyone to go ahead and click on that link that I just threw in the chat box. And everyone to go ahead and click on that link. Once you guys click on that link, can I get a thumbs up? You guys can see it on your end? Perfect. So what this link is this is a fillable PDF schedule and a fillable PDF calendar. So it'll show you guys your first 4 days on the job plus your launch day. So we get done with training tomorrow, which is Saturday. Day 1 will be Sunday. Day 2 will be Monday. Day 3 will be Tuesday. And day 4 will be a Wednesday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yep, those are the days of the week. Gorgeous. Cool. So this is our first 4 days on the job. And you guys may notice, do you guys see like these little stars, these little asterisks? You guys see those on your guys' end? Yeah, so those stars and those asterisks are times where you guys could potentially do a presentation. So if you were to have an all-out balls to the wall schedule, you could do 10, 20, 30, 44 appointments in your first weekend. You could potentially do 44 appointments. You have 44 appointment spots in your first 4 days on the job. Now, I know that not everyone is probably going to do 44 appointments in their first 4 days. Very unlikely, not very true. And you guys also probably have other stuff going on. So what I want you guys to do right now is I want you guys to put everything into your calendar and into your schedule that is not Cutco related. So for example, on Sunday morning, let's say you go to church on Sunday mornings. You're going to go in and you're going to press and you're going to type church. You're just going to type church. So you know from 9:30 or from 9 to 10:30, you're in church and you can't do a presentation. So you definitely cannot book a presentation at 9:30 because you're going to be busy at that time. Let's say that you also have, I don't know, let's say you have date night Monday night. So on Monday night at 8 p.m., you have like date night with your significant other. That's annoying. You just type in date night. You just title it date. So now you know on Monday night, if someone goes, oh, Monday night at 8 p.m., do you have time to do an appointment then? You can be like, nope, I have date night and I don't want my significant other to murder me. So I'm reserving that time. Let's find a different time. With that being said, on Tuesday from 5 to 7, we will have advanced training 1. So I do want you guys to go ahead and write that down in your guys' notes and in your guys' calendars from 5 to 7. We will have advanced training 1. And then on Wednesday from 5 to 8, we'll have AT2. And then we'll also have team meeting, which is abbreviated TM. So make sure you guys put advanced training 1, advanced training 2, and team meeting in your guys' calendars. So go ahead and go through, put all those events, put everything else that's not Cutco related besides advanced training 1, 2, and team meeting. Go ahead and put all those notes in your guys' calendars. Put all that in your guys' calendars. Cool. So we're going to spend the next 5 minutes going through and building a schedule and building a calendar so that we have a solid plan to move forward with our first 4 days. All right. How we feeling? You guys need, so thumbs up if you're ready to move on, thumbs down if you need more time. Thumbs up if you're ready to move on, thumbs down if you need more time. Okay. Okay, that was 5 minutes. So with that being said, next thing I want you guys to go ahead and do is make sure that you guys are saving this to your guys's, make sure you guys are saving this to your guys's computer. So this is a PDF, it's a fillable PDF, but as soon as you exit out of it, it will not save. So make sure in the top right-hand corner over here, it'll have a little save button. Make sure you guys are clicking save and saving with your changes, saving with your changes. Make sure that you're saving that to your computer, saving that to your guys's computer. Yeah, make sure you guys are saving that. Cool? Cool. So, next thing is I need you guys to set everything up to the side, and I need you guys to pull out your guys's notebooks. We're going to be going over tips for the phone. We're going to be practicing our phoning scripts. And then we're going to make phone calls. And then we're going to make some phone calls. We're going to be making some phone calls. Cool. So you guys can go ahead and title this, like I said, tips for the phone. Tips for the phone. So first tip for the phone that I got for you guys for today. First tip is do not overemphasize Cutco on the phone. The whole purpose of your phone call is to find a time and a day to book an appointment, not to try to sell them Cutco on the phone. That's telemarketing, that's telesales, that's not what we do. The whole point of our phone call is to find a time and a day where we can show them Cutco. If someone calls you guys up on the phone and I'm like, Milena, I just started this great new job. I'm showing Cutco. It's super awesome. It's got double D-edge thermal resin handles and a forever guarantee. There's so many things that you can do with it. And we have kitchen tools too. Do you want to do a presentation with me? Milena's gonna be like, this guy sounds fucking crazy. hangs up, right? So the whole point of the phone call is to find a time and a day to do the presentation, not to do one over the phone. Next, speak directly with who you want to schedule with. Do not relay messages through friends. Do not relay messages through friends. So if I wanted to schedule an appointment with Spencer's mom, would I call Spencer and be like, yo, Spence, when's your mom available? He's going to say, I don't know. Got to call my mom. I don't know. Right? So you want to speak directly with who you want to schedule with. Next, do not text to set up appointments. Do not text to set up appointments. It is not very professional. It leads to miscommunications when you want to create the right habits. With that being said, no texting to set up demos, only call. Next, if possible, speak with the wife on the phone versus the husband. Now, here's why. One, the wife is usually a lot nicer on the phone than the husband is. Two, my mom, she runs the entire house. My mom knows where my brother, where my sister, where my dad is, where I am at 24/7, 365. It's actually kind of scary. I'll be like, Mom, what's Hallie doing? She'll be like, oh, Hallie's at this, this, and this till this time. I'm like, how do you know that? It's crazy. So with that being said, it's not usually typically like, or sometimes it is typically like that. Are there some cases and some instances where the husband runs the house schedule and the house calendar and he knows where everyone is 24/7, 365? Yes, absolutely. There's definitely those cases, but I like to always try to speak with the wife just because she's nicer and she typically runs the schedule. Next is I want you guys to stress the fact that it's not a question of buying or selling. It is not a question of buying or selling. It's just doing the appointment. So many people on the phone, they're going to tell you, they're going to say, hey, you can come over and you can show me, but I'm not going to buy anything. And you can just respond by saying, hey, that's okay. I get paid anyway. I just need to do as many appointments as possible. I just need to do as many appointments as possible. So what your customers are really saying in this instance is they're not saying they're not going to buy anything. They're not telling you that they're not going to buy anything. They're telling themselves that they're not going to buy anything, right? It's like when you go to the mall with your friends, you're like, all right, guys, I'm not going to buy anything. I'll go with you guys. I'll help you guys buy stuff, but I'm not going to buy stuff. What ends up happening? You end up spending like $200-300 buying stuff. Show of hands, who's ever been there before? Yeah, we all have, right? So when they're saying that to themselves, they're not saying that to you. So what I always like to do is I always like to put a little dollar sign next to the people who say that on the phone, because I know that those are going to be people that buy the most. Next, ask yes or yes questions. Ask yes or yes questions. So here's the correct way to ask a yes or yes question. What time is better for you? 6 p.m. or 8 p.m.? What day is better for you? Saturday or Sunday? Yes or yes questions. For the love of God, do not say this. When people say this, and when I hear people say this on the phone, it gives me the ick and it rocks me to my core and it just, ugh. Show of hands, do you guys know what the ick is? I've been referencing that a little bit. Yeah, gives me the ick. So when people are like, when can I show you? Or do you want to see my presentation? When can I come over? Do you want to see my demo? When are you free? Rocks me to my core. Don't say that. Follow the script word for word and you guys will do great. Next, set up a specific time. Set up a specific time. Tentative appointments always fall through. Tentative appointments always fall through. So for example, I did a presentation for Miss Curry. Miss Curry was Braden Curry's mom. And I was on the basketball team with Braden. And I called her up on the phone. She goes, yep, sure thing, Trey. Anytime around 2 o'clock, we should be free. Anytime around 2. And I was like, all right, cool. So Saturday at 2 rolls around. I knock on her door. My buddy Braden answers and he goes, what are you doing here? I was like, I'm here to do a Cutco presentation with your mom. He goes, bro, she left for the store like an hour ago. I was like, what? I called Miss Curry up. She goes, ooh, I didn't know we were definite. So I'm at the store, but I'm going to be back in like 45 minutes. Does that work? And I was like, no, that doesn't work because I have an appointment at 3:30 and I don't have enough time to do the appointment with you and get to my next one. So I had to cancel and reschedule with Miss Curry. Sad days. But Always set up a specific time so that doesn't happen to you guys, because it happened to me and it sucked. Next, schedule appointments an hour and a half apart. Schedule appointments an hour and a half apart. At first, it will take you longer because you're new and you know them really well, and you're going to be building a lot of rapport. So an hour and a half to 2 hours, always. 2 hours, better. Hour and a half, good. So 2 hours to an hour and a half apart is perfect. Oh, this is my favorite tip for the phone. Put a star next to this one, circle this one, bring out your highlighter. I want you to highlight this one. This is gonna be my favorite. This is gonna be the biggest key. You guys ready for this? Not everyone will answer their phone. Write it in all caps. Not everyone's gonna answer the phone. Not everyone's gonna answer the phone. Right? Like even today I've gotten like 6 phone calls today. Have you seen me answer any 6 of those phone calls? No, because I'm busy. I'm in training. I'm talking to you guys. I'm at work. I'm busy. It's not because I hate those people. It's not because of X, Y, or Z. Just because, hey, I'm busy. I'm at work. I'm doing other things. And it's okay. Not everyone's going to answer the phone, and that's okay. So we use a 4-to-1 ratio. So for every 4 phone calls you make, 1 person will answer and pick up and schedule with you. So if you guys want to schedule 5 appointments today, we're going to have to make 20 phone calls. So to schedule 5 appointments, we're going to have to make 20 phone calls. If you want to schedule 10 appointments, we're going to need to make 40 phone calls. We're going to need to make 40 phone calls to schedule 10. I want you guys to have the right expectations that not everyone's going to answer. If you call someone and they don't answer, what do we do? Hang up and call the next person. Yeah, hang up and call the next person, right? They didn't answer, and that's okay. Maybe they're busy. You never know what people are doing, right? I mean, it's a Saturday in November, or no, what's today? Friday. It's Friday in November, and we're here doing Cutco knife training. You never know what people are up to. So next is Cutco owners are the best prospects. If someone says that they own Cutco already, put a star next to their name, put a $sign next to their name, because if Cutco owners buy once, do you think they'll buy twice? Yeah, and from looking at Tommy's report, every single person who said that they own Cutco, every single one of them bought from Tommy. Every single one of them bought again. Next is phone time equals work time. Phone time equals work time. Once your appointments are set up, you're done working. Now it's just time to have fun and do demos. So you want to make sure that you protect your phone time, because that's like when you're really making the money. And your demos are fun. You're talking to people you know, familiar and comfortable and familiar with. It's a blast. Now, phone time, that's where you make the real work. Next is urgency and importance. Urgency and importance. So urgency, let your customers know that you're committed to a goal and that you have a deadline. Let your customers know that you're committed to a goal and that you have a deadline. Now, what is your guys' deadline? Your guys' deadline is Monday at midnight. Monday at midnight is your guys' deadline. Now, why is it strangely specific? Well, it's strangely specific because Monday at midnight ends the Cutco pay cycle. So everything that you do from tomorrow after training up until Monday at midnight will count towards your first paycheck. That will count towards your first paycheck. Everything you do from Tuesday moving forward will count towards next week's paycheck. So we want to make sure we do as much as we can before Monday at midnight so we can get a very big baller paycheck. Thumbs up if that makes sense. Cool. And then we get paid every Friday. So everything that we do, you guys will get paid for a week from today. That's when your first paycheck will hit, is a week from today. So urgency, let them know you have a deadline. Second is importance. Let your customers know how important your demo is to you, and they'll see you right away, and they won't reschedule on you last minute. And then lastly, do not leave voicemails. Do not leave a voicemail. It's weird, it's awkward, and it's uncomfortable. Don't leave any voicemails. What are you gonna say? Duh, I don't know. I just wanted to do a Cutco presentation. Do you want to buy knives from me? Bye. Are they gonna call you back? No, don't do that. Don't leave voicemails. It's weird, it's awkward, it's uncomfortable. Just call them back tomorrow. And then the last one, make sure you grab their email address every single time. Your customers will get an email that's sent to you with a link to your presentation. And our Vector Impact app automatically shoots them an email that has the link to all the information that they need. But we need to get their email on the phone call in order to make sure that they get that. So thumbs up if that makes sense. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Cool. Next thing that we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go over our phone script. We're going to go over our phone script. Here is our phone script. And here is a link to our phone script. So everyone go ahead and click on that second link that I just sent you guys in the chat. That link is also in your guys' email that I sent you guys yesterday. That's the link to our script. That is a link to our script. I asked you guys to print that out yesterday in that email. Did you guys see that email that I sent you guys yesterday? The training verification email? Cool. So, Milena, do you want to practice with me? Do you want to help me with this?
Yeah.
Cool. So the only thing I want you to do is just agree with everything that I say. So agree to everything that I say. And then when I ask for like an email address, just be like gmail@gmail.com. Or if I ask for an actual address, just be like 123 Main Street or whatever it might be, right? You can just make it up. You can just freestyle. All right. Cool. You ready? Awesome. So I'm going to call Malia up on the phone. I'm going to say, hi, Malia. This is Trey McCullough. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Well, the reason I'm calling is I just started a great new job showing Cutco. As a part of my training, I'm required to put on some initial training appointments. You don't have to buy anything because I get paid just to show it. I want to do 10 appointments by Monday to hit my goal. And since we don't live close by, I can do the presentation right through our website. You just need to be in front of a computer at home. I was hoping I can meet with you on Saturday at 5 or Saturday at 6:30. Which would be better for you?
5.
Cool. Saturday, great. Saturday at 5. Thanks a lot. This really helps me out. Do you have a pen, and could you put in your schedule that I'll be there Saturday at 5?
Yes.
Awesome. And this appointment is really important to me, and I'm counting on it to keep my schedule booked. If something comes up and you have to reschedule, I won't get paid for this time slot. So are you sure this time definitely works?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to our demo. Can I have your email address? It confirms our time and sends a link that goes with my presentation.
Yeah. Email at email.com.
Cool. I got email@email.com. Awesome. Well, I will call you exactly Saturday at 5. So please don't forget about me. Each appointment really helps. And then I'm going to hang up. So, question, did that sound weird? Did that sound awkward, or did that sound uncomfortable at all?
No, it sounded good.
It sounded like a normal conversation. Did I read this script word for word, bar for bar the entire time? Yes, absolutely. So if I read it and it doesn't sound weird, when you guys read it, will it sound weird? No. It may feel weird. It may feel awkward. You might be like, well, this doesn't sound like me. Well, it sounds like the new professional version of you. Sounds like the new professional Cutco version of you. So with that being said, I want to talk about a couple things. What if your customer has questions? So what if they say, what is Cutco? They're like, Costco, Petco, what are you doing? Where are you working? You're going to say, no, Grandma, I said Cutco. Cutco's a line of high quality kitchen cutlery and a few outdoor items. I'm sure you already have tons of knives, but I get paid just to show it to you. So what time would be better for you, 5 or 6:30? If they say, I already own Cutco, you're gonna say, that's great. How do you like it? Awesome. Well, like I said, I'm just doing it for training, and I'd love to get your opinion and maybe some pointers. Plus, I get paid anyway. So what time would be better for you? If they say that time doesn't work, or I'm really busy, you're gonna say, no problem at all. I'm really busy too, but I really need to do 10 appointments by Monday, and I can make sure to keep it short. Is that a bad day or just a bad time? Now, I love this question because it gives you all the information that you need in a very few amount of words. So if they say that's just a bad day, what should you do? Offer them a different day. If they say it's a bad time, what should you do? Offer them a different time. And then lastly, if they ask how long does it take, you're gonna say not too long at all. My part is about 45 minutes. After that, it's up to you. So what time would be best for you? Saturday at blank time or Sunday at blank time? So that's our entire script. That's our entire script. Now, if you're doing an in-person demo, do you guys see where it says live demo? So if you're doing an in-person presentation, you'll read that. If you're doing a virtual one, you'll read the virtual one. If you're doing in person, you'll need this. If you're doing a virtual presentation, do you need to ask for their address to their house? No, that's weird. Just skip over that line. Cool. So last thing, do you guys see how I have my screen kind of set up here? How I have the script over on this side and then my calendar over on this side? Can you guys see both sides of that? Cool. So you guys should have your guys' screen set up the same exact way, and then you're just making phone calls, reading your script, and finding a time in a day. Cool? Cool. Well, what we're going to go ahead and do now is I'm going to throw you guys into breakout rooms. And in your breakout rooms, you guys are going to practice with each other, and you guys are going to go back and forth. I want everyone to go 5 times each. I want everyone to go 5 times each. All right? That means that, just like me and Milena did. So for me, I'd have gone once, and then Milena's going to go, and then I'm going to go, and then Milena's going to go, and then we're going to go back and forth 5 times each. Thumbs up if that makes sense. Cool. So Anthony, you're going to be with Jamal. Desiree, you're going to be with Janita. And we're going to have a group of 3. I think Spencer just lost Wi-Fi. So then, where do we go? Here we go. Cool. And then Melina, you're going to go with Desiree and Janita. Go ahead and open your guys' All right. How was practicing with each other? Good? You guys
I do have a quick question though.
Yes.
Okay, so in it I did see for when it says to meet in person, but yet it didn't give an option to do Zoom. So how would that work out for as far as a script goes? Because I didn't see anything for asking for that option. When
it says virtual, since we don't live close by, I can do presentations right through our website. You see me in front of a computer at home. I was hoping I can meet with you on blank time or blank time. That's how you set up your virtual presentations and your virtual demos.
Okay, what page is that on? Just so I have clarification on that one.
That is on page 22, the phone script that we were just going over.
Okay, cool.
And did you guys see that? Were you guys all going over page 22?
No, we weren't on page 22 on accident. Sorry.
What page were you guys on?
We were on page 28 for acquaintance.
Okay, so yeah, no, we were on page 22.
Okay, that was my bad.
Okay, so actually what we're going to do then, since we got some more time, I want you guys to go back to page 22. I want you guys to practice page 22 in your guys' script and in your guys' thing one more time. Awesome. So now what I need you guys to go ahead and do for me is I need you guys to take out your guys' phones, open up your guys' Vector Impact apps. So open up your phones, go to your Vector Impact apps. I'm going to teach you guys how to make phone calls and how to schedule appointments using your Vector Impact app.
Now we'll go through the best way to call through a batch of your prospects. To start a phone jam, select the menu in the top left corner and select Phone Now. The Phone Now page will then give us two options. We can either select Line Up Prospects to curate a list of prospects to call through, or select Start Phoning to begin working through all the prospects that we've not yet booked. Choosing the second option will bring up all the book appointment tasks like this. Let's go back and pick the first option instead. Selecting Line Up Prospects brings us to the list of prospects that we can pick to call through. These prospects will show up in the order they are selected, like this. Using the search bar, we can find specific people that we want to add to the priority list. Once we've built our batch of prospects, we select Start Phoning to begin our phone jam. Looking at this task card, we see options to either call or text them. Selecting either of these will then present a way to record the result of us attempting to book this appointment. For example, we make a call, talk to the prospect, agree on a time, end the call, and select Booked Appointment back in the app, at which point we're able to specify and save the appointment date and time. We're able to specify the medium of the appointment as well as the preferred language. If your office uses the interactive demo, you should also specify an email before you save the appointment. This is required so that Cutco can send them an email confirmation for you. If instead we select Schedule Callback, we'd be able to specify what day and time we'd say we'd call back. In fact, Vector Impact will send you a notification when that time rolls around. If this prospect didn't pick up the phone or immediately reply to our text, you can mark each of those results respectively, or select Redial to immediately call this prospect again. If they decline to meet us at all, we select Decline to Meet, which will delete this book appointment task entirely. Finally, if you hit the call button by accident, you can mark that too. After selecting any of these actions and following their prompts, the next book appointment task will automatically pop up. From here, you just rinse and repeat until your schedule is full.
Cool, so go ahead and take up your guys' phones. Go ahead and put that very first person you want to make a phone call to. Once you do that, give me a nice little phone wiggle. Let me know that you guys are ready to do your very first appointment.
So where do I put it in at?
So you can either go to the dial pad. You can go to the dial pad and just put in someone's number if you don't have them saved. Or you can click the Phone Now button in the very bottom. And this is on your actual phone. You guys can click the Phone Now or the dial pad. The Phone Now or the dial pad. Those are your two options. So go ahead and put that very first person you want to book a presentation with. Make sure you guys are doing your top 5 customers first. Make sure the first demo you book for tomorrow at 5 o'clock is that very first person you book, the very first person you see. And while you guys are getting that ready, and as you guys are bringing out your scripts and your notebooks and your names list and queuing that first person, I'm going to tell you guys the 2 rules to the phone jam that we have. We have 2 rules when we're doing a phone jam. So rule number 1 is let me know when you book a demo. Let me know when you guys book a demo, because I want to know when you guys are making money. So with that being said, as soon as you book a demo, you're going to unmute yourself. You're going to say, Trey, make that money. And I'm going to say, hell yeah. I'm going to give you a Zoom high five. I'm going to ask you when it is and who it's with. And then you're going to tell me who the next person you're going to have a call to is. So for example, let's say that Janetta, she says, Trey, make that money. I'm going to say, awesome, Zoom high five. I'm going to ask her when it is. She's going to say tomorrow at 5. I'm going to say perfect, with who? She's going to say my mom. And I'm going to say, awesome. Who's your next call? She's going to be my uncle, Jerry. I don't know. Right. And then we're going to go ahead and then she's going to call the next person. All right. So that's my first rule. Let me know when you guys book a demo, and you're going to say, make that money. Because every time we book a demo, what are we doing? Right? So the second rule of the phone jam is don't pull an Octavio. And you're probably asking, Trey, who the hell is Octavio? Octavio is one of the reps that I had in my branch office back in 2020. and we're doing a phone jam. I say, all right, 3, 2, 1, everybody dial. We're all making calls. We're all rocking. We're all doing our thing, right? 5 minutes goes by. People start unmuting. They start saying, hey, make that money, make that money. 10 minutes goes by. More people are saying, make that money. Like, try, I just booked my second. I just booked my third. 20 minutes goes by, and Octavio's sitting on his desk like this. He's got his feet up on his desk. He's leaning back. He's chopping it up on the phone, talking to the same person he has for the same 20 minutes. He is Jay chilling. And after 20 minutes, he puts his feet down. He unmutes himself and he goes, Trey, make that money. And I just had the best conversation with my grandma. And I said, Octavio, that's awesome that you booked a demo, but you just spent 20 minutes talking to grandma and everybody else already has 5, 10 appointments already booked up. And then it hit him. He gave me the oh shit face. So he had to work extra hard in order to catch up to everybody else. So don't pull on Octavio. If someone's being a real chatty Cathy, just say, hey, I got a couple of phone calls I got to make. I promise we'll catch up and we'll talk in our presentation. Thumbs up if that sounds good. Cool.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you can see that, but like I checked. I don't know if I'm doing this right, but I checked that that person's name there.
Yep.
What do I do, like next, like to hit schedule, or like if they say she's like, oh yeah, great.
So
How
you're
do I?
the blue button that says start phoning blank amount of people at the very top, and then
And
you're
then
gonna press
it'll
the blue
go-
button that says call.
Okay, and then when the call is over, the schedule and thing will pop up.
Correct.
Rad. Thank you.
Yep. All right. So let me see everyone's phones. Let me know that you guys got that first person ready to make a phone call too. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now that you guys got that up, I need everyone to point to their phones. I need everyone to point to their phones. I want you to say, I'm not scared of you, because we're not scared to make phone calls, all right? We're not scared to make phone calls. Your phone's a piece of plastic. If you don't plug it in, it dies. You are literally in control of its life. It is not in control of yours, all right? So I want everyone to say it on 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm not scared. I guess I got to say it with your chest. Got to say it like you mean it, all right? All right, we're going to do it one more time, all right? So 3, 2, 1.
I'm not scared.
I'm not scared of you. I love it. I love it. All right, cool. I'm going to count us down from 3. When I get to 1, we're going to press dial. I'm going to put the scoreboard up so you guys can see how well you guys are doing and making sure that you guys are making calls through your phone. So 3, make sure you guys have your script in front of you. Make sure you guys have your script and your schedule in front of you. 2, make sure you guys have a smile on your face. You guys want to smile while you dial. You guys want to smile while you dial. 1, let me know when you book a demo. I'm going to put some music on. Let's make that money. All right, let's see how that phone jam went, you guys. Oh, wrong slide. Wrong slide. Hold up. Wait a minute. Here we go. All right, let's see how that phone jam went. Cool. So we booked 17 appointments as a squad. Guys, between the what? 5 of you guys? 2, 4, 5? Yeah, between the 5 of you guys, we booked 17 presentations. That's huge. Let's give everyone a round of applause for that. That's fire. I love that. All right, cool. And then leading the squad with the most demos booked, we have Anthony booking 4 appointments, and Melina also booking 4 appointments, and Desiree also tying, booking 4 appointments, and Janetta also tying, booking 4 appointments. So everyone here, almost every single person booked 4 appointments. That's huge. So give yourselves a round of applause. A 4-way tie. I don't think I've ever had a 4-way tie before with 4 appointments. It's got to be some angel numbers or something. And we made 44 phone calls. Come on now. All right. And then with the tie between 10 phone calls made, we got Anthony, Melina, and Janetta, all with 10 phone calls made as well. So give them a round of applause for for leading the way with demos booked and number of phone calls made. You guys are rock stars. So with that being said, next thing I need you guys to go ahead and do is open up a pen and a piece of paper. I'm just going to leave you guys off with these things right here. I'll leave you guys off with these 4 things. So 1, book more demos and get more names and numbers. Who here wishes that they booked more demos during that phone jam? Yeah, everybody does, right? Everyone wishes they booked more. Who wishes they had more numbers of people to call? Yeah, me too, right? So with that being said, make sure that you guys are booking more demos and getting more names and numbers. There will be a prize for the person that books the most demos and makes the most phone calls today after training. Who books the most demos and gets the most names and numbers. There will be a prize. I like to give away free stuff. I like to give away my free stuff. So there will be a prize. And then tomorrow, make sure you guys have your social security number and your bank info. Make sure you have your social security and your bank info. We are going to be signing up for direct deposit, and we are going to be signing up for direct deposit and signing our rep contracts. There we go. It's been a long day. I feel like bleh. But make sure you guys bring your social security, bank info. So you will need your account number and your routing number. Account number and routing number. Thumbs up if that makes sense. Cool. Next is, if you don't already, make sure that you guys create a Gmail account. Make sure you guys create a Gmail account. If you don't already, get one. If you already have a Gmail and a Google account, you're chilling. But make sure you guys create one if you don't already have one. And then lastly, number 4 is get some good sleep. Show of hands, who here is like really tired and like feels like mentally, emotionally, and physically just drained? Yeah, me too. So make sure that you guys tonight get some good sleep. So with that being said, no X's on hands. I don't want to see anyone hungover. I don't want to see anyone going to any parties tonight on social media. All right. I want to make sure that you guys are wide awake, bright-eyed, and bushy-tailed, ready to go for tomorrow. With all of that being said, that is everything that I got for you guys. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I'm actually going to get you guys out of here 5 minutes early. So you guys are welcome. Don't ever say never did nothing for y'all. I'm getting you out 5 minutes early. So with that being said, this is going on the YouTube. So make sure you like, comment, subscribe. New videos come out when I post them. See ya.